In the final great war against the brutal destroyer, this young man was merely a sacrificial pawn whose body was completely obliterated by a single blow. Yet, somehow he didn't kick the bucket and instead transmigrated back to 15 years before the apocalypse took place. Fortunately, he managed to retain his future magical knowledge and peak combat skills. However, at the current moment, those things are still just theoretical and have never been discovered by anyone. So when a young man just showed off a few basic moves, everyone thought he was using a cheat hack. The famous heroic female mage, who was untouchable in his past life, has now become a junior, who constantly comes to him for academic help. Even his former enemy pulled a U-turn to become his loyal underling, worshipping him like an idol wherever they go. Though it smells a bit like cooking oil among these youngsters. It all began in the middle of a fiery battlefield. Ray gasped in pain, telling himself that finally, we have made it this far. Looking toward the enemy, he still held onto a glimmer of hope that they could defeat that thing, but a bright red beam of light suddenly pierced through his body. His breath hitched, and his glowing red eyes gradually lost their light. As he realized he had reached his limit, he collapsed onto the cold ground amidst the ruins and the corpses of his fallen comrades. A fatal blow put an end to everything. Ray bitterly asked himself, am I really going to die without accomplishing anything? This entire tragedy began when Liquidator, the enemy of humanity with powers of unknown origin, appeared and wiped out a whole continent. To fight against him, an organization to protect humanity was established with legendary warriors, led by Brian Miller, who was dubbed the World Shield for surviving a meteor impact without a single scratch. Fighting alongside him was the great sage Bella Onbright, who possessed earth-shattering magical power equivalent to an entire division. Next was the divine archer, Jacob Bloomfield, a talented hunter who had taken down high-level dragons with just a single arrow. And of course, the one dubbed as the strongest swordsman to ever exist, Sword Saint Army White, was indispensable. Alongside those legends, there were also Gray and those in the so-called support unit. But in reality, Infantryman Gray and his comrades were nothing more than sacrificial pawns. Witnessing the elite students from the World Alliance Academy fight, he bitterly realized they were truly on a completely different level. He wondered if the presence of weaklings like him here even mattered anymore. Watching his comrades fall one by one, Ray burst into tears of frustration. We practiced really hard too, you know. Ami's attack finally managed to strike the enemy, making Liquidator gasp in astonishment. Oh, you actually managed to hurt me? He coldly replied. Fine, I should. Then suddenly, released a terrifying, brilliant red energy. A fatal slash swept across, wiping out everything in the blink of an eye. Liquidator hovered in midair, coldly declaring, shall we stop playing around here? His mind was in utter chaos. As he realized the brutal truth, he defeated them with just a single blow. He said that up until now, he was only playing around. No way. His glowing red eyes gradually closed in absolute helplessness amidst the desolate battlefield filled with corpses. All hope was completely extinguished with the thought, we never stood a chance of winning. While he was lying, defeated on the ground, he suddenly realized something was off. Huh, wait a minute, why am I still alive? A mysterious voice echoed. I have found you. Show yourself, bearer of great power. Ray abruptly opened his eyes, finding himself standing in a strange land, with ruined remains under the night sky. Bewildered, he asked himself, where is this? Is this the afterlife? It looks so barren. His gaze stopped at a tall figure, majestically ruling on the throne ahead. Kronos looked down at Gray and coldly declared, you're not dead yet. Your physical wounds have been healed. Gray was stunned, recalling the exact moment his chest was pierced through. He blankly asked, did you heal me? But the answer he received was completely unexpected. No, it wasn't me, but your own power. Ray couldn't help but feel doubtful. My own power? The mysterious god continued to explain that. Even he could not fully analyze the terrifying power, reminiscent of a character possessing a locked cheat code within him. However, he asserted that it far surpassed what Liquidator currently possessed as long as Ray could control it. Ray asked tremblingly, are you saying that we can win? In response was Kronos' silent gaze. I do not know. I do not hold high expectations either. But I believe Liquidator must be eliminated. He decisively commanded, now you may go. A giant magic circle in the shape of a clock glowed brilliantly, enveloping Gray's body in a deep blue energy as Kronos declared, I shall lend you my power. Back on the desolate battlefield, Gray's hand suddenly moved and gripped the hilt of his sword. A dark red stream of energy blazed around the blade, leaving him astonished. This is... Kronos' voice still echoed in his ears. It is your power. My power is not something you can see with a naked eye. Noticing the movement behind him, Liquidator gasped in surprise. A powerful slash carrying a blazing stream of dark red aura rushed straight toward him. Liquidator was shocked. No way. There is still a warrior this strong. Seeing the scratch on his opponent's armor, Ray realized it looks like he got hurt too. Ray channeled his strength into the sword, confidently thinking to himself, I can even tell that my strength is even more superior. Backed into a corner, Liquidator roared, Don't look down on me. I will acknowledge you for forcing me to use my full power immediately. A beam of energy had cut his body in half. But the enemy never expected that with such a fatal injury, he still hadn't kicked the bucket. At this moment, his entire body was enveloped by a dense, dark power. Liquidator asked tremblingly, What on earth is that? Are you truly a human? Half of Ray's face began to transform, covered in brilliant red energy cracks. The two clashed, creating an explosion that shook the entire battlefield. Ray's attack was so powerful that it shattered Liquidator's defense, leaving him terrified. The destroyer stammered once again, Are you truly a human? Right as those words were uttered, a fatal wound appeared on his shoulder. Ray coldly fired back, That is my question for you. Even though Liquidator was panting heavily in exhaustion, he still couldn't hide his astonishment. Your power is indeed not to be underestimated. Ray coldly declared, I will crush you time and time again, until you truly die, then rushed forward with a powerful slash accompanied by a dominant dark aura. A painful, miserable scream echoed as Liquidator was struck. He cried out in frustration, You monster! However, the destroyer still refused to back down. He suddenly released a blinding light that covered his entire body. His hands formed seals, preparing to activate an ultimate magic. The sky abruptly changed as a giant blue moon appeared, occupying the entire sky, accompanied by a cold declaration, Time's up. Ray looked up in shock. What is that? It's as if day has suddenly turned into night. Ray gritted his teeth and replied, So what? And swung his sword with all his might to meet the challenge. Gray's sword struck fiercely against the opponent's defense, creating brilliant sparks, but he was shocked to find that his attack was completely ineffective. Liquidator mocked him in his bewilderment. It's useless. In this realm of true twilight, nothing can harm me. Stop your futile resistance and look up at the stars. Ray stared blankly at the brilliant points of light reflecting in his eyes. Liquidator whispered triumphantly, They are beautiful, aren't they? Instantly, a giant column of light descended from above, engulfing Ray. That terrifying power caused an earth-shattering explosion, seemingly intending to completely erase his existence. Liquidator hovered amidst the aura, coldly declaring, If you are completely crushed into ashes, you won't be able to revive. He was certain that everything was over, but suddenly, brilliant blue lightning bolts began to surround him. A typical main character plot twist left Liquidator shocked as he blurted out, What? A giant magic circle in the shape of a clock appeared right behind him. Liquidator tremblingly noticed the anomaly. This energy from inside the glowing dimensional rifts. Kronos' voice echoed, You have gathered a massive amount of power. That should be enough to send you back. Realizing who was intervening at the last minute, Liquidator roared in terror, No way. Kronos. Kronos manifested and commanded, Gray, can you hear me? Bearer of great power, gather all of my power. I will send you back to the past. Kronos decisively declared, That is all I can do for you. The magic clock spun violently, Roman numerals flashing past in a blink, sweeping Gray into the vortex of time to return to the beginning. Kronos' voice echoed with absolute authority, I entrust the fate of this world to you. Ray slowly opened his eyes, finding himself lying in a lush green meadow under the brilliant sunlight. He looked around bewilderedly and blurted out, Where is this? In the distance, a peaceful village came into view, leaving Gray utterly shocked. That is Ronaldo Village, my hometown. He clearly remembered that this village shouldn't exist, because it was leveled 15 years ago. Kronos' assertion came rushing back to his mind. I will send you back to the past. Gray trembled in astonishment. What on earth just happened? Suddenly, a sharp pain from his arm made him cry out. Ah, it hurts. Looking at his bandaged wound, Gray gradually realized reality. This wound, right? Around this time, I was always bullied by Builder. And those other guys. He gritted his teeth and told himself, I can't let myself keep getting beaten by them. But they are too strong. I can't defeat them. He let out a weary sigh, feeling as though defeating Liquidator just now was nothing more than a distant dream. Ray closed his eyes as the image of the destroyer flashed through his mind. He silently walked through the forest, telling himself, I'll figure out a way to deal with them once I get a bit stronger. I don't want to get hurt. Ray froze when he realized he had run straight into them. Builder stepped forward with a smug look on his face. He rested his sword on his shoulder and growled, I've been looking everywhere for you. You really put me through a lot of trouble. Builder's vibe screamed of a B-list villain who loves looking for trouble at the street corner. Ray broke into a cold sweat as Builder threw his sword down at his feet and coldly commanded, Pick it up. Ray stared blankly, not understanding what was happening. Seeing Ray still hesitating, Builder barked, Stop playing dumb. Have a sparring match with me. Ray tried to find a way to back out. Oh, a sparring match? I'm sorry, but my wounds haven't fully healed yet. A polite refusal, yet his fate of being unable to escape getting punched was sealed. Thank you for the invitation, but I'm afraid I can't participate until I've fully recovered. However, the leader just sneered and replied, Don't worry. The sword is blunted, so it's perfectly safe. Looking at the massive hunk of iron on the ground, Ray thought to himself in fear. But no matter how blunt it is, it's still a huge piece of iron. If it hits the wrong spot, Builder's patience quickly vanished. He roared, Shut your damn mouth. You think you have the right to refuse? He held his sword and rushed straight toward him with murderous intent. If you don't like swords, then bare hand work just fine too. Ray was shocked to realize his opponent's true intention. He's planning to beat me up while I'm unarmed? What kind of sparring match is this? In that critical moment, memories of what a military doctor in his past life said suddenly flashed through Gray's mind. The reason your swordsmanship doesn't improve is due to an injury from when you were a child. He bitterly realized that right here, at this very place, his failure-ridden life had begun. Ray was astonished to find that Builder's attack was actually incredibly slow. He easily sidestepped to dodge his opponent's swing, dodging the blow smoothly as if in slow motion. No, that's not it, Ray told himself as he noticed his own reflexes were on a completely different level. Builder howled in rage, You bastard! Why can't I hit you? He repeatedly swung his sword frantically, but Gray, still effortlessly, dodged with calm, glowing red eyes. Ray realized the truth. He had become faster. Even the lackeys, standing outside, were completely astounded by his sudden change. The way he moves. It's like he's a completely different person, even though his current physical body was no longer as powerful as in his past life. Ray still remembered clearly every bit of the seasoned combat experience he had gained. He leaned down to pick up the blunt sword right as Builder rushed forward, screaming, Take this! Ray swung his sword in a counterattack, delivering a swift impact that left his opponent dazed. Ray looked at his opponent with utter contempt, thinking to himself, just one blow was enough to knock him flat? Should I even bother fighting back against someone this green? He quickly brushed aside his pity, recalling the brutal beatings that this absolute trash had inflicted on him. Ray gritted his teeth and declared, But now, that is no longer the case. He delivered a powerful, head-on slash that completely shattered Builder's defense. Builder's sword flew out his hand, and he stammered switchingly, Damn it. Ray remarked with pure irony, Your skills are actually worse than a total rookie's. He slowly approached, firmly gripping the sword in his hand, and coldly threw back the exact words that Builder had said. After all, you guys taught me that as long as the blade is blunted, striking people with it is perfectly safe. Gray's glowing red eyes flashed alongside a deadly smile, locking his gaze onto the trembling figure before him. Ray swung his sword in a flash, giving Builder no time to react. A large wound clearly appeared across his chest. He instantly let out a painful scream and collapsed before everyone's terrified eyes. Even Ray was a bit taken aback, wondering, wasn't this blade supposed to be blunt? He took a closer look at the sword in his hand and confirmed it was indeed completely blunted. Ray thought to himself, if this had been a Ray sharp blade, Builder would have lost his life a long time ago. A brilliant red light flashed in his eyes as he coldly decided, then let's just keep the blade blunt. Saying that, he followed up with an extremely heavy strike, sending Builder flying backward. Looking at the trembling lackeys, Gray casually asked, What's wrong? Why are you guys screaming so much? Builder, at this point, could only clutch his wound, coughing up blood while looking at Gray with absolute terror. The tables turned, so fast that the lackeys suffered a collective brain freeze. Ray flashed a haunting smile and repeated their own words. You guys told me a blunt sword is safe. It was you guys, right? Overwhelmed by frustration and fear, Builder barked an order to his lackeys. What are you guys just standing there for? Rush him and beat him up. Despite seeing Gray suddenly become unusually strong, the lackeys still decided to risk their lives, rushing in at the same time to ambush him from behind. Talk about a death wish typical of minor extras who won't survive 3 episodes. Ray calmly glanced at them and asked, "What's this? You guys want another round?" Ignoring the murderous aura being emitted, the crowd still frantically rushed forward with a scream. Kill him. Ray smirked suggestively. I was planning to let it go, but immediately after were consecutive strikes, echoing throughout the forest. In just the blink of an eye, Builder and his lackeys were forced to their knees on the ground, their faces swollen, in agony, utterly speechless, looking at those who used to be his ultimate nightmare now reduced to such a pathetic state. Gray thought to himself, to think I was once so afraid of this bunch. He coldly questioned them. You guys are students of the Seria Swordsmanship Dojo, right? Builder replied with a trembling stammer. Why, yeah, pretty much. We felt we were strong enough, so we haven't been going lately. Hearing this, Ray mocked them in his mind. You call this strong enough? He began to feel disappointed, and told himself he shouldn't expect too much from this dojo. However, on second thought, that place might still have some value left to exploit. Ray decisively commanded, introduce me to that dojo. That dojo requires a referral to get in, right? Builder fearfully tried to back out. Maybe you should ask someone else. If I tell Master that I lost, I can't even imagine what he would say. Seeing his opponent still hesitating, Ray coldly raised the sword in front of Builder's face. In that case, let's finish our unfinished business then. A murderous aura flared up, completely fitting of a villain who had just hijacked the main character's role. Builder was so terrified that his face turned pale as a ghost. He hurriedly screamed, I'll refer you right away. The leader ran for dear life like there was no tomorrow, shouting, the dojo is this way. The lackeys saw their boss running and also chased after him in a panic. What the? Wait for us, Builder. Don't leave us behind. The whole group walked through the town, passing rows of tall buildings built close to each other. Along the way, Builder asked inquisitively, by the way, why do you want to join that dojo? Ray didn't look at him, only casually asking back. That dojo has recommendation slots for the academy, right? Upon hearing Builder confirm that, Ray asserted firmly, that's exactly why I want to join. One of the guys walking alongside looked at Ray with admiration, mixed with wariness, and blurted out, I think you're already so strong. You don't even need to go to the academy. Ray looked into the distance, his heart heavy with thoughts. If only being this strong were truly enough, that would be great. He recalled the brutal reality when even the strongest lineup in the world was completely helpless against Liquidator, despite putting every ounce of their being into the fight. Ray bitterly realized that when the enemy actually got serious, he couldn't even leave a single scratch on his armor. Ray wondered how strong he would have to become to be able to defeat that entity. However, he could still see a glimmer of hope. Ray recalled the brief moment during the battle when he had actually tapped into and controlled the terrifying dark power hidden within him. He suddenly remembered the days he was guided and taught by the Sword Saint. Ray told himself that what he focused on at that moment was precisely the swordsmanship taught by the Sword Saint. Looking back at his weak past self, he regretted that if he had spent more time training under the same conditions as her, perhaps the outcome of that life-and-death battle would have taken a completely different turn. Ray believed that this was exactly why Kronos sent him back to this starting point. At the Seria dojo, a woman with sharp white hair was coldly looking at the pathetic students in front of her. An overwhelming leader's vibe, just like a sub-boss about to purge the entire dojo. She rested a wooden sword on her shoulder, growling as she summarized the situation. So in short, you are telling me that you guys took the swordsmanship learned from me to bully civilians and ended up getting beaten black and blue? Before the instructor of the Seria dojo, Builder, and his lackeys could only kneel, trembling in absolute terror. Builder broke into a cold sweat, fearfully trying to make an excuse. We didn't mean to bully him. It was just a mock battle. But that clumsy lie only made the dojo master even more furious. She slammed her wooden sword heavily down on the floor, creating an impact that shook the entire room. The lackeys standing nearby trembled, their faces turning pale as a ghost as she coldly questioned, "Who gave you permission to make up excuses?" Her sharp gaze locked straight onto the leader. "If you call beating an unarmed person a mock battle, then this right now is also just a mock battle, isn't it?" The tip of her wooden sword pointed straight at Builder's eye, leaving him frozen. His breath hitched under the terrifying pressure. She decisively ordered the expulsion of the corrupted students. "Get out and never come back," she declared their total disqualification. "From now on, you no longer have the right to call yourselves students of this dojo." Builder and his group could only mumble, "Why yes, master," then hurriedly scrambled out of the place. As soon as they were out of sight, the white-haired woman sheathed her sword and turned to look at Gray, her gaze softening. "I apologize for that. It seems my former students have caused you trouble." Ray humbly bowed his head and replied, Please don't worry about it." After the words of gratitude, the instructor got straight to the main point. "So, I heard you want to be recommended to the academy." Receiving a determined nod of confirmation from Ray, she walked over to the weapon rack. She explained that as an apology for the trouble Builder had caused. She sincerely wanted to write a recommendation letter for him, but she still stood by her principles. "But I have to test your true ability first." Ray didn't flinch at all. He clenched his fist and calmly replied, "I understand." Taking their positions in the center of the training ground, the white-haired woman took a defensive stance and allowed Ray to strike first. "You have the right to make the first move. Attack whenever you are ready." Not wasting a single second, Ray shouted, "Here I come." The sword strikes he unleashed were incredibly sharp and precise, creating powerful gusts of wind that left his opponent secretly astonished. This kid's swordsmanship is quite practical for his age. It's as if he has already been through countless battles. The more they clashed, the more she noticed the seasoned nature of every single move from Gray, and she understood exactly why her former students had been utterly defeated. The leopard and the rest of the pack were no match for it. His style is mostly self-taught, but occasionally the way he swings his sword resembles what is taught in the academy. The white-haired woman secretly evaluated Gray while deflecting his attacks. She wondered if anyone had guided him before, because even though his technique was still quite raw, he was truly a diamond in the rough with massive potential. Feeling that it was time, she decided, "Unfortunately, it has to end here." The pace of the match abruptly skyrocketed, leaving the instructor utterly astounded. "Strange, why hasn't he run out of breath yet? How is he still keeping up with me?" She was shocked to realize that at first she only intended to test him a bit, yet without knowing when, she found herself having to exert her full strength to deal with him. She questioned herself, "And why am I?" Looking deep into Ray's glowing red eyes filled with murderous intent, a sudden shiver ran down her spine, leaving her stunned. "Why am I feeling so afraid of this kid?" Ray suddenly unleashed a wide swing, making the instructor lower her guard a bit. As she thought, "I had a bad feeling, but turns out it's just a reckless swing, huh?" Seeing her opponent leave a gap, she instantly seized the opportunity and rushed forward. "Finally, you've shown an opening. Let's end it here." But at that very decisive moment, an unimaginable turnaround took place, leaving her completely frozen. She couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the wooden sword in her hand had already broken at some point. The shattered wooden fragments flew everywhere in midair. Under the terrifying pressure, Ray stood completely still, feeling the familiar stream of energy flowing through his veins. He thought to himself, "This feeling, it's exactly like back then. So I still possess that power." Ray suddenly felt an intense pain and collapsed onto the floor of the arena. The instructor rushed over in a panic. "What happened? Are you okay?" Ray gritted his teeth, enduring the agonizing pain. He realized a harsh truth. "My body, it can't keep up with the power." He tried to catch his breath, tottering and forcing himself up by leaning on the wooden sword. As he weakly replied, "I'm fine." Despite saying that, deep down, Gray knew very well that he was only forcing himself to stand up. He reminded himself, "I shouldn't use this power carelessly. No, it's best not to." Looking at the instructor's highly doubtful expression, Gray knew that even if he explained it, she wouldn't be able to believe it. And besides, this was still a type of power that he hadn't fully controlled yet. To clear the tense atmosphere, Ray scratched his head and forced a smile. "I just went a little too far, that's all." The instructor silently looked at the broken wooden sword in her hand. Her mind tangled in logical deduction. Theoretically, it was completely impossible to break her sword with a blunt wooden sword, and he himself knew that. Seeing her just standing there staring at him, Ray timidly asked, "Is something wrong?" looking at the young man's seemingly innocent smile. In front of her, she secretly sighed. He doesn't intend to speak out. The instructor closed her eyes tightly, trying to suppress her utter shock and the questions regarding Ray's true strength. When Gray expressed his desire to be recommended to the academy, the swordsmanship instructor looked at him thoughtfully and then confirmed. Yes, I can. I can absolutely write a letter, introducing you to the most prestigious school in the kingdom, the Royal Academy of Swordsmanship. However, her gaze suddenly turned razor-sharp as she issued a warning. But I cannot advise you to go there. You don't belong in that place. Ray fell silent, his mind tangled in a web of thoughts. I knew it. I'm still not strong enough. He bitterly realized that apart from the moment of that final outburst of power, he had accomplished almost nothing of significance. Suddenly, the white-haired woman continued. The place you should aim for is the World Alliance Academy. That is no longer just the most prestigious school in the kingdom, but the gathering ground for the most exceptional geniuses across the globe. Ray gasped in astonishment to himself. The World Alliance Academy. Isn't that the exact place where the Sword Saint and the others used to study? He doubted whether someone like him could even be admitted to that legendary place. But the instructor threw a bucket of cold water on him. No, it's impossible. You must have realized it yourself by now. Your body is completely unsuited to be a swordsman. That bone-chilling final verdict was typical of a top-tier server teacher who specializes in exposing reality. She explained that if it were the Royal Academy, Ray could use his skills to bluff his way through and deceive everyone. But at the Alliance Academy, no one could be fooled. She looked at him with profound suspicion. How on earth do you possess such skills? With a body this weak? The Alliance Academy sounded like a server, populated entirely by monster-tier players. Ray broke into a cold sweat. He knew very well that those who graduated from that place were absolute monsters. And with his current physical condition, there was no way he could compete. Seeing Gray looking a bit discouraged, the instructor asked, "Why do you want to give up? There are still 9 months left before the entrance exam." Ray grew anxious with only 9 short months left to prepare, and the instructor also admitted that the time frame was indeed incredibly brief. However, she looked him straight in the eye and asserted, "But I want you to trust me." Faced with that high-pressure gaze, she asked in a serious tone if he was ready to endure hardships throughout the upcoming period. Even though he thought to himself that he didn't want to suffer at all, Gray knew he had no room for retreat. He tightly gripped his shirt hem and decisively declared, "But I will do it. Please help me over the next 9 months." Seeing the burning determination in her student's red eyes, the instructor flashed a mysterious smile. "Very well. Now, let your hell begin." She took her stance, ready to turn the training process into a true nightmare to unleash his limits. The calendar pages began to flip quickly, marking a series of harsh training days where even breathing was a chore. Ray had to carry giant boulders on his back under the pouring Zen, consume massive amounts of food to build up his physical strength, and even had to swallow recovery medicines that looked utterly terrifying. The training regimen truly embodied the spirit of survive first, talk later. It didn't stop there. He was repeatedly knocked down and took painful hits during the unyielding sparring sessions. 8 months passed in sweat and even blood, transforming a weak teenager into a warrior with razor-sharp reflexes. Ray had completely transformed by now, possessing a toned body with firm, sturdy muscles covered in scars of growth. The instructor remarked with satisfaction, "You've gotten a lot sturdier. Now, I have nothing left to teach you." She smiled and advised him to leave this place with confidence. But Gray was still puzzled because the exam wasn't due to start for another whole month. The instructor explained that going for an exam in an unfamiliar place was by no means easy, so he needed to get there early, to get used to the environment and have the best preparation. The instructor handed Gray a pouch of money and instructed, "This is enough travel allowance for your food and lodging for a month." Gray felt that something was wrong, so he instantly questioned, "But isn't leaving a whole month early a bit too early?" He thought to himself that it seemed she was trying to kick him out, but his master only laughed and replied, "You're overthinking it." Immediately after, she put on a serious face and revealed that a goblin nest had just appeared near the village. Since the village didn't have any guards, the situation seemed quite tense. However, the instructor still casually asserted, "But that has nothing to do with us. The support team will come from the royal capital, so there's nothing to worry about." She urged Gray to confidently set off for his exam, but his anxious gaze showed that he didn't believe those reassuring words at all. Ray saw right through his master's heart. He knew for certain that she was lying. In his memories, this village would be wiped out because no one came to save it, and his master would sacrifice her life while going to destroy the monsters alone. Though heartbroken, Ray still kept his composure and replied, "I understand. Thank you for everything." Ray decisively said his goodbye. "I'm leaving now." The instructor smiled, wished him to pass the exam, and watched his figure walk away. Night quickly fell, the full moon hanging high in the starry sky. At this moment, inside the dark forest, the instructor silently advanced into the danger zone all by herself. She observed the tracks on the ground and told herself, based on the scout reports, it's over there. Just as she was about to move forward, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from above. "Where do you think you're going?" The instructor looked up in shock and saw Gray sitting casually on a tree branch, his sharp gaze looking straight down at her. His master froze and blurted out, "Ray, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be on your way to the academy?" Ray lightly jumped down from the tree branch. He calmly replied, "I should be the one asking you that. You said the goblin nest would be handled by the army from the royal capital, didn't you?" The white-haired woman only now admitted that the army couldn't come due to an urgent matter, so she had decided to go deal with the monsters herself. She confidently asserted, "Anyway, I'm enough on my own. I know very well how dangerous that nest is through the scout reports." According to the information she possessed, the leader was a high-level goblin, commanding a horde of about 40 to 50 subordinates. Although she admitted that number was a bit troublesome, she still maintained her intention to charge into their lair, single-handedly. Ray secretly analyzed, "A high-level goblin, huh? It isn't that strong on its own, but their real strength lies in their intelligence and leadership abilities. If surrounded, it truly is a suicidal move." Gray's eyes hardened as the memory of the past tragedy resurfaced. He knew for certain that if he let his master go alone, she would never be able to return, and his entire hometown village would also be wiped out by them. "I have witnessed that future with my own eyes," Ray thought to himself. Then he looked straight into his master's eyes and pleaded, "Please let me go with you." However, the white-haired woman still decisively refused. "And I've already told you, I am enough on my own." Ray still didn't give up. He questioned further, "I don't want to miss this chance for a real battle. Or do you think I will just be a burden?" His master looked at him with a complicated expression. She smiled and admitted that now, even during their sparring sessions, she could no longer defeat him. Even so, she was still worried because of the unpredictable nature of a real battle, especially with a monster nest that suddenly appeared like this. For something this dangerous, it's best to wait until you have more actual combat experience. Ray said in a low voice, "So you're determined to go alone, then?" "In that case, I have an idea." Faced with his master's puzzled look, he coldly declared, "I will fight you. I'll knock you unconscious and handle the goblins myself." Ray's eyes flashed with intense, murderous intent. He firmly gripped his sword hilt, ready to carry out his bold intention to protect his teacher. Faced with her student's extreme determination, his master could only sigh and lower her sword, giving in. "All right, I give up." She looked at Gray with eyes full of trust, but didn't forget to caution him. "But promise me, no matter what happens, you must return safely." Gray casually replied, "That's exactly what I plan to do. As for you, don't you dare die either." Both of them advanced toward the monster's lair. His master smiled and asserted, "Of course." Under the dim moonlight, a deep valley came into view with flickering fires from a goblin nest nestled right between steep cliffs. His master observed the rugged terrain. Ray remarked, "The terrain offers no escape route. They sure are confident to dare build a nest in a place like this." His master added, "We can't run either. The opponents are intelligent monsters. It's better to be cautious. Defeat means the whole team gets wiped out." Ray nodded. "I know." Both hid behind a rock formation, observing the large goblins on guard duty below. His master whispered, "I don't see the leader anywhere. It must be inside the tent. Hopefully we can thin their numbers before the leader shows its face." His master quickly divided the tasks. "Ray, you take them down one by one from that side, and I will go from this side." Ray calmly replied, "Understood," receiving a satisfied nod of good from his master. Both immediately launched the attack with the command, "Start." One of the goblins suddenly noticed something unusual, but it was already too late. His master rushed in like a whirlwind, her striking speed so fast that the goblins didn't even have time to process the situation. The sentries collapsed one after another in utter shock. Alarm screams echoed throughout the entire camp, as the goblins frantically rushed out to surround them. Amidst the enemy's encirclement, surrounded by the enemy, Ray firmly gripped his sword hilt, his glowing red eyes flashing with intense, murderous intent. He charged into the crowd like a phantom, each slash carrying a terrifying amount of power, leaving the monsters no time to react as they were taken down in droves. The master and student coordinated seamlessly, forming a deadly pincer movement that wiped out all resistance. His gaze burned with determination to eliminate all the monsters to protect the future of the village. Standing in the middle of the battlefield filled with monster corpses, the instructor couldn't help but be amazed by her student's skills, saying, "Is this really your first time?" Ray kept a cold face as he warned, "Master, please be careful. Everything has only just begun." Looking at the monsters collapsed at his feet, Ray began to feel that something was off. Strange, they are too weak. If they are this weak, Master could definitely handle them alone. His gaze shifted toward the distant darkness, with profound suspicion. Unless inside that tent, inside the gloomy tent, a pair of glowing red eyes was silently observing them with heavy murderous intent. Realizing the true danger, Ray's face turned pale as he shouted, "We have to run right now." "Run fast," the instructor asked back in shock. "What's wrong?" Ray had no time to explain, only urging her, "Just run." Despite not understanding what was happening, both immediately took off. Right at that moment, a giant dark shadow plummeted from above, causing an impact that shook the ground violently. Emerging from the debris was a massive monster, fully equipped with armor and wielding a giant axe. The instructor gasped in astonishment. A high-level goblin! What a privilege for the leader to personally show up. However, Ray realized a truth even more terrifying than that. He screamed, "No, that's not the leader. The real leader is..." A giant mouth with razor-sharp teeth suddenly pressed close, followed by a series of roars from the goblins frantically rushing forward, completely surrounding them. The instructor blurted out in utter shock, "What on earth is that?" Before, their eyes were no longer ordinary goblins, but an army of monsters emitting a gloomy, murderous aura, looking as if they had just stepped out of hell. Ray realized the brutal truth. A goblin general, that is the real leader of this nest. The general emerged, fully commanding with glowing red eyes and a skull-decorated greatsword, leading a massive army of monsters that completely surrounded the two. A goblin general, that is the real leader of this nest. His master gritted her teeth and ordered, "Take this one down, then run." She then shot forward like a flash of lightning, delivering an opening head-on slash right at the giant. She was horrified to notice that its wound was emitting a purple glow and healing itself in the blink of an eye. Ray shouted a warning that all efforts were useless, because the Goblin General's roar had the ability to boost stats and grant rapid regeneration to both itself and its entire army. Ray realized the situation had completely changed. No wonder everything felt so off. "I feel like we can't even take down a single one of them." Amidst the encirclement of the monsters that were becoming more frenzied than ever, he decisively told his master to watch the rear and buy him some time. His master asked back in shock, "What are you planning to do?" Ray didn't answer directly. He only silently stared toward the enemy with his glowing red eyes. In his mind at this moment, there was only one single choice left to turn the tables. He had to bring down the bastard standing up there on the high ground at all costs. "It's so annoying how they keep trying to flank me." Ray sidestepped to dodge the attack from both sides, simultaneously unleashing bright blue slashes to take down the frantically roaring monsters. Continuous dodging as smooth as a top F1 racer. He told himself that he needed to fully concentrate to wipe out every enemy blocking the path ahead. But right in the middle of that fierce clash, the sword in Gray's hand suddenly shattered into pieces under the terrifying pressure. He gasped in utter shock. "My sword can't even withstand fighting these buffed goblins." A giant monster didn't miss the opportunity and immediately swung its weapon to launch a direct attack at Gray while he was at a total disadvantage. Quickly drawing his remaining backup sword, Ray anxiously realized it would also shatter soon if things kept going like this. Right at that critical moment, his master shouted from behind and tossed her own sword over. "Ray, use my backup sword." He caught it perfectly and replied with determination, "Thank you." Now, with two swords in hand, Gray calculated silently, "Now I have two swords, though it's not enough to wipe out all the enemies to face a goblin general and anyone else blocking the path. This is more than enough. Ray decisively shot forward into the midst of the monster. Encirclement like a deadly whirlwind. Blitzing fast sword strikes continuously took down numbers of enemies in the blink of an eye. Despite the wound on his face dripping with blood, Ray flashed a proud, defiant smile, channeling all his strength into a fiery clash with the largest monster. Ray gritted his teeth and clicked his tongue as he saw the monsters endlessly surging forward. He swung his swords, unleashing powerful slashes that swept through the crowd of goblins rushing in like moths to a flame. The scene of the fierce melee looked like a final late-game team fight with no retreat. In the distance, the goblin general opened its mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar, its eyes glowing brightly, emitting a terrifying pressure. Ray gasped in shock. What? He realized. The energy wave from that roar just now was driving the goblins into a frenzy, making them many times stronger. A monster suddenly blocked Ray's sword strike, making him groan in pain. Looking toward the leader, standing and observing, Ray realized the brutal truth. Have you already seen through my plan? The general's roar still echoed throughout the valley, urging its lackeys to rush forward and tear their prey apart. While struggling to hold his ground, Ray thought in awe, so your intelligence isn't just for show after all. He continuously swung his swords, parrying the barrage of relentless attacks, striving to find a gap to escape the tightening encirclement. Ray shouted, "Get out of the way," and channeled his strength, slashing a bloody path through the dense defense of the monsters. However, the overwhelming number of enemies began to overpower Ray. New wounds continuously appeared on his back, making him groan in pain. Arg! He gritted his teeth in frustration, telling himself, I don't have time to mess around with this bunch. Instantly, a goblin rushed forward and tightly held Gray from behind to pin him down. Right at that moment, another giant monster closed in, raising its deadly axe high and swinging it straight down at Gray. Ray was bombarded with relentless attacks, with new wounds continuously appearing, making him realize the monster's insidious intention. They're trying to wear out my swords by continuously sacrificing their own lives. His eyes were filled with exhaustion as he saw another giant goblin swinging a 1,000-pound fist straight at him. Ray mustered his remaining strength to block the fierce attack, but the pressure was too immense, sending him flying backward. He was severely injured and in agonizing pain, his breathing becoming rapid and labored. Ray could only weakly force himself up in a state of total exhaustion. Looking at the only remaining sword beside him, he bitterly asked himself, am I supposed to face an entire goblin army and the general with just this one sword? Standing before rows upon rows of monsters looming forward, Ray felt a profound sense of helplessness. Based on the bittersweet experiences from his past life, he understood a brutal truth. I cannot win. In this do-or-die situation, Ray firmly gripped his sword hilt and made his final decision. He turned back and screamed, Master, run. Run now while they're focused on me. However, the only response to his urgent plea was a mysterious smile from the white-haired woman. She casually declared, I'm sorry, but I can't do that. Then she courageously stepped forward to face the giant goblin general head-on. Ray screamed in despair. Are you planning to die in vain? He tried to convince her. I will run right after you. Master, don't worry about me. But the white-haired woman only softly replied, That's not it. She muttered with difficulty, I can't run anymore. Looking down at her severely injured legs with streams of blood continuously flowing, Ray was struck with horror to realize that his master had reached her limit a long time ago. His mind was in utter turmoil as he realized he was completely out of options. Watching the monsters looming forward, he bitterly thought to himself, I traveled back in time just to defeat the destroyer. And yet, is it all about to end in a place like this? Ray frantically swung his sword to fight back, but the sword in his hand once again shattered into pieces under the immense pressure. Ray roared, No, it's not over yet. Watching the shattered fragments falling in midair, he harbored a bold intention. If it's the power from back then, if only I can tap into that power. Images of the earth-shattering battle with Liquidator flashed through his mind. Ray asserted firmly, then even this entire horde of enemies will. Looking at the reflection of the goblins and the broken shard of his sword, he commanded himself, Remember it. Remember the feeling from that moment. Ray tightly gripped the broken hilt, channeling all his willpower to awaken the destructive power sleeping deep within his body. Suddenly, a glowing red eye with a slit pupil, like that of a monster, snapped wide open, emitting a bone-chilling, murderous intent. Ray stood tall, his arm extending forward as a surging torrent of dark aura enveloped him. The master looked at her student in utter shock, stammering his name, Ray. Immediately after was a lightning-fast sight. The monster's head was severed from its body in a single strike, so fast it was invisible to the naked eye. The master blurted out in amazement, "What?" She couldn't believe her eyes witnessing that overwhelming power. Seizing the opportunity while the leader was heavily wounded and lost control, she swung. Her sword, rushing into the battle with sparks flying everywhere. His master's eyes lit up as she realized the pressure from the opponent had decreased. "It's lighter now." She gritted her teeth and thought to herself, "You really caused me a lot of trouble." A single sword strike carrying a deep blue spiritual energy swept across, wiping out a massive crowd of goblins around her in an instant. She coldly declared, "But without the general buffing you, you guys are nothing." The battle ended. Under the bright moonlight, both master and student were panting heavily from exhaustion in the middle of the ruined battlefield. His master said tremblingly, "Somehow, we managed to pull through." Ray looked at the broken sword fragment in his hand and said guiltily, "I'm sorry, I broke your sword." But the white-haired woman only smiled and gently replied, "I don't mind. You saved my life, after all." Ray opened his hand, letting the broken sword fragment fall to the ground. His master inquisitively started to ask, "By the way, Ray, that attack just now." Before she could finish her sentence, Ray's body suddenly collapsed. The instructor screamed in a panic. Ray, the young man, lay unconscious on the cold ground, completely blacked out after squeezing out every last ounce of his strength. Ray woke up in a dark, boundless space. He asked himself in confusion, "Where on earth am I?" Amidst the void, a massive gate surrounded by chains and talismans mysteriously appeared. Ray was stunned. A gate. A bizarre space, heavy with the secrets of an ancient forbidden sealing technique. Immediately, blood-red streaks of light began to crack and spread across the surface of the gate. Ray recognized the familiar dark aura leaking out from it and gasped, "This is the image of a demonic." I surfaced in his mind, striking him with horror. It's that exact power. Standing before the burning gate, Ray questioned himself. If I open it, will I obtain that power? He stepped forward, but immediately a phantom-like figure, with a giant, glowing red skeleton, appeared as if it wanted to swallow his soul. Ray sank to his knees, his hand tightly clutching his chest, which was tightening under the terrifying pressure. He bitterly realized, "I don't know why, but I know one thing for certain, that if he opened this gate with his current body, he would die." Ray trembled in absolute terror, feeling like he had accidentally opened a forbidden seal before his HP bar was fully restored. A mysterious voice echoed, "Wise decision." Ray snapped awake, his breathing heavy and full of tension. After the nightmare about the mysterious gate, Master Saria frantically rushed to his bedside. "Ray, you're awake." He blankly looked around and asked, "Where on earth is this?" She breathed a sigh of relief, explaining that this was the village infirmary and he had been unconscious for the past 5 days, which made her fear that he would never wake up again. Ray was shocked to learn he had been asleep for 5 days. He told himself that he had pushed himself too hard. Perhaps his body had reached its absolute limit. But his master immediately countered, stating that the phrase, "pushing yourself," was still too mild to describe what he had done in that disastrous battle. Putting that matter aside, she looked at him anxiously and asked, "Is your body okay? Can you move?" Ray tried to move his right arm, but felt completely helpless. "I can't channel any strength into my right arm at all, even though it could twitch slightly if he tried his absolute best." He feared that he might never be able to hold a sword again in this condition. Particularly, a strange black bruise resembling a dark mark appeared on his wrist, making Gray feel suspicious when he noticed his master asking, "It's not moving very well, is it?" He wondered, "Can't she see it?" Then he honestly replied, "I can't channel strength into my dominant hand." His master thoughtfully confirmed that the injury would not heal anytime soon because the entire thoughtfully confirmed the wound. It won't heal anytime soon because of the whole thing. Bone structure of his right arm had been shattered. Ray gasped in shock. "My bones are shattered." He was incredibly surprised because even though his bones were crushed, he himself didn't feel any pain at all. His master revealed that they had used magic medicine to treat him. Ray shouted in astonishment, "Magic medicine?" Isn't that thing extremely expensive? Saria reassured Ray that he shouldn't worry too much, because it was the village chief himself who had given him that magic potion. Ray still couldn't help but be doubtful. The village chief gave it. Why would he give something so precious to someone like me? Ray was still not used to the feeling of going from a beginner village NPC to a map-saving MVP. Saria looked at him with a gentle, yet incredibly proud gaze and asserted, "What are you saying? Ray, you are the hero of this village." Right at that moment, the room door swung open, and the village chief rushed in frantically, calling out Gray's name. Seeing him, Gray was about to say, "Thank you, village chief. Thank you for the magic medicine." But the old man immediately interrupted and tightly grasped his hand with deep emotion. "We are the ones who should be thanking you." He was still utterly shaken, recalling the fact that the enemy Gray had defeated was a goblin general, a monster that even the combined forces from the surrounding towns couldn't manage to scratch, and yet it targeted this tiny village. The village chief emphasized that if Gray hadn't destroyed it, the village would have certainly been completely wiped out. He asserted firmly that without him and Saria, then from this medicine, this infirmary, down to the lives of all the villagers, none of it would exist anymore. Ray felt a bit flustered by such immense gratitude, so he replied, "Oh, you are exaggerating." But the village chief smiled and said that he himself should be the one who understood it best. Ray silently looked down. In his mind, images of the former village resurfaced, burning in a sea of flames from his past life. He secretly admitted that perhaps the village chief was right. In the world before I turned back time, this place was supposed to have been destroyed by the attack of the goblins. Seeing Gray still lost in thought, the village chief declared he would thoroughly explain the importance of this exploit if he still hadn't realized it. Then he suddenly asked, "I heard you were about to take the entrance exam for the World Alliance Academy. Is that true?" Ray suddenly froze as a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. He remembered that he went to destroy the monsters just 1 week before the exam, but now he had been asleep for 5 days. This meant there were only a mere 2 days left until D-Day. Meanwhile, traveling from here to the World Alliance Academy would take 3 days on foot, even though it would only take 1 day by horse. He didn't have any money to rent one. The moment he realized the deadline was breathing down his neck, Ray frantically looked at the village chief with a pleading gaze. "I'm sorry, village chief. Could you please lend me a horse?" The village chief smiled, seemingly having anticipated this. "I knew you would say that. That's why I've already prepared the best horse in the village for you." He asserted that with its stamina, he would arrive there in the blink of an eye. Saria, standing nearby, didn't forget to tease him. "If you hadn't woken up today, we were planning to carry you there while you were still asleep. A support squad, providing top-tier service, determined not to let their carry miss the exam." Ray could only laugh half-heartedly at everyone's thoughtful care. As he opened the door and stepped outside, an unexpected scene appeared before his eyes. A huge crowd of villagers had already gathered along the pathway. In their hands were vibrant cheering banners, leaving Gray completely stunned and amazed. Cheers resounded throughout the entire street. "Thank you. You absolutely must pass the exam. Thank you for saving our village." The young girls also enthusiastically waved goodbye to the hero who saved their lives. A man representing the villagers stepped forward, handing Gray a heavy cloth pouch. "Gray, please accept this." He blankly received the unexpected gift and asked, "What is this?" The man explained, "That is the money that the entire village contributed together for you." They knew that the application fee for the World Alliance Academy was by no means a small amount, so they wanted to join hands to help support his future. Looking at everyone's bright faces filled with expectation, Ray called out softly in emotion, "Everyone." He flashed a smile brighter than ever, sincerely responding, "Thank you all so much." However, as he led the horse to prepare for departure, Ray couldn't help but feel the pressure, thinking to himself, "If I end up failing the exam like this, I probably won't have the face to ever return here again." Saria stood nearby, seemingly understanding her student's thoughts. She gently reassured him that he didn't need to worry. Saria smiled with absolute confidence and asserted that not a single applicant applying to the World Alliance Academy could take down a goblin general like he did. Ray looked down at his bandaged arm, anxiously wondering if his current condition would even allow him to compete. But his master immediately reassured him. "Your left hand still functions just fine, right? Just got a debuff, but still forced to go take the entrance exam." Ray tightly clenched his remaining left hand, though there was still a bit of hesitation. Saria firmly stated that that much was more than enough, and he wouldn't even need to use that terrifying power anymore. Standing beside the warhorse, Ray still couldn't help but worry that the entrance exam would certainly not be easy, enough for him to pass with just one arm. Saria looked straight into her student's eyes, asserting that the Academy's examiners were definitely not blind enough to overlook his true talent. She flashed a radiant smile and gave a firm guarantee. I guarantee it. You will definitely pass. Ray gripped the reins tightly, deeply moved, as he expressed his heartfelt gratitude to his teacher, promising himself not to let her down as he spurred his horse to leave. Looking at the village, still peaceful behind him, Ray thought to himself, this village was supposed to have been destroyed in my past life, but now it still exists. This world has truly changed, and the future can absolutely be rewritten with this very power. With glowing red eyes, full of determination, he decisively said, let's go. The horse's hooves drummed along the long road. Gray silently thanked the fine horse for helping him arrive on time. Amidst the vast sea and sky, a magnificent, circular structure rose out of the ocean with endless long bridges leading into the center. Ray was struck with awe by the sheer grandness of this place. So this is the World Alliance Academy. In front of majestic main gate, a bustling crowd of people and carriages was making its way inside, opening a challenging new chapter in his journey to alter his destiny. Inside the vast central arena of the World Alliance Academy, thousands of applicants were gathered in dense crowds under the deep blue sky. A clear, resounding voice echoed out, announcing the start of the exam ticket distribution, while simultaneously requesting everyone to stay in their positions until the process was finished. Standing in the middle of the crowd, Ray listened to the anxious chatter about the harsh pass rates, as someone wondered if everyone here was competing against each other, given that only about 20 people would be selected. A competitive ratio as intense as a high school battle royale. The surrounding applicants gossiped about how the number of admitted students changed from year to year. Sometimes it was 50 people, but there were also years where only a single person managed to pass the trials. Right after that, attention shifted toward the high stands as Professor Ariel was invited to step forward. With vibrant red hair and an authoritative demeanor, she coldly announced that she would get straight to the point regarding the exam ticket distribution. Ariel flashed a meaningful smile and told the applicants to catch the slip of paper about to appear right in front of them. With just a single, powerful snap of her fingers, a terrifying blast of golden magic erupted, enveloping the entire arena space. To the amazement of the thousands of people present, Ray watched in awe as a magical slip of paper, glowing brightly, materialized right in his hand. On it was only a tiny bit of information. Applicant number 513, Swordsmanship course. Looking around and seeing everyone had a ticket in hand, Ariel continued explaining from above. Many of you might be surprised to find the paper completely blank, containing nothing but your application number and course. She smiled smugly and asserted that this was precisely the annual tradition of this academy. Ariel's eyes grew sharp as she firmly declared, the World Alliance Academy does not discriminate based on age, gender, nationality, or social status. To this place, even an applicant's real name has absolutely no meaning. She pointed her hand forward and emphasized only those bold enough to pass the exam and earn the right to step across the bridge leading into the academy deserve to be asked their names. She even nonchalantly allowed them to use a fake name if they wished, as long as they could prove their own capability. Ray stared at the slip of paper in his hand in surprise, thinking to himself, I left my sword at the inn. It still states I'm in the swordsmanship course. What kind of system is this? This system must use AI to read auras instead of scanning weapons. Up high, Professor Ariel smirked and added, furthermore, I have assigned your courses based on your appearances. If I made a mistake, feel free to raise your hand. A mystical gleam flashed in her eyes behind her glasses, making the crowd stir in disbelief. Did she choose the courses just by looking at our faces? Is this a joke? With such a massive number of applicants, how could anyone possibly do that? The whispers and murmurs continued without end. They must have checked our backgrounds beforehand. Or perhaps she cast some kind of mind-reading magic on us. The crowd began spinning conspiracy theories, like a gaming community during a new update chat. Ariel looked down at the panoramic view of the arena and declared, it seems no one has been assigned to the wrong place. Next, I will announce the exam schedule. Please check your tickets. Ray looked down at his ticket. The words first day, 11 a.m. clearly appeared, making his face turn pale. Damn it, I have to take the exam on the very first day. I was hoping to have a bit more time for my arm to recover. Adil coldly emphasized the brutal nature of the exam. This is a one-time only practical test. If you are late, you will be automatically disqualified. Make sure to arrive on time, as we do not accept any requests to alter personal schedules. Standing in the middle of the crowd, Ray anxiously clutched his right arm, which was still fully bandaged. I still can't channel any strength into my dominant hand at all. Please heal up by tomorrow. Even just a little bit would be fine. Time passed quickly, and the official exam day had arrived under the brilliant sunny sky of the academy. Ray looked down at his arm and was struck with horror upon realizing the brutal reality. It hasn't healed at all. Looks like I'll have to take the exam with my arm like this. The supervisor's voice echoed out, cutting off his train of thought. Next applicant, please wait at the arena entrance. He let out a sharp breath to calm his nerves. No, I shouldn't be pessimistic right now. My left hand still functions perfectly, and I can still move my right hand to some extent. Ray stared intently at his hands, ready to face his first trial. He told himself, I must utilize the remaining time to see through the examiner's movements in order to find an opening. Down on the battlefield, the glasses-wearing examiner, with a calm demeanor, ordered the opponent, you may strike first. Instantly, the burly applicant let out a powerful roar, then charged straight ahead with his greatsword in hand. A furious slash slammed down, triggering an explosion of dense dust, but the examiner had smoothly stepped aside to dodge it, to the opponent's utter amazement. Not giving up, the applicant gritted his teeth and shouted, "It's not over yet." The classic catchphrase, right before getting countered into oblivion. He frantically swung his sword, creating fiery clashes. He was struck with horror upon realizing his attacks were completely blocked. Impossible. The examiner still maintained a cold face. He unleashed a lightning-fast sword strike with terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, the greatsword was sent flying into midair, and a powerful strike sent the applicant crashing backward. The examiner sheathed his sword and coldly declared, "Your exam ends here. Pick up your weapon and leave the arena." The disappointed applicant replied weakly, "Understood," then slunk away in utter disappointment. Witnessing that absolute domination, Ray broke into a cold sweat. He shut his eyes in extreme tension. Well, I'm doomed. Right at that moment, the firm call of the examiner echoed throughout the arena. Next, number 513. Ray stepped onto the arena and responded clearly, "Yes." Looking at the examiner who had just taken down a burly applicant with only one hand, he couldn't help but feel anxious. "You're telling me to fight someone who just beat that big guy with only one hand?" The examiner calmly ordered, "You may strike first." Ray decisively replied, "Understood," though in his mind he secretly thought, to be honest, I don't feel like I have a single sliver of a chance. But I will still do everything I can. Let's go. Ray shot forward. In his mind, his master's teachings resurfaced. A sword is not swung with just the arm. You must channel the source of power, generated from your entire body through your hands. That is what you taught me, right, master? Ray channeled strength into his attack, even when my right arm has no strength left. If I can transfer the force through other muscle groups. He swung his sword but instantly realized, not again. I can't fight the way I usually do. If swinging a sword without arm strength were that easy, then from the very beginning, no one would bother training their body. A powerful clash occurred, leaving the examiner completely astonished. Exclaiming in utter shock, Ray suddenly realized something. Looking at the opponent's sword strike, he wondered, isn't the examiner's technique a bit slow? The two continued to clash. Ray analyzed silently. He has terrifying power, but his speed and technique can't even be compared to Master's. He decided to change his strategy. If I rely on the swordsmanship I learned from her, I can make up for the lack of strength in my arm. In that case, Ray's glowing red eyes flashed with murderous intent. He accelerated, making the examiner grit his teeth and struggle to defend. Ray asserted firmly, "Yes, he is definitely slow. He is not as strong as I thought." The image of his master smiling resurfaced along with her assurance. "You will definitely pass." His sword clashed fiercely with the opponent's, creating brilliant flashes of light. Ray channeled all his willpower into the final strike and confidently declared to himself, "I think I can actually pull this off." Ray gritted his teeth, enduring the pressure from the relentless sword strikes. He thought to himself, even though I have seen through the examiner's swordsmanship, his glowing red eyes thoroughly observed every single movement, searching for the smallest opening, amidst the sparks flying everywhere as the two blades continuously clashed. Ray bitterly realized the brutal truth. The gap in physical strength is too immense. I can't break his stance. In the end, winning with just one arm is not easy at all. However, he noticed the movements of the examiner were gradually becoming rough and less precise. Due to his impatience to finish the fight, though knowing it was risky, Ray still decided to bet everything on this exact moment. Maybe if I do it right now. Just as predicted, the examiner unleashed a powerful slash but left a fatal opening. Ray smirked triumphantly. Caught you. You swung way too wide. The examiner's sword missed and stabbed heavily into the ground. Because nothing creates an opening easier than such a massive and calculated swing. Ray swiftly dodged behind his opponent like a flash. He asserted firmly, no matter how vast the difference in strength is, if I can get behind him, then, just as Ray was about to deliver the decisive blow, a clear, resounding shout echoed throughout the arena. Stop! The two instantly froze in the middle of the vast field. Ray stood dead in his tracks, the tip of his sword pointing straight at the examiner, while his breathing was still heavy. He wondered if the match was truly over, and felt a sense of regret that the stop command came too soon, right when he had just found his chance. However, the announcement from the stands rang out, crushing all hope. Time for the test has expired. With this result, the match is considered a draw. Ray gritted his teeth in bitterness, silently blaming himself for not being able to finish it sooner, leaving the outcome less than ideal. Looking down at the sword in his still bandaged right arm, Ray silently left the arena with his head down. He comforted himself that he had tried his best, but worries about the future still weighed on him, as he realized that if he couldn't even defeat this examiner, the journey ahead would be extremely arduous. Walking heavily up the stairs, Ray sighed and told himself that perhaps he had to wait until next year, when his arm fully recovered, to come back and take the exam. Once more, 1 week later, at meeting room number 53 of the World Alliance Academy, the high-ranking officials gathered in full to evaluate the exam results. A representative with silver hair and reading glasses spoke up thoughtfully, asking the members to share their thoughts on the applicants. Now that everyone had completed their tests, a young examiner tiredly complained about the centralized observation process being highly inefficient and suggested dividing the workload for next year to reduce the pressure. Immediately, another member with a full beard countered that it was impossible, pointing out that it was because the number of applicants had increased dramatically to sacrifice any of the Academy's potential talents for personal convenience. The elder cut across the debate, reminding everyone to focus on reviewing the students, instead of discussing the examination system. He lightly tapped his hand on the table and requested, "Let's begin the evaluation with the swordsmanship course and ask the decisive question, who are the ones that passed?" A surge of deep blue magic erupted, displaying the list of the top applicants. As usual, those who defeated the examiners will all pass. The elder spoke up while looking at the magic screens, replaying the matches. He further explained that the rest would be evaluated based on the skills they demonstrated and how they held their ground within the 15-minute limit. Then turn to ask for the opinions of the swordsmanship instructors. An examiner commented that aside from those who won, applicants number 521 and 753 stood out the most. The discussion quickly reached a conclusion with the viewpoint, "Let's decide it that way. Even if the others get in, they won't be able to keep up with the curriculum anyway." Everyone agreed without any opposing opinions. So we have confirmed the list of successful applicants for the swordsmanship course. The elder nodded to finalize it. However, the atmosphere suddenly shifted when a question rang out. What about applicant number 513? Everyone's eyes shifted toward the screen displaying Gray's image. An examiner stared intently at the young boy and muttered, "Applicant number 513? This kid, huh?" That feeling of having your profile scrutinized by a board is exactly like when a teacher turns on the camera to check old lessons. The recording of Gray's match once again appeared on the magic screen. The examiner made a harsh remark. It looks like he was about to win, but if he has to rely on setting a trap just to defeat an examiner, then his future will be very difficult. Another official immediately chimed in, agreeing with that perspective. The criticisms continued to pour down on Gray. His technique is good, but his strength is severely lacking. I feel like he was completely overpowered from the beginning to the end of the match. Faced with these negative evaluations, the elder coldly made a conclusion. In that case, he did not pass. While her colleagues were dismissing Gray, Professor Ariel silently observed with a meaningful expression. Ariel thought to herself while looking at those around her. With so many people observing, and yet not a single one of them noticed it, she let out a sarcastic sigh, believing that if everyone is this blind, then observing together is truly a waste of time. The next morning, brilliant sunlight enveloped the grand clock tower of the academy, signaling the start of a new day. Amidst the bustling crowd heading toward the center, Ray stood frozen at the base of the clock tower, his hand tightly gripping his exam ticket, number 513. The loudspeaker announcement echoed throughout the space. The successful applicants for the swordsmanship course will be announced right now. Only 6 people have passed. Ray nervously swallowed hard, telling himself, it's starting. One by one, the numbers were called out. Applicant número 5, applicant número 217, accompanied by their exam tickets, bursting into bright red flames in the hands of the lucky ones. The list continued to be read aloud. Number 432 and 615, then number 753 and 925. The loudspeaker coldly finalized, that is all. These 6 applicants have been accepted into the swordsmanship course. Ray stared in shock, down at the ticket that remained completely still in his hand. The final announcement rang out, urging the successful applicants to quickly cross the bridge, to complete their enrollment procedures before the day ends. Around him, the successful ones were cheering in excitement, forming a stark contrast to Ray's terrifying silence. He bitterly lowered his head, admitting, looks like I really failed. Amidst the crowd, where some laughed and others cried, Ray silently turned around and walked away in utter disappointment. Suddenly, a strange announcement rang out, shattering the atmosphere. Next is the special direct admission from the heavenly eye. Applicant número 513. Instantly, the ticket in Gray's hand burst into a brilliant, deep blue energy, enveloping his hand, to the utter amazement of everyone around. The surrounding crowd simultaneously gasped in shock. Upon witnessing this bizarre phenomenon, Ray was stunned, staring at the blue flame dancing in his hand. He blankly looked on, unable to believe his eyes. Did I actually pass? The other applicants began whispering and murmuring with deep suspicion. The special admission from the heavenly eye. Looks like they did it again this year. Standing amidst the gazes locking onto him, Ray was still reeling from the shock, questioning himself. The special admission from the heavenly eye. This is the first time I've ever heard of it. He's just someone going through the back door, right? An applicant standing nearby said sarcastically. Another guy chimed in with a taunt. The World Alliance Academy has truly fallen off. Ray questioned himself in confusion. The back door, suddenly getting labeled as a VIP, but nobody actually acknowledges it. He thought to himself that he had no connections whatsoever. Could it be that his master had secretly helped him out? However, Gray still found it incredibly baffling, as he had never heard her mention anything about this. An elder suddenly appeared and reprimanded the young crowd. Do not speak of the heavenly eye's special admission like that. He sternly asserted that this was a prestigious title, a noble category that had produced heroes for humanity for over 100 years. Despite the elder's warning, the applicants kept whispering among themselves, those old geezers are seriously obsessed with that heavenly eye admission. They believed this title was now nothing more than a shadow of the past. Aren't they only impressed by how it was back then? Ray stood silently in the middle of the crowd, while listening to them list off the big names who had previously received this special admission. Those guys laughed in utter contempt. All of them turned out to be pathetic failures. Even current applicants, like us, know that full well. Images of Sword Saint Army White, Great Sage Belon Bright, and Divine Archer Jacob Bloomfield surfaced in Gray's mind in complete astonishment. Suddenly getting called a failure when the profile is entirely full of legends. Ray trembled as he realized a shocking truth. The 3 of them were the core force in the war against Liquidat. He swallowed hard in extreme tension, his glowing red eyes staring intently at the ticket bursting with a deep blue, dark aura in his hand. Ray wondered in utter shock. And now, my name is going to stand alongside theirs. The announcement echoed throughout the academy. The entrance ceremony will begin in 30 minutes. Those who have finished changing, please gather at the plaza, in front of the main office. Ray and the other freshmen dressed in formal uniforms with vibrant badges, walked with excitement on their very first day. However, upon arriving at the meeting spot, a few students began to look around in confusion. The plaza in front of the main office. Is it here? Another person asked doubtfully. There's nothing here at all. Did we come to the wrong place? While everyone was feeling baffled, a man stepped forward and spoke up. Oh, my apologies. He explained that there was a slight delay in the preparations due to a mix-up. A student asked blankly in response. Preparations? The man politely requested. Could you all step back just a little bit, so I can put the staircase into position? The curious crowd stepped back, looking at the magical circle, starting to appear clearly beneath their feet, and asked, is this spot okay? Perfect. The man smiled with satisfaction. He slowly knelt down, placed his hands on the plaza ground, and whispered, all right. Instantly, a bright golden magic burst out violently. The blinding light made the students squint in amazement. From the empty ground, a massive white stone staircase began to take shape and stretch upward, winding straight up to the main hall like a miracle. The man stood up and calmly announced, I apologize for this delay. Please feel free to choose any seat you like. The crowd could only stand frozen, trembling and swallowing hard before this unimaginable display of power by an academy staff member. Why, yes, sir. A staff member acting as if the final boss just appeared. Testing the students' mental endurance like this is truly mind-blowing. The freshmen couldn't help but feel utterly shocked by the display just now. They whispered and gossiped. Was that teleportation magic just now? Can it really teleport something this massive? Ray silently sat on a luxurious chair, secretly evaluating the sheer luxury of the academy for using high-level magic just to set up for a ceremony. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he realized. So this is the power of the World Alliance Academy. Looking around the vast arena, Ray wondered, isn't the number of seats a bit excessive? If only 30 students pass the exam, then there's no need for this many seats. A purple-haired girl sitting nearby overheard and asked, You don't even know that? The boy with his purple hair, tied up high beside her, apologetically replied, Sorry, aside from holding a sword, I've never really studied anything else. The girl then explained with a smug look, Then let me tell you, true to its name, this place gathers the most outstanding students from all over the world. The girl suddenly pointed up to the sky. Look, they're here. The boy beside her was about to let out a gasp, but was instantly frozen by the majestic sight unfolding before them. From amidst the clouds, a fleet of massive airships along with a flock of dragons soaring across the sky began to appear. The pressure from these flying entities left him utterly jaw-dropped in amazement. What? The entire plaza shook at the appearance of those giant war machines. Ray was shocked to recognize one of them. That is the magic airship Strato Queen. He remembered that he had once boarded it back when he was in the Liquid at Subjugation Army. This is one of the largest airships in the world. Yet now the Academy brought it out, just to serve an entrance ceremony. Ray looked at the massive fleet landing, and couldn't help but be overwhelmed. As expected of the World Alliance Academy, groups of freshmen in neat uniforms walked with immense pride amidst the magnificent space. A man placed his hands on the podium, observed the thousands of students below, and declared, It seems everyone is gathered in full. In that case, let us begin the entrance ceremony. The principal, with white hair and round glasses, smiled radiantly, officially opening the ceremony. Following his long speech, thunderous applause echoed throughout the vast arena as a thank you to the principal. Ray sat in the high stands. He let out a long yawn in exhaustion and thought to himself, I thought the entrance ceremony of the World Alliance Academy would be vastly different. Turns out it's no different from any ordinary ceremony. It sounds solemn, but the vibe is still just like a Monday morning meeting that drags on past the hour. Right after that, the program continued with the announcement. Next is the greeting from the top students of each course. Leon Hart, valedictorian of the swordsmanship course. Please step forward. Hearing his name called out, a young man sitting right next to Gray silently stood up. Yes, Leon Hart clearly responded and walked down to the stage. Under the gaze of all the freshmen, whispers began to break out across the rows of seats. Hey, is that him? The guy who knocked out the examiner in the blink of an eye during the entrance exam? Another person, full of admiration, asserted, Yes, I heard his swordsmanship skills are not inferior to any professor here at all. That young man was Leon Hart Abius, a genius, possessing blonde hair and sharp, proud eyes. Ray intently observed this formidable rival and silently evaluated the opponent's capability. Standing on the grand stage under the gaze of thousands of people, the high podium facing the Academy officials, Leon Hart calmly asked, "Just to confirm, I'm allowed to speak freely, correct?" Upon receiving consent, of course, from the school side, he bowed his head slightly. "Thank you very much." However, the atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense as Leon Hart looked straight toward the school board and firmly declared, "Right now, I have a complaint to lodge against the Academy." Leon Hart began his speech. "First of all, to my fellow classmates, no. To everyone who passed the exam, through legitimate means, it is an honor to join the Academy along with you." He expressed his hope that everyone would work hard together to graduate and contribute to the world, while simultaneously striving toward noble goals as students of the prestigious World Alliance Academy. However, his tone suddenly shifted. "But unfortunately, among us, there is someone who does not deserve to be here." Leon Hart glanced toward the examiner's row of seats and questioned, "Am I right, Professor Ariel?" Ariel was slightly surprised, but still calmly replied that all the students here had passed a rigorous examination. She reasoned that even if they weren't as strong as Leon Hart, excluding them would be an unwise idea. Ariel coldly asked back for the reason behind his question. Leon Hart deepened his voice and asserted, "I'm not talking about those who passed the exam legitimately." His eyes grew sharp as he declared, "I'm talking about the one who went through the back door, via your heavenly eye special admission." Suddenly turning the entrance ceremony into a live stream exposes the whole school. Ariel silently observed as Leon Hart pointed his hand toward the crowd and shouted, "You, the one who received that special admission, show yourself at once. Return your uniform and leave the academy immediately." Instantly, the entire plaza fell into a stir. At the hostile declaration, Ray broke into a cold sweat, shocked, wondering why there was such massive hatred. All eyes in the stands began to scan around, trying to find who the person using the Heavenly Eye special admission was. But he soon realized a fortunate truth. "Thank goodness, he doesn't know what I look like." That was a close call. Ray silently calculated that if he didn't step forward, perhaps he wouldn't get dragged into this mess. Meanwhile, Professor Ariel just smiled with amusement and remarked that this year's freshmen are truly lively. Leon Hart deepened his voice and asserted, "Professor, I am extremely serious. Stop accepting students through the back door." But before he could finish his sentence, Ariel stepped in close. Her eyes glowed with a mystical charm behind her glasses, accompanied by a meaningful hum. She coldly asked back, "Do you think you are stronger than that kid?" The sudden murderous intent radiating from the professor made Leon Hart tremble, sweat pouring down in sheer shock. Leon Hart stammered, "What?" He gritted his teeth, trying to keep his composure, then declared, "Of course. Are you implying that I am wrong?" Seeing that arrogance, Ariel flashed an amused smile. "I like that attitude of yours. In that case, how about we make a bet?" Leon Hart asked blankly in response. "A bet?" Ariel decisively confirmed, "Yes." Ariel's eyes flashed with a dangerous gleam as she announced the terms. "We will use my job and that kid's admission as the wager." Both Leon Hart and Gray froze in sheer astonishment, unable to believe this professor would actually dare to wager her entire career on an applicant who was considered a backdoor user like that. Suddenly, the drama escalates from schoolyard beef to betting an entire career and future. Ray gasped in shock. "A bet?" Leon Hart looked at Professor Ariel with deep suspicion. "Are you planning to make me fight that special admission kid?" Ariel smiled and waved her hand, asserting she wouldn't do something so rude. But right after that, her eyes turned ice cold. "After all, if he goes all out, you'll lose your life. As an educator, I cannot put my student's life in danger." Those words made Leon Hart completely lose his temper. Leon Hart was so furious that blue veins popped on his face. He glared and roared, "Are you provoking me?" Ariel still nonchalantly replied, "I am being serious." She suggested changing the format. "Let's wager on monster hunting instead. That will be safer. Besides, you're better at fighting monsters than humans." "Right, Leon Hart." Leon Hart fell silent, realizing the teacher knew his background very well. He asked coldly, "So what exactly is the wager?" Ariel held up her finger and explained that the rules of the game were incredibly simple. "Just kill the monsters that I choose as targets. With each round, the monsters will get stronger, and whoever fails to defeat their target first loses." She clearly announced the stakes. If he loses, I will resign as a professor, and all special admission students will be expelled. Ray sat in his seat, breaking into a cold sweat from the immense pressure, while Ariel finalized the terms with Leon Hart. But if you lose, you must do whatever I tell you. Ariel smiled and asked, how does that sound? Leon Hart gripped his sword hilt tightly and cautiously requested, tell me what the target monsters are first. Although I'm confident I can handle any opponent, I don't want to get dragged into some bizarre setup. Ariel put her hand to her chin in thought, then leisurely replied, let's see, for the first target. Ariel nonchalantly suggested, how about a goblin general? Or was that too easy for you? Instantly, the image of a massive monster, with glowing red eyes and ferocious tattoos appeared, radiating a terrifying pressure that made the crowd of students below tremble. With fear, Ray wondered in utter shock. Why did the teacher intentionally choose the exact monster that I just recently encountered? Leon Hart angrily slammed his hand on the table and shouted, are you kidding me? He gritted his teeth, asserting that a goblin general was not the kind of monster that just anyone could take down single-handedly. Ariel still maintained her calm composure. She explained that she wasn't forcing them to go and kill it immediately. She leisurely proposed, let's set the deadline within this year. That should be more than enough, right? Leon Hart was not convinced at all. He shouted, if just a year of training could take down a calamity of that level, then humanity wouldn't have suffered for so long. At the same time, he demanded that she choose a more realistic target. Suddenly, Leon Hart flashed a smug smile, as if he had seen through everything. Oh, I see. You intentionally chose a monster that no one can defeat to end this wager without a winner, didn't you? He decisively declared that he would not accept that. Ariel nonchalantly walked in her high heels and laid out one final condition. In that case, if the result is a draw, you will be the winner. Leon Hart stared blankly before he could process what was happening when Ariel added, in other words, if that kid cannot take down the goblin general, I will automatically be dismissed, and all special admission students will be expelled. How about that? Looking at the professor's mystical and confident smile, Leon Hart could only stammer, are you out of your mind? Saying this line and still being able to keep your life is already very lucky. He broke into a cold sweat, a sense of unease welling up inside him, feeling that the outcome of this wager seemed to have been predetermined. Ariel smiled and asked Leon Hart if he had any further objections. He cautiously made one final demand. Just to clarify, it cannot be a weakened goblin general or anything similar, right? Ariel confirmed, of course. Then she used magic to summon a contract along with a glowing feather pen. She requested Leon Hart to sign his name, if there were no questions regarding the detailed terms already written inside. After a moment of thought, Leon Hart decisively declared, I'm in, and put his pen to the magical contract. He still couldn't help but ask out of suspicion, however, do you really think that kid can win? Ariel only nonchalantly replied, who knows? She let out a slight laugh, leaving the outcome completely open, then turned her back and walked away. The academy officials sitting behind began to whisper and gossip among themselves, wondering if Professor Ariel was looking for an excuse to retire and thus set up this crazy wager. They said sarcastically that perhaps her prime had passed, which is why she was acting so strangely. Meanwhile, Ariel smirked mysteriously. Excellent. The wager has officially begun. Sitting amidst the crowd, Ray broke into a cold sweat. Upon realizing he had been dragged into trouble, he suddenly noticed an unusual detail. Wait a minute. Why do I feel like she even counted the one that I defeated before enrolling here when she said, let's set the deadline within this entire year? Ray shocking realized the truth. So, the wager was already over the moment it began. He looked toward Professor Ariel and silently marveled at her cunning. She really plays dirty. Just as the tense atmosphere temporarily subsided, an elderly professor opened the book in his hands and clearly announced, now, we will begin the class on the fundamental knowledge of magic. The atmosphere abruptly shifted from brain-racking drama straight to study mode. The professor, standing at the podium, firmly declared that even though it was the first day, the students were not allowed to waste a single moment. He began the lecture from the absolute basics of how to use magic. He explained that inside everyone's body there exists an invisible source of energy called ager, and by controlling it through the magic circuits in the body, humans can manifest power. Sitting below, Ray silently felt relieved, because this theoretical knowledge he had already heard before at the training camp. Therefore, keeping up with the curriculum would probably not be too difficult. However, his most daunting problem at the moment was being placed in the exact same class as Leon Hart. Out of all the available classes, he had to face the guy who just publicly expressed his hatred for special admission students. On the very first day, Ray anxiously told himself, please don't let him find out that I'm a Heavenly Eyes special admission student. He tried to shrink back and make himself look as inconspicuous as possible to avoid catching attention. Yet, less than 5 minutes after the lecture began, the professor coldly pointed straight at him and shouted, you over there, you look quite bored. It's only been 5 minutes, and you're already looking away. You've got some nerve. Ray was shocked at being spotted, even though he sat all the way in the back row. He stammeringly apologized, amazed by the professor's sharp observation. The professor, holding the magic book in his hand, challenged, if you're so confident, why don't you come up here and demonstrate for the class? I assume you know how to use basic magic, right? Ray broke into a cold sweat. He tried to find a way out. Teacher, with all due respect, we are in the swordsmanship course. I think even if we don't know how to use magic, it should be fine. But the professor immediately countered that even if one only uses a sword in a real battle, a warrior still needs to know the basic knowledge to be able to coordinate with mages. And, at the very least, you must learn to grasp the feeling of what it is like to use magic. Ray realized the professor's explanation about Ager was exactly what he used to hear the training camp years ago. He silently guessed if the magic the class was about to learn was Ager bullet or not. When seeing the professor confirm it and ask if he knew how to use it, Ray calmly replied, yes. He silently thanked the hellish training days from his past life for not going to waste. Classic case of hard training only showing its true value now. Seeing this as a good opportunity, the professor then proposed to hold a friendly match right here in class. He turned around and called Leon Hart. Leon, you can also use Ager bullet, correct? Leon Hart confidently replied, of course. He even arrogantly reminded the professor that he had been properly trained in both swordsmanship and magic long before enrolling, so letting Gray face him was a huge risk for the opponent. However, the professor, only coldly, replied that no matter how vast the skill gap was, Gray wouldn't die, and he had no intention of telling Leon Hart to go easy on him either. Suddenly, the professor revealed a shocking truth that silenced the entire classroom. But Ray, over there is this year's Heavenly Eye student. The entire room instantly fell into a stir in absolute shock. Ray was stunned, sweat pouring down as he realized the secret he had painstakingly hidden was completely exposed by the professor right in front of his rival. The professor flashed a sinister smile, seeming highly satisfied with the chaos he had just caused. Leon Hart tightened his fist upon hearing it, his eyes burning with a menacing, murderous intent. I see. In that case, I must teach him some manners. He declared he would show Gray what this academy is truly all about, then glared at him with immense pressure. Get down here. Ray could only tremble, breaking into a cold sweat because he knew real trouble had finally arrived. Standing opposite each other in the middle of the field, the professor ordered that upon the signal, both must fire an Ager bullet at their opponent. Ray was extremely anxious because his magic experience consisted of a mere few days at the training camp. He told himself that though the professor said he wouldn't die, there was no way he would walk away from this completely unscathed. The moment the starting command was given, Leon Hart gathered a brilliant blue energy and declared he would show him the difference in power. With no other choice left, Ray gritted his teeth, channeling all his willpower into his palm. Screw it. The two terrifying magic streams clashed head-on, creating a shocking explosion that enveloped them both, revealing the faces of Leon Hart and Gray staring at each other in utter, wide-eyed astonishment. Both of them simultaneously gasped in shock. What? This match is no longer a spar, but has become a calamity-level event. Leon Hart trembled in fear as he witnessed a power that was completely out of control rushing straight towards him. In the nick of time, the panicked professor rushed forward. He cast a brilliant golden barrier to stop the earth-shattering. Meanwhile, the other students were so severely shaken that they fell over and screamed at the top of their lungs. Leon Hart was knocked far back, groaning in pain as he slammed hard onto the ground. The professor hurriedly ran over to check on his student's condition. Leon, are you okay? Leon Hart forced himself up, answering with difficulty, I'm okay. Seeing that, he breathed a sigh of relief. I see. Thank goodness. But inside, he was still filled with terror. Upon realizing that if the barrier hadn't reduced the impact force, just now could have taken Leon Hart's life. The professor broke into a cold sweat, shocked, telling himself that not a single professor in the academy could cast an Aegir bullet with such a terrifying amount of power. He turned to look at Gray with eyes full of suspicion and demanded, "W, what did you just do?" Gray stood frozen, looking at his own two hands. While others were panicking, he was just confused about why it was so weak. He realized that apparently the Aegir bullet technique he learned from the subjugation army in his past life was completely different from what was being taught at this academy. Ray wondered to himself if he had used the wrong spell, but the professor asserted that it was definitely an Aegir bullet. However, he emphasized that the quality of his bullet was entirely different, as the thing Ray just used was not ordinary Aegir, but super-compressed Aegir. The professor explained that this is a type of power that even professors find difficult to produce. Yet Gray could shape explosion. He asserted with absolute certainty that no one else in this academy could replicate what he had just done. The students began to talk excitedly among themselves, believing that the Heavenly Eyes special admission turned out to be meant for this kind of natural talent, and that he should have been placed in the magic course right from the start. Ray thought to himself that it was ridiculous, because in his past life, all the magic that the subjugation army learned at the training camp was exactly like this, and he was even considered the one with the least talent among them. Looking at the dark energy in his hand, Ray nonchalantly asked, "Are you teasing me, Professor? I think that as long as you train properly, anyone can do this." His naive answer made the professor freeze for a moment, then suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Ray could only stand there staring blankly, not understanding what was going on, but clearly he had just become the center of attention. The professor suddenly rushed over, tightly grabbed Gray's shoulders, and urgently pleaded with him to transfer to the magic course, promising to personally sponsor him. He asserted with absolute certainty that he possessed a natural talent for magic that far surpassed swordsmanship. The speed of this career path change is faster than a meta shift in a game. Gray confusedly tried to find a way to refuse, since he firmly believed that he wasn't good at magic at all. Hearing that, the professor shouted in utter astonishment. He asserted that understanding and creating super-compressed Aegir at such a young age made him an unprecedented genius by all standards of the academy. The professor excitedly shouted, "I don't know what fool told you that you have no talent." But clearly, they didn't know what they were talking about. He continued to beg Ray, "Are you absolutely sure you don't want to transfer to the magic course?" The students below couldn't help but stir in utter amazement. A professor who rarely praises anyone would go so far as to say that. The professor widened his eyes with grave seriousness. "No matter what, it will be a loss to the world if you don't study magic. I would even go as far as to say it's a crime against magic itself." Ray could only give a forced smile at the opponent's overenthusiasm. He managed to decline, stating he wanted to focus on swordsmanship. In his mind, his thoughts began to race as he recalled what the professor just said. Wait a minute, what did he just say? The Aegir compression technique? A memory from his past life suddenly surfaced in Ray's mind about a lecture by a female professor. Coincidentally, in the past, people did not know about the existence of OD, also known as life force. Because of that, casting magic properly was extremely difficult. The memory continued to clearly show the outdated combat methods of that era. Warriors had to continuously compress Aegir inside their bodies, then try to gather it, and only use the small fragments that happened to mix with OD. Looking back, that was quite ridiculous, wasn't it? Returning to the present, Ray broke into a cold sweat as he looked at the professor and silently asked, "Professor, do you know about OD?" The response was just a blank look, full of question marks from him. "OD? What on earth is that?" Ray silently confirmed after a glance full of suspicion. Looking at that reaction, "I have confirmed it. The world, at this point in time, still doesn't know about the existence of OD." He shockingly realized a jarring truth. If that's the case, then what I learned in the subjugation army is actually knowledge from the future. Ray reminded himself that he must be truly careful about choosing whom to reveal this secret to. The professor proposed once again. "So, will you transfer to the magic course?" Ray placed his hand on his chest and politely declined. "I'm sorry, but I love swordsmanship. Although I'm very grateful for your offer, I'm afraid I have to refuse." A clean decision, but enough to make the listener deeply regretful. Professor Carlos let out a sigh full of regret. "If that is your wish, then I cannot force you." But if you change your mind, just come find me at any time. Any time at all will do. Ray smiled slightly. Thank you very much for the offer. Carlos waved his hand, telling him to go back to his seat, and even granted a special privilege. You can return to your seat now. I won't blame you if you don't pay attention to the lecture. Even if you get bored and decide to leave, then I won't mind either. The professor asserted that this lecture was already far too basic compared to Gray's level. The surrounding students couldn't help but marvel. He is truly amazing. I can't believe Professor Carlos would evaluate him that highly. Even the blonde guy who previously doubted. Gray began to pull a total U-turn, switching from a hater to his biggest fan. Suddenly Ray felt a chilling shiver run down his spine. As dusk began to fall, he received a slip of paper with a brief message. Come to my office after class today. Adieu. Ray anxiously walked down the empty corridor. He thought to himself that he had been summoned far too abruptly and wondered if this was somehow arranged by Professor Carlos or not. Standing before the exquisitely carved wooden door bearing a glowing red eye symbol, Ray wondered if Professor Ariel was also planning to advise him to transfer courses. He knocked gently on the door. A voice echoed from inside. It's unlocked. Ray pushed the door open and stepped in. Excuse me. Suddenly, a sword slashed down out of nowhere, aiming directly at his head. Lichtning fust. He drew his sword and blocked the sneak attack in the nick of time. The powerful impact sent bright sparks flying across the room. Ray was stunned, realizing his brain hadn't even processed it. Yet his hand had already moved. He stood his ground with the sword in hand, his eyes completely wary as he looked toward the opponent, who had just been knocked back and collapsed to the floor with a completely shocked expression. Ray questioned himself in amazement. What on earth just happened? He stared intently at the unfamiliar blue-haired girl, feeling a strange, unnameable familiarity. Ray thought to himself, this girl, I feel like I've met her somewhere before. Staring deep into those melancholic, pale yellow eyes, and that light blue hair, an incredibly familiar sensation rushed over him again. Ray thought to himself, this girl, I feel like I've met her somewhere before. Amidst the suffocating silence, the voice of Professor Ariel suddenly echoed from behind. Well, look at that. Ariel nonchalantly sat on her chair, flashing a smug smile. I knew my eye for people wasn't wrong. However, the two professors standing beside her looked highly skeptical. One spoke up, questioning Bella. You didn't happen to go easy on him just now, did you? Did Ariel tell you to take it easy on him? The other added. Your movements were absolutely flawless, but having your sword knocked away so easily like that is not natural at all. Ray froze upon hearing that name, sweat pouring down from the shock. Bella. So she really is Bella Bright, the great sage? Adiel deepened her voice, her sharp eyes staring straight at her two colleagues. Are you two seriously saying that? If you can't even tell whether she went easy on him or not, then you might as well just resign as professors. A gentle line, but the mental damage hits as heavy as a sledgehammer. Under the terrifying pressure from Ariel, the two professors immediately backed down, clumsily making excuses. We were just joking. Watching. Ariel nonchalantly juggling the coins in her hand while those two professors showed clear signs of fear. Ray could only ask blankly, what are you professors doing? Ariel smiled brightly and explained, we were just making a bet on whether you could block Bella's surprise attack or not. Thanks to you, I've made quite a tidy sum. A story that sounds like mere entertainment, yet directly involved a life or death moment just now. She nonchalantly flipped the coin toward him and said, here is your share. Ray caught the gift and nearly dropped his jaw upon realizing it was a pure gold coin. A gold coin? Isn't this thing worth a small fortune? The male professor stood contemplating and observing silently, secretly admitting that everything went exactly as Ariel had predicted. From the encounter just now, the male professor assessed that Gray had intentionally avoided using his dominant hand, as if he were trying to protect an arm. Completely motionless, he contemplated and guessed whether that was due to an injury, but then asserted, rather than an obvious physical wound to the muscle, I would say it is more like a deeper kind of damage. The colleague beside him also concurred, I agree. A simple injury would not cause that. Ray broke into a cold sweat, asking in shock, you can figure out that much just by looking? The professor smiled and replied that if they couldn't see at least that much, then they wouldn't be professors at this academy. At the same time, he revealed that Professor Ariel had actually noticed it right during the exam. Adiel. At this moment, nonchalantly shooed away her two colleagues and asserted that Ray is her student, so she won't hand him over to anyone else. Before leaving, The two professors admitted, "We will acknowledge that he has potential, at least for now." The mustachioed professor looked back at Gray with sharp eyes, giving a heavyweight warning. "But if that wound does not heal, it still means you do not meet the admissions standards of the academy. Keep that in mind." Ray silently watched their figures disappear behind the door. Once the annoying people had left, Ariel turned to look at him with a calculating gaze. Now that those bothersome folks are gone, Ariel intertwined her fingers, her eyes glowing with a mystical charm as she began to switch to the main topic. "Let's talk about magic." No beating around the bush, straight to the point, as if she had prepared the script from the start. She mentioned his use of super-compressed agar in Professor Carlos's class, leaving Gray only able to gasp. "So you already know?" Ariel took a sip of coffee and revealed that Carlos had run straight to her office to demand she hand him over to the magic course. But of course, she flatly refused. Her sharp eyes peered through Ray's soul. Behind her glowing monocle, "To me, you're more suited to holding a sword than magic," she asserted with absolute certainty. "You don't look like someone who is good at compressing agar at all. There's not even a sign that you've ever practiced it." Ray broke into a cold sweat. Upon realizing her, I could see through everything with just a single glance. He told himself it was best not to lie here. Ray took a sip of tea and admitted, "It is exactly as you say." Ariel immediately changed her tone. She proposed that he reveal the trick he used in exchange for a worthy reward, promising to keep it an absolute secret. She leaned in close to Bella and pleaded, "I really need to know for this girl's sake. I mean, for Bella." Gracie almost let it slip and called her the great sage. He shockingly realized he had to be extremely cautious with his words. Ariel explained that although Bella was a genius in magic theory, she was completely helpless when it came to practice, because she couldn't use the agar compression technique, which resulted in her inability to create super compressed agar. Ray suddenly recalled the rumor that Bella on Bright was a late bloomer. He silently understood the real reason behind that. Ariel continued to delve deeper into the matter. "However, according to what I heard from Professor Carlos, when you used super compressed agar, you didn't look like you were compressing agar at all." Ariel hoped that if there was a way to use super compressed agar without going through the compression step, then Bella wouldn't have to be sent to Professor Bradley. Hearing that name, Ray was so shocked that he completely lost his composure. He tremblingly repeated, "Professor Bradley? Do you mean Professor Varian Bradley?" His eyes widened in absolute horror. At the mention of that haunting name, Ariel looked at Ray's expression and confirmed, "Yes, I see you know him." Ray fell silent, his heart churning. "There is no way I wouldn't know him. He is extremely infamous." The terrifying memory of Varian Bradley flashed back, filled with cruel experiments on human bodies. He was a mad scientist who viewed human lives as mere disposable tools, taking the lives of countless innocent people. Not stopping there, he was also the one who caused earth-shattering magic calamities, leading to the deaths of thousands of souls. He is the worst magic criminal in history. With a mad smile hidden behind his glasses, Ray shockingly wondered to himself, has he still not been arrested in this era? Ariel continued to reveal the bitter truth. If this girl cannot create super compressed agar by the end of this year, she will be sent to him, where she will have to undergo surgery. Ray froze, his eyes widening in horror. "What? Wait a minute. Isn't that a terrible idea?" Ariel looked at Bella, then nodded. "That's right. Even though the surgery is under the guise of enhancing magic abilities, it is actually human experimentation. Although it hasn't been made public yet, the rumors about his victims losing their lives or becoming crippled are absolutely real." Bella slowly spoke up. "It is dangerous and terrifying, but I will be expelled at the end of this year if I cannot use super compressed agar." Ariel looked at her student with deep sorrow. "Honestly, I would rather have you drop out than let that guy mess around with your body." Sitting opposite them, Ray silently took a sip of tea, his mind battling intensely. "The magic I know is knowledge that doesn't yet exist in this era. If I tell them, I might alter the course of history." Looking at Bella's trembling hands on her knees, painful images of a flaming future flashed back in his mind, causing Gray to feel deep sorrow. But then he slightly smirked and told himself, well, why on earth not? That hellish future had better be changed. He firmly put his teacup down on the table and said decisively, "I understand." Ray looked straight at the two of them and declared, "I will teach you how to use super compressed agar." His eyes glowed with determination. In the palm of his hand, a powerful, swirling dark blue energy gathered. Immediately after, the scene shifted to the Academy's vast arena area. On the blackboard, Ray began to draw complex magic diagrams, explaining the flow of energy and the structure of the human body. Walking through the quiet stands, Ray breathed a sigh of relief. That is the entirety of the magic knowledge I know. As promised, please do not tell anyone that I taught you to this. Ariel smiled to reassure him that they had signed a magical contract. And if they broke it, both would lose their lives. Ray curiously asked, so what do you two think? After hearing what I just said, Ariel put her hand to her head, her face still filled with shock. Just knowing about OD alone was enough to blow my mind. But the magic knowledge you revealed goes far beyond even that. Bella could not hide her admiration either. She felt as if she had just attended a magic class. From hundreds of years in the future, her eyes glowed with admiration as she asserted that Gray's explanations had advanced the history of magic by a whole century. Ray looked at her worshipping expression and thought to himself, actually, that is your own lecture from 15 years later. But to the people of this era, it truly is advanced. Ariel crossed her arms and looked toward the arena with suspicion. There is too much information for me to judge accurately. Do you think what he said is true, Bella? Bella stared intently at the formulas on the board and asserted, the probability is high that this theory is correct. There is absolutely nothing that contradicts current magic theories. She looked out at the horizon where the sun was gradually setting and continued, furthermore, the fastest way to find out the answer is to test it. That is why we are here. Holding Ray's note in her hand, Bella told herself, if everything Ray said is true, then this spell will work. Standing in the middle of the empty arena, Bella silently declared, according to that theory, this is the true extent of my power. She closed her eyes and focused all her energy. She raised her magic staff high. Instantly, a massive magic circle with complex, glowing golden patterns erupted. Standing behind, Ray broke into a cold sweat. He shockingly asked back, the true extent of her power? Deep down, Ray began to tremble as he recalled the memories of the great sage from the future. If I remember correctly, wasn't the maximum power of Bella on Bright said to be capable of burning down an entire city? He terrifiedly realized an even worse detail. Furthermore, she was also said to be unable to properly control her own monstrous magic power. The stream of light from the magic circle abruptly expanded, engulfing their entire field of vision. Bella uttered blankly, huh? As she noticed an abnormality that was far beyond control. A blinding white light swallowed everything, leaving Gray only enough time to scream in panic. Wait, hold on a second. A massive, earth-shattering pillar of energy from the center of the magic circle shot straight up into the blue sky, creating an explosion of light that shook the entire academy. Standing before the scorching energy stream that was swallowing everything, he raised his hand to shield himself and shockingly told himself, what a terrifying power. Ray was still in absolute shock as he realized he had just narrowly escaped death. If she hadn't controlled that magic just now, I would have been dead for sure. It truly saved my life. Meanwhile, Bella appeared to be incredibly thrilled. She held her staff high and cheered. I did it. I even tried to control it too. This is so much fun. A massive, blazing fire dragon emerged from the debris, coiling majestically under her command. Yet, right after that moment of ecstasy, Bella's face suddenly turned pale. But I'm completely out of anger. Her stamina bar dropped to 0 after overdoing a combo. Her body staggered, and she collapsed onto the arena floor. Gray hurriedly ran over to check on her condition. Ray panic-strickenly rushed over to catch her and shouted, Bella! Professor Ariel, standing nearby, calmly reassured him. Calm down. She just fell asleep from anger depletion. Just let her rest. Looking at Bella, lying snugly in his arms, Ray let out a soft smile of relief. Ariel could not hide her admiration either. It's still truly magnificent. Just think about it. She could cast such a large-scale magic in such a short period of time. In her unconscious state, Bella was still mumbling in her sleep. It's not that I'm good. It's because of that hypothesis. I can easily create super-compressed anger. Ray could only break into a cold sweat, hearing her talk back even while asleep. But that is your hypothesis after all. Ariel breathed a sigh of relief. She crossed her arms with deep satisfaction. Now that she can create super-compressed agar, she no longer needs that surgery. Phew, I will personally talk to Bradley to cancel it. But I'm especially glad that she didn't lose her ability to control magic. Ray wondered, the ability to control magic? Audio confirmed and explained that although Bradley's surgery could enhance the output of magic power, the price to pay was control itself. She revealed that though the inner workings were secret, it seemed to be a surgical procedure that forcefully broke the body's limitations. Ray pondered in deep thought. So that was it. Could the reason why that female mage in my past life couldn't control her own immense magic power be precisely because of that surgery? A piece of historical puzzle began to fit into the timeline of the future. Ariel interrupted his train of thought. At any rate, thanks to you, Bella is now able to create super-compressed agar. Consider yourself as having fulfilled the terms of our contract. She smiled meaningfully. Now it's my turn to fulfill my part. First of all, regarding your arm, there's a type of magic I want to use on it immediately. Ariel extended her hand toward Gray, casting a type of brilliant magic with mystical blue butterflies surrounding his injured arm. The pure energy seeped into every muscle fiber, causing the cracks to gradually disappear under the shimmering light. Ariel gently asked, "How does it feel?" Ray shockingly looked down at both his hands. He tried to move each finger in absolute amazement as he felt life returning to them. Ray gasped in surprise. "I can move it." He couldn't hide his excitement and shouted, "Thank you so much, Professor." However, Ray still couldn't help but wonder, since even high-grade recovery potions couldn't heal this wound. Yet she was able to do it. Ariel smirked with immense pride. "Humph, don't compare my nerve recovery magic with those ordinary healing potions." She looked at him challengingly. "But will it truly function like before? Try swinging your sword and check it out." Ray swung his sword to test the newly healed arm. However, he immediately froze with a look of doubt, staring intently at his hand gripping the sword hilt. Ray contemplated, realizing something was wrong. "It doesn't move as smoothly as before." "Just as I thought." Ariel stood behind him and calmly explained, "I may have healed your nerves, but my magic cannot heal the wound in your soul." Ray shockingly asked back, "The wound in my soul?" Ariel asserted that though current magic knowledge has not yet proven the existence of the soul, she was absolutely certain it exists. She raised her hand to her glasses, her eyes glowing with a mystical star symbol as she declared, "After all, I can see it with these eyes of mine." The image of Gray's soul appeared as a deep blue energy sphere, wrapped in chains of light. Ariel reassured him that his soul was healing naturally, as long as he didn't overexert himself. Ray anxiously asked, "How long will it take to fully heal? So should I limit my sword training?" Ariel waved her hand, telling him to just train normally. But she appeared to be incredibly curious, wanted to know what kind of sword technique could cause such profound damage to the soul. Ray could only break into a cold sweat, giving an awkward, forced smile at the professor's terrifying sharpness. Ariel continued to contemplate further. There is already an example of swordsmanship that uses the soul to control the sword. Ray was blank and confused until she suddenly mentioned a name, Army White, staring deep into Gray's eyes with a scrutinizing look. Ariel asked, "You know her, right?" Gray froze. The image of Sword Saint Army White flashed back in his mind, leaving him in utter shock. "Huh, why on earth is she mentioning the Sword Saint's name here? At this point in time, we shouldn't even know each other yet." Seeing Gray frozen, Ariel tilted her head and asked, "Did I say something wrong? The way you swing your sword gives the feeling that you learned it from Army." Ariel contemplated and observed, then remarked, "But thinking about it again, it's a little different. The person you learned swordsmanship from seems to be even more skilled than Army." She continued to evaluate. "Even so, in just a few more years, Army will reach the level of your master. In the future meta, a top server character is merely considered potential on par with someone else's student." Ray broke into a cold sweat, amazed by her sharpness. "She even knows to that extent." He clumsily tried to make an excuse. "I only learned swordsmanship at a dojo in my hometown," realizing that if this continued, all his secrets would be exposed. Ray hurriedly changed the subject. "Can the soul really be damaged just from practicing the sword?" Ariel coldly replied, "Absolutely not. At least not by any ordinary swordsmanship." She explained further, "In the first place, no. There is no way something ordinary could take down a goblin general with a single slash. Not to mention slashing down all the surrounding goblins and trees too." Ray froze, realizing, so she already knew. "Of course. Thanks to you, I almost won that bet," she revealed. that she had seen the remains left at the scene, and asserted they were truly magnificent, so much so that even the most sophisticated slashing magic could not achieve such a feat. That mysterious power inside you, you used it, didn't you? Ray shockingly asked back. Can you see it with your own eyes? Professor, standing in the middle of the arena under the sunset, Ariel said decisively, of course I can see it. She stared deep into him with her uniquely glowing eyes. I can see the power leaking through that chain gate. Ray was stunned, looking at the image of the chain gate appearing in his mind. He tremblingly realized she could truly see it. This wasn't something that could be guessed by pure luck. Ariel nonchalantly continued. But then again, I've actually seen a power similar to yours before. She explained that though she didn't think they were identical, they gave off a very similar feeling. Ray couldn't help but wonder, a similar power? Are there others who possess a power like mine? Ariel nodded in confirmation, yes, though I'm not entirely sure if they are human or not. She coldly uttered the name, Liquidator the Destroyer. Hearing that, Ray's eyes widened in utter shock. So that's what they are called. Seeing her student's reaction, Ariel chuckled slightly. Ha! So you've heard of them. Ray was in absolute shock, a single question screaming in his mind. Why on earth is that name being mentioned in this era? Ariel realized Gray had heard of that entity, and she sighed. So you've heard about it? Honestly, I didn't think it was that famous. Looking at the magic diagrams on the board, she nonchalantly continued. But given that you hold a type of magic theory that seems to come from the future, I suppose this isn't all that surprising. Ray silently confirmed in his heart that it was indeed knowledge from the future, even though no one right now has truly realized it yet. Ariel looked deep into his eyes and demanded to know, who exactly are you, Gray? How much do you know about Liquidator? Ray fell silent for a long time, then replied, only that it is an extremely dangerous threat to humanity. He recalled the image of the Destroyer amidst a battlefield filled with dark aura, and said firmly, it must be stopped before it appears. If that is impossible, then it must be destroyed at all costs. Ariel rested her chin on her hand in deep thought. That might be a bit extreme, but I agree that it is very dangerous. She lowered her voice and revealed further. Even so, Varian Bradley still seems to be determined to continue his experiments. Ray shockingly asked back, Varian, what does he have to do with this? Ariel looked at him with a meaningful gaze. What else could it be? Liquidator is precisely the entity he is trying to summon. Ray froze, sweat pouring down as a brutal truth was just unveiled. What? Liquidator was created by humans? No one has ever mentioned that before. Ray began to connect all the pieces together. He thought back to his past life, but the Academy in the previous timeline acted as if they knew exactly where Liquidator would appear. The image of the Academy's grand fleet of airships surfaced in his mind, filled with suspicion. Gray's eyes widened as a horrifying hypothesis occurred to him. Don't tell me the Academy was involved in summoning. Then from the very beginning, Gray looked toward the majestic structures of the Academy with absolute skepticism. Ray asserted, this experiment must be stopped immediately. Ariel thoughtfully agreed, but she admitted she didn't have enough authority to interfere, since the one behind it was also a professor like her. Even though she had tried to pressure higher-ups to cancel it, they completely ignored her. When Gray demanded to know the true identities of those leaders, Ariel could only evade the question. I'm sorry, I don't have the right to reveal that to you either. She asserted with absolute certainty that, unless there was an order from the higher-ups, otherwise, no one would be able to force that experiment to stop. Ray realized the Academy's leadership apparatus was far more troublesome and overlapping than he had imagined. He thought to himself that if he could prove he was a criminal, the situation would change. Haunting memories of his past life resurfaced, where Varian's illegal experiments took the lives of tens of thousands of people. Ray asserted that he knew exactly where those crimes were being committed and stated decisively, I know where he is conducting his illegal experiments, if we catch him red-handed at the scene. But Ariel immediately crushed that idea. I'm sorry, but that isn't feasible either. To Gray's astonishment, she explained that breaking into a professor's research facility without permission is already a major crime in itself. If they couldn't produce concrete evidence, they would be the ones thrown into prison. Ariel looked deep into his eyes with a scrutinizing gaze. Or do you happen to have evidence of his crimes right now? Ray could only remain silent in utter helplessness, which led Ariel to conclude that this matter had to be put aside for a while. Ray clenched his fist. He bitterly realized that despite knowing the danger full well, Ariel's hands were also tied at the moment. Seeing her student falling silent, the teacher suddenly changed the subject. More importantly, let's talk about your power. Don't you want to learn how to control it? Ray shockingly asked back. Can you really do that? Ariel smirked confidently. She revealed that there was a professor in the academy who was extremely skilled at handling mysterious and unidentified sources of power. Ariel leaned in close and revealed the name. Hector Longfellow is his name. Hearing this, Ray was so shocked that his pupils contracted. He couldn't believe his ears. Hector Longfellow? Was he the one who used to train even the Sword Saint? Seeing his reaction, Ariel smiled smugly. I knew you would be interested. I will arrange for you to start a private training session with him tomorrow. Ray clenched his hands and shouted with great excitement. Please, help me. He thought to himself that the main purpose of his coming to this academy was to master his power, and he hadn't expected to find a clue this fast. The scene shifted to the academy stadium, where head coach Longfellow had already appeared, and began a brutal training session. Ray was drenched in sweat, trying to keep up with the figure ahead. I am receiving direct instruction from the one and only Hector Longfellow himself. But why on earth do we have to run like this? Instantly, Hector's voice boomed with immense authority. Your mind is wandering. I can feel it. If you still have time for idle thoughts, then speed up. Run until your body reaches its absolute limit. The head coach reminded him in a stern voice. Listen carefully. Only when you burn away the very last drop of your physical strength will the power of your soul truly awaken. As long as you still have even a shred of stamina left, we won't touch a sword. Got it? Gray mustered all his energy to reply. Yes, master. Although he told himself that the head coach's training definitely carried a profound meaning, Gray's heart was still heavy with anxiety. But while I'm running in circles here, Varian is conducting experiments to summon the Arbiter. Should I really be doing this? Right now, he continued to rush forward amidst an intense internal struggle. A week of training passed. Ray went to Professor Ariel's office. She spoke up to ask, how have things been going with the head coach? Ray scratched his head and confessed, to be honest, it's mostly just running. We only practice with sort of a little bit at the very end, but I truly feel like I've gotten stronger. Ariel smiled and remarked, that sounds exactly like his style. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Excuse me. A mailman stepped in and handed her an envelope. Professor, Ariel, a letter has just been delivered to you. Ariel took it and replied, oh, thank you. However, the moment she opened the letter to read it, her expression suddenly darkened with intense tension. Noticing the abnormality, Ray anxiously asked, is something wrong? Ray took the letter and shockingly read the contents inside. It was a letter from Varian Bradley sent to Professor Ariel. He wrote, I have received a report that Bella on Bright has succeeded in creating super-compressed Agar. It seems she has indeed achieved a power closely resembling it. However, upon examination, it is clear that she does not actually compress it. Therefore, her new ability cannot be recognized as super-compressed Agar. Accordingly, the contract remains valid, and the surgery will proceed as scheduled. Gray's eyes reddened with fury. He gritted his teeth and growled. This matter is insane. Gray bitterly blurted out. It seems Bradley is determined to force her into surgery, even when she no longer needs it. He demanded to know whether Bella could refuse, but Ariel could only intertwine her hands in utter helplessness. Unfortunately, this contract has no loopholes, unless Bradley himself cancels it. Otherwise, Bella has only two choices: be expelled or undergo the surgery. Gray was stunned. He could only utter in absolute shock. No way. Ariel slammed her hand down on the table, her gaze becoming more resolute than ever. Ray, I need your help. Tell me where Bradley's laboratory is. She asserted that if they could expose his criminal face, that contract would be completely null and void. Ray was slightly taken aback, but then he smirked slightly, repeating her words. Didn't you say yourself that it would be very dangerous if we don't have evidence? Ariel closed her eyes with a calculating look. We're going to find the evidence. I'm putting my faith in you. No, perhaps I believed you from the very beginning. Her eyes glowed through her monocle, emitting a mystical aura as she confessed. These eyes have told me that you have been telling the truth the entire time. It's just that it took me too much time to admit it. Ray listened silently, his glowing red eyes showing absolute seriousness before the professor's total trust. Ariel decisively commanded, lead the way, Ray. Together, we will bring his crimes to light. She turned around and walked away, a deep blue magical aura beginning to envelop her body. As both prepared to venture into the enemy's lair, Ray revealed the exact location. His laboratory is located in the mountains near Toro Village. Ariel thoughtfully repeated the name, Mount Toro. She recalled that Varian indeed had a research facility, authorized by the Academy there. Ray was shocked upon realizing the enemy's cunning. He conducts illegal experiments right inside an official laboratory. Ariel smirked and explained that it was the most perfect hiding place, as no one would ever suspect or keep an eye on him, no matter how long he stayed there. In addition, the unwritten rule among professors is to never interfere in a colleague's research area. This further facilitated Varian's crimes. As long as we find evidence of the crime, the break-in will no longer be a legal issue. Right at that moment, a knock on the door interrupted their train of thought. Bella walked in with a pale face, holding an envelope in her hand. "Professor, I just received this letter." Seeing her student's anxiety, Ariel took the letter and decisively reassured her, "Don't worry. I will take care of this." Witnessing the professor preparing to venture into danger, Bella asked tremblingly, "Professor, are you going to confront Varian alone for my sake? Just by yourself?" In response was only a confident and mysterious smile from Ariel. She asserted firmly, "Myself alone is enough." The light reflecting off her monocle further enhanced the professor's majestic air. But Ray couldn't just stand by and watch. He stepped forward to stop her. "Please wait. I will go with you. I will go along as well." Bella also regained her courage. She gripped the hem of her shirt and said resolutely, "Me too. After all, this is my own problem. I cannot keep running away forever." Ariel anxiously stopped them. "Wait, he is a professor of the Academy. Not only that, he is also a madman who has repeatedly conducted dangerous experiments on human bodies. If he catches either of you, there is no telling what he will do. I cannot let the two of you go to a place like that." Ray stepped closer and resolutely countered, "That is all the more reason why going alone is dangerous. If I use the power that I used to defeat the Goblin General, I will be able to be of help to you. Furthermore, if you disappear, Professor, then as a student admitted under your recommendation, I will be expelled." Ray looked straight into Ariel's eyes and pleaded, "Please, at least let us decide our own destiny." Seeing the determination of both Ray and Bella, Ariel let out a soft sigh of resignation. "It sounds like you would still go, even if I stopped you. In that case, I will let you go on one condition." Ariel's face became extremely serious as she instructed, "No matter what happens, put your own safety above all else. Do you understand?" Ray and Bella decisively confirmed, "Yes, I understand." Night blanketed the majestic snowy mountains, where a strange and gloomy ancient structure stood. Ray, Bella, and Ariel were hiding behind the bushes to observe from afar. Ray softly asked, "Is he really conducting illegal experiments here?" Ariel nodded in confirmation, "Yes. And we're going to find evidence of that right now, correct?" Ray stared intently at the building, sweat rolling down his cheek as he asserted with certainty, "Yes, this is definitely the place." Bella gazed fixedly at the gloomy building of the laboratory. She softly said, "It looks like a haunted mansion. If you say so, I believe you. But can we really collect the evidence without getting into any trouble?" Ariel reassured them that Varian was currently at the Magic Association conference, so he was definitely not here. However, she warned that the main entrance was highly likely to be booby-trapped. Therefore, the group would have to break in through the sidewall. In the face of Bella's anxiety, Ariel nonchalantly asserted, "Either way, breaking into an Academy-authorized laboratory is already a crime. Everything is fine." She even smiled integration ally, telling Bella, "Feel free to go back if you change your mind." Ray decisively gripped his sword and declared, "I'm going." Bella still couldn't help but feel guilty. She asked the professor if she really wanted to take risks for someone like her. Ray immediately interrupted her, "You're wrong. Stopping his experiments is for the benefit of the world. If we don't do it, countless people will die. No, the whole world will be sacrificed." Bella shockingly asked back, "What do you mean by that?" Ariel then softened the tone, saying that though Gray exaggerated a bit, she agreed that Varian must be stopped. Ariel advised Bella not to worry too much, as they weren't risking their lives just for her. With a confident smile, the professor commanded, "Now, action." The three of them immediately dashed forward like arrows. Ariel raised her hand to summon a series of blazing magic circles. releasing a massive stream of energy to blast through the laboratory wall. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, blowing away all obstacles in the blink of an eye. Ray stood watching the scene of devastation before him. He could only let out a bitter smile. This is a bit overdone. Ray, Ariel, and Bella stepped through the debris into the interior. Ray's red eyes contracted at the horrifying sight. Skinny arms were tightly chained to the wall. Surrounding them were bodies lying scattered all over. Ariel coldly remarked, "It seems we don't need to trouble ourselves with searching for evidence anymore." Looking down at the massive laboratory, Ariel recognized 14 types of forbidden magic being cast, not to mention the illegal experiments on human bodies. In the center, a magical altar glowed with an eerie purple light. Bella asked tremblingly, "What should we do now?" The original plan was to get the evidence and leave. "But shouldn't we rescue these imprisoned people right away?" Ray anxiously urged. "We shouldn't stay here for too long. If we drag this out, Varian might return." Suddenly, a deep, raspy voice echoed. "Oh, were you guys calling for me?" The three of them turned around in shock. Ariel narrowed her eyes warily as she saw a dark figure approaching. The one who appeared was none other than Varian, with a sinister smile behind his purple glasses. He nonchalantly revealed that he had arranged for a body double to attend the conference, so that he himself could return to conduct an important experiment here. Ariel asked suspiciously, "An important experiment?" Varian casually admitted that he had just acquired some fresh ingredients and wanted to use them right away while they were still fresh. However, upon seeing the presence of Gray's group through his lenses, he slightly pushed up his glasses and declared, "But plans have changed. Ariel, Bella." And Gray couldn't help but be completely shocked. Sweat poured down in the face of the intense, killing aura from the man opposite them. Varian stared fixedly at them through the reflection on his glasses. He smugly said that he had originally been looking for ingredients with a higher magic potential than ordinary people. He wondered curiously how on earth the whole group managed to sniff out this secret. "But I'm certain that you all silently came here without informing anyone else. If all of you suddenly went missing at the same time." Varian let out a mad smile, revealing his white teeth alongside eyes glowing with absolute evil. He asserted with absolute certainty, "No one will suspect me of anything at all." Ray shockingly questioned the opponent's intentions. "Ingredients? Don't tell me you intend to turn us into test subjects." Varian casually replied, "Just calm down. Your sacrifices will help expand the boundaries of magic itself." He let out a gruesome smile and asserted that, since he couldn't let the group leave here alive, he would make the most thorough use of them. Suddenly, a fiery column of energy erupted, causing Varian to utter in surprise, "Huh?" A violent explosion engulfed the space, emitting blinding flashes of light. Ariel and Bella narrowed their eyes tensely against the terrifying pressure spreading around them. Bella tightly gripped her staff, her eyes glowing with absolute determination, as she prepared to face the danger ahead. Amidst the brilliant purple magic, Varian praised with delight, "Magnifique. Truly wonderful. The heavenly eye." Ariel has not lost her sharpness at all. He stared intently at Gray and remarked that it was unimaginable for a specially admitted student to possess such outstanding talent, causing him to begin harboring intentions to target other rookies of the heavenly eye. Varian smirked madly before hearing a sarcastic remark. "I'm not impressed by your farce at all. An academy student trying to assassinate a professor." Bella tightly gripped her staff. She coldly asserted, "I'd rather kill than be killed," even though she had just missed a golden opportunity to finish him off. Ariel quickly commanded, "Let's retreat. We have enough evidence now." Ray agreed that they should leave the rest for the academy to handle. However, Varian's haunting voice rang out, "Do you think I'll let you leave that easily?" Instantly, an eerie column of dark purple aura erupted. Ariel let out a roar as she mustered all her strength to cast a radiant golden barrier to withstand the deadly attack. Bella, standing behind, could only scream in terror, "Professor!" However, Varian let out a triumphant smile and declared that all efforts were utterly futile, as this was precisely the culmination of his dedicated research, named the Flame of Greed. He explained that this flame was capable of devouring any defensive magic and turning it into fuel to make itself many times stronger. In theory, this was an unstoppable attack, even though its sole weakness was consuming an extremely rare amount of materials to be summoned. Before Ariel's shocked eyes, the sturdy barrier began to crack and shatter under the destructive power of the dark fire. Amidst the chaotic energy stream that was swallowing everything, she struggled to stand up and pulled out a magic recording pouch. Ariel showed that, commanding her student, who was frozen in fear, Bella, take this recording pouch and give it to Gray immediately. She asserted that as long as the head coach saw this, he would know exactly what to do to turn the tables. Ariel still stood firmly alone to block the oncoming dark fire and screamed to urge her. Go quickly. Bella stepped forward, holding a glowing magical sphere in her hand, and said resolutely, Professor, your barrier is breaking. Let me handle this. She shockingly recalled the promise made before coming here. She screamed, demanding Bella to prioritize her own life because variance magic was too abnormal, conventional. Defensive spells could not stop it. As the barrier shattered under the terrifying pressure, Bella still maintained an unusually calm composure and replied, It's fine. A blue stream of light erupted, colliding head-on with Varian's purple flame, creating a shocking explosion. Bella stood firmly amidst the surging energy and nonchalantly declared, This magic actually isn't that strong. It just requires a slightly different type of defensive magic. Witnessing his dedicated attack being easily nullified, Varian shockingly bellowed in terror. No way. The anti-magic theory against the flame of greed is only known by Varian. How on earth could you know it? Bella coldly shot back, stating that she had recently been taught a new theory, and thanks to it, dealing with this magic became incredibly easy. Varian gritted his teeth frantically. He could not believe his ears. Someone taught you, he screamed in absolute fury, demanding Bella to confess the name of the traitor, and threatened to give her a painful death if she refused to speak. Looking at the opponent's maddened face, Bella slightly tilted her head and asked, You want to know who taught me? She looked up straight at him with a challenging smile and delivered the final blow. That's a secret. The memory of the conversation with Gray resurfaced back when Ariel was still doubtful, since he was just a swordsmanship student. Yet Bella had trusted the formulas that Gray provided because they were completely logical and did not contradict current magic theories at all. Ray at that time acted totally nonchalant, radiating the vibe of a hidden top student, which was extremely suspicious. Ray himself, back then merely, thought to himself that he had simply connected everything from the knowledge of his past life back to the present. Varian realized he would not get a serious answer. He coldly uttered, Fine then. He raised high a brilliant red crystal in his hand, his purple eyes flashing with absolute killing intent along with a cruel declaration. Then be burned alive for me. He gritted his teeth and crushed the red crystal in his hand, releasing a dark power that was unbelievably cold and sinister. Instantly, the dark aura erupted powerfully, turning into eerie demonic skulls and a massive mouth full of teeth, as if wanting to swallow all life inside the room. The dark fire's power poured down like a storm, surrounding the group with suffocating pressure. Ray anxiously shouted, Bella, are you okay? Standing in the middle of the energy surge, Bella gritted her teeth, focusing power into her staff to maintain the defense. I'm fine. This barrier can still hold. However, Varian smirked with absolute evil. He casually saw right through her limits. But your reserved mana will not last long, will it? With that amount of mana, at best, you can only hold out for one more minute. Realizing the situation was extremely critical, Bella urged her master, Master, please attack him. I will focus all my strength on defense. Adiel de Disli replied, understood. Her eyes glowed with magic through her monocle, quickly finding an opening in the opponent's technique. The fire at that position is thinning. I can project my mana outside the barrier. Ariel placed her hand on the shield as brilliant blue lightning bolts began to accumulate and dance around her palm with immense power. A massive stream of deep blue magic fired out like an arrow of light. Yet Varian still stood proudly behind the wall of dark purple fire. He coldly mocked her effort, planning to counterattack. You won't even be able to touch me. Ariel's powerful attack seemed completely swallowed and nullified before the absolute dominance of the flame of greed. Ariel gritted her teeth in pain, realizing her attack was entirely useless. Gray silently analyzed the offensive magic of Ariel is already among the weakest of the professors. Add to that the mana-absorbing property of the flame of greed. Her every effort right now was just like adding fuel to the enemy. Bella also began to stagger. She blurted out with difficulty, "What should we do now? I'm about to run out of energy." Adio looked at her two students with a remorseful gaze and whispered, "This is exactly why I told you guys to run in the first place." Right at the most desperate moment, Ray suddenly stepped forward, his eyes flashing with determination as he declared, "Leave that to me." Bella shockingly looked at his back and asked doubtfully, "Ray, what are you planning to do? Your sword cannot reach him from this distance." Ray casually replied, "It's fine. I'm sure it will reach him." Adio felt her blood pressure drop upon hearing that, her face twisting in disbelief right on the spot. "Are you sure about this? Using that power again might kill you. Even if you survive, that arm that was just healed might never recover again." Ray slightly smirked. He focused power into the sword hilt and coldly replied, "Dying alone is still better than all three of us dying here. Don't you think so?" Varian, who was being triumphant, suddenly stiffened when he sensed an unusual pressure through the reflection on his lenses. He shockingly saw Gray rushing forward at an unimaginable speed. Before he could even comprehend what had just happened, his head was targeted. The scene of the laboratory was plunged into a suffocating silence. Varian was completely taken down under Gray's deadly slash. Bella was frozen in shock. She stammered, "Huh," as she witnessed the death of the mad professor right before her eyes. Ariel silently observed the ruins through her monocle, exclaiming in her mind with amazement, "This is the first time I've seen the real thing with my own eyes. But this is truly astonishing." The slash of Gray carried a terrifying power, splitting the very architectural structure of a laboratory in half. Bella looked up in panic at the falling boulders and shouted, "The ceiling!" The three of them stood amidst the debris as the entire structure above began to collapse after the earth-shattering attack. Adiel leisurely walked over, gesturing for everyone to calm down, and looked around the scene filled with energy cracks, glowing red dancing everywhere. She smirked slightly with a meaningful smile. "Goodness, this was way outside my calculations." Adiel turned to observe Ray and asked anxiously, putting that aside, "Is her body okay?" Ray looked down at his sword, then at his right arm, which was trembling with bizarre, dark markings. He replied with difficulty, "My dominant arm hurts quite a bit. It's numb too." However, he still exerted force, tightly gripping the sword hilt and asserted firmly, "But I can still move it." Ariel smiled proudly at her student. "It looks like your training is showing results." Ray nodded slightly in confirmation. "It seems so." Ray silently compared this to his past self. He understood that if it were him back at the village using that power, would have definitely caused him to pass out for days and wake up, unable to move his arms at all. He realized that just experiencing pain at this moment was already a monumental step forward. Now it only leaves behind a painful arm. Isn't that a huge improvement? It looks like that training was truly worth it. Ray recalled the days of training, when his body was constantly on red alert. The image of the strict professor, head coach Longfellow, shouting on the training ground surfaced in his mind, reminding him that only when squeezing out the very last drop of physical strength will the soul's power truly awaken. Ariel looked at Gray's back thoughtfully and said in a low voice, "Thanks to you, we are still alive. However, I'm sorry for making you resort to that power." Ray reassured Ariel that stopping Varian was his own intention from the start, so she didn't need to feel guilty. Ariel expressed her gratitude, but her gaze suddenly became extremely serious as she delivered a warning. "But if possible, try not to use that power for a while. Otherwise, the damage caused to your soul will be irreversible." Ray was stunned as he took the reminder to heart, but then he hesitantly asked if what he had just used could really be called magic. Ariel also appeared full of doubt, because she absolutely could not feel any trace of anger from that strike. Bella stood nearby, sweat pouring down as she admitted that trying to explain such a massive source of power using the language of magic was completely impossible. Realizing the danger of this information, Ariel coldly demanded Bella not to delve deeper into it, as well as absolutely not to breathe a single word about what she had witnessed with her own eyes here. To Bella's astonishment, Ariel threatened that if she couldn't keep her promise, she would be forced to wipe her memory. Immediately, Bella was extremely terrified upon hearing this. The professor's intensely glowing and high-pressure gaze made Bella Nod in fear and agree. To ensure the secret was kept forever, Bella proactively suggested making a magical contract and received agreement from Ariel. A glowing stream of magical energy enveloped them both, officially binding the oath between them under Gray's witness. After the contract was successfully signed, Bella anxiously looked toward the victims, lying scattered inside the iron cages, and suggested that they must rescue them first. Ray closely observed the scene and realized these people were merely under the effect of a deep sleep magic. Even though their lives were not currently in danger, he still suggested bringing everyone to the Academy's medical facility for the best care right away. Ariel cast a grand magic. A brilliant golden light erupted as Ariel enveloped the victims in protective magical spheres. She asserted that these would keep them safe from external impacts for the time being. After finishing securing the victims, the group continued to move deeper inside to investigate. Looking back at the scale of this place once more, Ariel couldn't help but shudder at Varian's madness as she witnessed. Upon witnessing the illegal experiments stretching as far as the eye could see, she realized most of them were related to the use of humans as sacrifices to create magic, catalysts, or to forcibly enhance the capabilities of the test subjects. Despite having gone deep inside, Ariel was still wondering, as she found no traces related to liquid ether. She wondered if they were hidden in another facility. Meanwhile, the more Ray thought about it, the more terrified he became. He recalled that in his past life, it was right at this place that a tragedy occurred, taking the lives of tens of thousands of people. Ray wondered how the production of pure magic catalysts could cause a large-scale accident like that. His eyes glowed as he realized a crucial detail. The thing that killed everyone back then was a surge of miasma spewing from underground. Noticing her students' unusual behavior, Ariel turned around and asked, "Is something wrong?" Bella also anxiously called Gray's name when she saw him standing in a daze. He was lost in thought, calculating that if the disaster truly came from underground, then there must definitely be something hidden beneath this place. Ray proposed a hypothesis to Ariel. Perhaps it's underground. There might be secret passages. Ariel immediately used her glowing magic eyes to scan across the floor filled with cracks and fractures. Initially, she still hadn't found any secret passages, but then her gaze suddenly froze. Ariel blurted out, "No, wait." Then she quickly ran toward a body lying collapsed on the floor. She knelt down to observe carefully, her magic eyes focusing on an anomaly right beneath the stone floor. Ariel noticed the faint traces of short-distance teleportation magic left on the floor surface. She deduced that this was probably a secret space that could only be accessed via teleportation. Based on the residual magic power, Ariel determined the teleportation distance to be around 300 meters, and there's definitely something hidden on the other side. Ray asked in amazement whether they could reach a depth of 300 meters underground. Ariel confidently asserted that she could also open a similar teleportation portal, so the group could try their luck together. She snapped her fingers, activating a glowing stream of magic. A massive magic circle glowed brightly beneath the feet of all three. Ariel warned that if there was nothing on the other side, they would be buried deep in the ground. Her magic eyes gleamed as a blazing red light enveloped the entire space, taking them through the thick layers of rock and earth. The moment they set foot there, Ray and Bella were both so shocked that they were left speechless by the sight before their eyes. Appearing before them was a massive underground city with countless white buildings standing side by side. Ariel couldn't help but be astonished by the grand scale of this space deep underground. She could sense a massive amount of anger radiating from everywhere, especially from a dome-like structure standing tall in the center of the city. Ariel's magic eyes contracted in terror upon realizing that what was leaking was not just anger, but also a type of power, completely different from magic, more powerful than anything she had ever seen. Ray stared toward the central building. He asked tremblingly whether that strange power could be. Ariel broke into a cold sweat. She decisively confirmed that it was indeed the power of liquid ether. The three of them stepped up the towering stairs, leading inside the magnificent dome structure. Standing before a deep entrance, Ray couldn't help but wonder and doubt. A door. Ariel thoughtfully observed the vast space inside, where a massive stone slab, bearing a strange symbol, was placed right at the center of a complex magic circle. She asserted with certainty The source of power definitely comes from here. But currently, there's still no sign of liquid ether. Ariel steppet grosser, reaching out her hand to touch the cold surface of the mysterious door. Witnessing her master's actions, Bella anxiously stopped her. Are you sure we should touch that thing? Ariel still maintained her composure. She turned back to look at her student and reassured her, relax. This door doesn't hold any power at all. She explained that. It was only placed here as a symbol serving a ritual. The real power doesn't lie within this door. Her sharp gaze pointed toward the pillars filled with glowing purple solution. All around, it lies in the magical devices surrounding this place. Right as Ariel finished her sentence, the entire room suddenly shook violently. Streams of dark, purple electrical energy began to dance fiercely. Ray shockingly shouted, "What on earth is happening? Are you planning to summon liquid ether or what?" Bella also trembled under the terrifying pressure. This magic is too dangerous. We must stop it immediately. However, Ariel still stood firmly amidst the chaotic energy stream and commanded, "No, don't rush in." She calmly gave her assessment. My prediction shows that this arrangement actually cannot summon liquid ether at all. Right at that moment, the space right at the location of the door began to crack open, revealing highly eerie, pitch-black tears. Ray screamed in horror. Space is being torn apart. Professor Bella was equally shocked. Both could only stare wide-eyed as a blazing red-dark aura was frantically pouring out from the tear. In space, Ariel softly uttered, "Huh," then calmly asserted, "I knew it. Those devices were never built to summon liquid ether." Bella, at this point, was just one step away from entering emergency prayer mode right on the spot. She stared intently at the pitch-black energy strands that were reaching out like deadly tentacles and explained, "They're simply punching a small hole, leading directly to where that entity exists." Ariel observed the leaking power and explained that they were being concentrated through a system. They're being gathered together through a system. Funnel. She pointed at the chained black crystal, revealing a horrifying truth, the core, that they're using to crystallize. That source of power is highly likely to be human lives. Through her magic eyes, she assessed around 10 souls have been used so far, but the molding process, the sculpting process may have required more sacrifices than Ariel bitterly guessed that the majority of the people they saw on the upper floor had already been turned into raw materials. Bella wondered, why do they have to go to such lengths just to gather power? And what is their true conspiracy? Ariel brought up the dark flame that Varian had used in the battle, asserting that the crystal enhancing. It is precisely the form of these things. When they are perfected, she worried that if they were mass-produced, this catalyst would not just be limited to fire, and no one knew what they would do with that massive source of power. The cracks on the stone slab gradually disappeared, causing Greta asked doubtfully, "Huh? The cracks are disappearing. So from the very beginning, Varian never had any intention of summoning liquid ether?" Ariel thoughtfully replied that she wasn't sure whether he didn't want to or couldn't, but it seems the devices for opening space have been pushed to their limits, and this is all they can manage to do. Bella stepped closer to a glowing energy container. She remarked, "I think this device is extremely valuable. I have never seen any space warping magic as precise and high capacity as this before." Ariel agreed that manufacturing something like that would cost the budget of an entire nation. Yet there are as many as 8 of them here. She asserted, there is only one single organization capable of doing this. Bella guessed it was the Disca Empire, but Ariel immediately denied it. They wouldn't have enough magic research resources to manufacture them. Bella asked tremblingly, "Then who is it?" Ariel asserted with absolute certainty that there must be an organization possessing a scale of magic research far exceeding even the Empire to be able to create this place. In the face of Bella's bewilderment, Ray spoke up solemnly. "It's the World Alliance Academy, isn't it?" Ariel looked at him appreciatively. "Exactly. No other research institution has the stature and budget to maintain a facility with such a terrifying scale." All 3 looked up at the massive crystal chained midair, a testament to the cruel investment hidden beneath the facade of knowledge. Bella was too shocked to believe the cruel truth. She said, "The Academy itself is behind this. But the World Alliance Academy was born to protect the world from threats, wasn't it?" Ariel closed her eyes tightly, her voice growing heavy. I understand why you don't want to believe it. But the reality is there is no other faction that could carry these out. Ray placed his hand on his chest, trying to find a ray of hope. But that doesn't mean the entire Academy is our enemy, right? The majority of them might still stand on our side. Memories of his past life surfaced in Gray's mind, where the most elite forces of the Academy had always been the ones charging on the front lines. He remembered clearly that even when facing disaster, they still protected the civilians until the very last moment. Ray asserted with absolute certainty, after witnessing that future, I cannot believe the Academy is the enemy of humanity. Ariel looked at him with a deeply profound gaze. Just as you said, most members in the Academy act for humanity and would never allow these experiments that waste lives to take place. However, she also warned that with countless researchers and secret facilities, almost no one in this world can truly grasp the entire hidden picture behind the majestic Academy building. Ariel looked at the pillars containing the purple solution and assessed that the person backing Varian must definitely possess immense power, because on his own, he would never have enough authority to arrange everything on such a scale. Bella sadly asked back, so that means we cannot completely trust the Academy either? Ariel, who had observed this place from the inside for decades, coldly asserted, this is definitely not an organization that can be blindly trusted. Her eyes gleamed with a look of contemplation. Most of the people here think they are doing what is best for humanity. Even the ones behind this experiment. Perhaps they too have convinced themselves that it is all just for a higher, noble purpose. The truth seemed to have been buried in the dark along with these ruins. Looking around the silent room, Ray anxiously asked, do you have any idea how to find the mastermind? Ariel thoughtfully examined the devices and replied, there are no communication devices in this facility at all. Ray felt as if the clues had vanished completely upon hearing that. Even the residual, magic traces of the creator are not left on the machinery at all. This showed an extremely professional cover-up, making the search for clues incredibly difficult. Ariel softly gasped, "Forterme," right as an earth-shattering light suddenly erupted right behind Bella. Rocks and dust scattered everywhere amidst shocking explosions. Ray shockingly shouted, "What is this?" The entire structure of the underground city began to collapse under the pressure of successive explosions. Standing amidst the falling debris, Ariel still calmly assessed, It seems they even installed a mechanism to wipe out evidence. She questioned herself why they didn't blow up this place the moment Varian died. Could it be that they intended to lure those who were snooping inside before triggering the explosion? To eradicate them completely? Bella broke into a cold sweat. She screamed in panic. Now is not the time to make hypotheses. We need to get out of here quickly. Ariel smirked slightly with absolute pride. Calm down. They're just magical explosives. She slowly leaned down, placed her palm on the floor, and activated a powerful, brilliant golden magic circle. The powerful surge of energy radiated, enveloping the group. Ariel coldly declared with her eyes glowing through her monocle. The professors of the World Alliance Academy are not so weak as to be killed by such trivial things. Amidst the violently collapsing ruins, Ariel focused all her strength to maintain the magic circle and shouted, "Don't step out of the magic circle." Massive boulders continuously fell from the ceiling, but the radiant golden light timely enveloped the entire group, preparing to teleport them out of the deadly den. In nick of time, back on the surface under the bright moonlight, Ariel briefly observed the victims, lying scattered on the grass, and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. It seems everyone who was captured has also made it out safely. The atmosphere became much lighter. Everyone had just made it through a smooth survival phase. Bella tiredly leaned on her staff, still unable to shake off the shock as she uttered, "I really thought I was about to die." Ray also broke into a sweat because of the recent risk. Wasn't that way too dangerous? Ariel explained that because the amount of accompanying luggage was more than expected, it had slowed down the teleportation speed. But she asserted everything was worth it, looking at the vials containing the dark purple solution they had seized. Once we show this to the Academy, they won't be able to ignore us anymore. Returning to the main sanctuary building of the World Alliance Academy, Ariel reported on the current situation. The survivors are currently receiving treatment at the Academy's medical ward. Standing before his majestic desk, Principal Oradrum Alexandro interlaced his fingers. He looked at all three with a deeply appreciative gaze and declared, "We owe you a word of thanks for stopping Varian's illegal experiments. Now let's discuss the magic engines that he possessed." Principal Ordrum thoughtfully looked at the file folder. He emphasized that each of those is worth more than the budget of an entire nation. Ariel was shocked upon realizing there were as many as 8 of such items. She asserted Varian alone could never have gathered such a terrifying source of firepower, and wondered how on earth he had obtained them. The principal coldly replied, "They are stolen goods." He revealed they were stolen right during transit, resulting in 78 agents of the Academy being completely wiped out. Hearing that horrific casualty figure, Gray, Ariel, and Bella were all stunned in astonishment. Ariel looked deeply into the file through her monocle, asking tremblingly, "Could this be the case that happened 15 years ago?" The principal confirmed. The cargo lost that year consists precisely of these engines. And Ariel began to recall the one behind that tragedy. The principal interlaced his fingers, slowly uttering the name. Blood Drinker. I assume you all have heard of this name before. Ray, shockingly, realized that it was the largest criminal organization in the world. They were likened to parasites, always coming back no matter how many times. They were wiped out. Suddenly, Bella spoke up, her eyes glowing with absolute hatred. They're also the ones who kill my parents. The principal nodded in agreement. He stated, no one knows where they hide, or who their leader is, even though they are behind more than 70% of homicides related to crimes worldwide. He worried that it was highly likely their people had already infiltrated the inside of this academy. Gray heard this and felt the danger level skyrocketing faster than a crypto chart. The worst part was that there was no way to tell them apart. And even if we could, the Academy would not take any action to intervene. Ray shockingly blurted out, "What do you mean by that? Even if there are criminals inside the Academy?" The principal calmly explained that this is exactly how the Academy operates nowadays. Anyone with talent is given the opportunity to become stronger, regardless of bloodline, race, or gender. He emphasized, exactly, whether they are criminals or not doesn't even matter. Bella resentfully protested, "That's absurd. If there are criminals here, they must be punished." The principal nodded in agreement. "I agree. However, the higher-ups don't seem to share that viewpoint." Bella asked back in astonishment, "Aren't you the principal?" He bitterly looked at the file folder and admitted he was no different from a subordinate, merely the face of the Academy on paper, while the actual power he held was just a laughable figure. He looked at the two of them and asked, "Do you want to know who is truly running everything? Then become stronger. The more you prove your strength, the deeper you will advance into the Academy and uncover more secrets." He revealed that although he couldn't name them, there was an upperclassman who possessed such immense influence that they shaped the entire direction of the Academy. Even the insane policy of accepting criminals was his decision. Ray thought to himself, "So, if we become stronger than him?" The principal confirmed, "That's right. You could even change this entire Academy." He concluded, "In this place, strength is everything." Ray gritted his teeth and clenched his fist with determination. The principal silently observed and found it intriguing, because he knew full well Ariel shouldn't have stood a chance against Varian. That meant one of these two students had stepped in and taken him down. And Ariel's heavenly eye is as sharp as ever when it comes to spotting their talent. Looking at the back of Gray, Principal Ordrum smirked slightly with high expectations. "I'm truly looking forward to seeing what kind of monster she's going to mold." Walking down the empty hallway, Gray quietly looked down at his hand, which still bore the residual dark markings. Ray at this moment looked extremely badass. One look, and you can tell he's about to unlock a forbidden power. He silently sensed the cruelty of this place. So, strength is what rules this academy, huh? Whether the goal was to destroy liquid ether or expose the dark secrets behind that door, he understood one truth clearly. Ray told himself, first of all, I need to focus on becoming stronger. But right when his train of thought was incomplete, a powerful kick suddenly landed straight on him, making him only manage to let out a grunt. Arg. A cold voice rang out, my bad. Then a terrifying force blew Ray far away. Ray slid across the floor. He quickly raised his arms to shield himself and gritted his teeth to endure the pain. A stranger with disheveled black hair and dark circles under his eyes stepped forward, clicking his tongue mockingly. Fisk, you're tougher than I thought. He looked contemptuously at Gray and uttered harsh words. A reject from the special Admission program like you has no right to appear in this hallway. Ray realized it was yet another person who hated the special admission students. But this was the first time someone dared to directly ambush him right in the middle of the hallway like this. He placed his hand on his sword hilt and demanded, "Are you trying to start a fight?" The stranger raised his finger, signaling a refusal. "I'd love to, but it seems reject number 2 has just appeared." He casually turned his back and walked away with a message. "See you later." Gray stood silently looking at his back, unable to help but wonder. The stranger brought his hand to his mouth, biting his finger slightly to let blood leak out with a mad gaze. He silently promised to send another person to him soon, then silently called Varian's name like a cruel oath. Ariel walked over and asked anxiously, "What's going on?" Ray calmly replied, "Professor Ariel, a strange student just kicked me." He further explained that the guy claimed a heavenly ice special admission student, like him, doesn't even have the right to walk in the hallway. Ariel thoughtfully observed and then assessed. No weapon, no injuries. That means I cannot officially intervene. Suddenly, she leaned close with a magical smile and suggested, "So why don't you chase after him and give him a good beating?" Wow, this teacher and student are quite rebellious, aren't they? But school violence truly deserves to be beaten. There is no tolerance. Ray shockingly blurted out, "Wait, am I really allowed to do that?" Ariel pretended to cover her eyes with her hand and shirked responsibility. "As a professor, I cannot allow that. But lately my eyesight seems to be a bit poor." She winked meaningfully, implying that if anything happened right next to here, she would also act as if she saw nothing at all. Ray broke into a cold sweat because of this too obvious cover-up. He decided to refuse. "Forget it, just let him go. I don't want to cause any more trouble." Ariel expressed regret, while Ray seriously asked back, "But please tell me one thing. Are the Heavenly Ice Special Admission students really hated that much?" How to answer now? The truth hurts, doesn't it? Ray tightly clenched his sleeve and said in a low voice, "People still mock us from time to time, but this is the first time someone resorted to violence." Ariel silently observed. She sadly admitted, "So they really mock you guys, huh?" She bowed her head remorsefully. "I'm sorry. If only I had a little more power in this place." Seeing the professor blaming herself, Ray smiled to reassure her. "Please don't worry about that. Without you, I wouldn't have even been able to get into this academy." Ray asserted more firmly, "Furthermore, Bella and the others will prove that the Heavenly Eye program was not a mistake at all. After all, you are someone with a very good eye for people, Professor." Images of legendary warriors like Swordsman Army or Grand Sage Bella once again surfaced as a testament to Ray's belief. Standing before the optimism and sincere gratitude of her student, Ariel could only stand there silently watching. Her eyes clearly showed a look of hesitation, moved by those heavily weighted words. This is the reason they deserve special admission. Talented and well-behaved. Ariel smiled gently and replied, "Thank you." But right after that, she reached out her hand to gently touch Gray's chin, reminding him in a serious tone not to view the ongoing troubles as someone else's business. She admitted that out of all the students belonging to the Heavenly Eye group, Gray was the one she placed the highest expectations on. She asserted that just like those who received special admission before, they all became top warriors. However, Ariel leaned close and confessed that the first time she truly believed someone could surpass even the limits of humanity was when she met him. Ray broke into a cold sweat. He thought to himself, being compared to those legends is indeed too much pressure. But then he quickly dismissed his insecurity, telling himself that kind of thinking was weak. Ray understood that the mastermind behind Varian certainly hadn't given up on the intention to summon liquid ether. He asserted that he returned to this timeline precisely to ensure he could defeat it. Just like the advice of Kronos still echoing in the vortex of time, the destiny of this world lies in your hands. Hang in there, young man, confidently overcome all adversities. The setting shifted to the academy's vast arena ground, where the students were gathering in large numbers for a new class. The professor stood before the blackboard and loudly declared, "Today's swordsmanship class will be live combat practice. You all please pair up according to the list written on the board." Ray looked toward the crowd with an anxious look. He told himself that he needed to be really sharp and focused for this practical training session. Ray silently feared that if he messed things up, people would again have an excuse to mock all the students under the Heavenly Eye Special Admission category. He set a goal for himself, to at least prove that he could keep up with the Academy's regular students. However, looking at the matchup list, Ray shockingly uttered his name. Rayleigh was paired up to compete directly against Leon Hart H. Abs. Ray instantly realized his opponent was none other than the top student of the swordsmanship class. In other words, he was the strongest freshman in the entire academy. The professor stood in the center of the arena and loudly declared, "I've tried to pair up students of similar levels, so do not hold back. Treat this as a real battle." Ray broke into a cold sweat, silently mocking the situation in his mind. Similar levels my foot. Why do I have to fight the top student when I was just admitted under the special admission category? He anxiously realized that Leon Hart already had a grudge against the Heavenly Eye students, and after the last incident, he must definitely be itching to give him a good beating. "What's up with you, man? Worrying about nonsense before the fight even starts." Leon Hart stepped closer with a mysterious smile. "Hello, looks like we are partners now. I'm truly very glad." In contrast to Gray's anxious look, Leon Hart was harboring a fierce determination. He thought to himself, "To think I get to spar with Lord Gray. All the effort to top the class has finally paid off. I've practiced harder than anyone else in this world. Please, Lord Gray, witness my true swordsmanship." Looking at the opponent's radiant smile, Gray couldn't help but shudder. This guy, his smile is too blinding. There is no doubt about it. He is definitely extremely excited, because he finally has an opportunity to legally beat me up. He might just beat me to a pulp. The professor's voice echoed throughout the vast arena. Is everyone ready? Right now, I think Gray is probably ready to run away even faster. The signal to start had just rang out, and the entire arena immediately exploded with the clashing sounds of steel weapons. The pairs of contestants rushed at each other fiercely. Leon Hart wasted no time. A powerful slash came down on Ray. Ray gritted his teeth, putting all his strength into his sword to block the fierce attack, as he had to brace himself against the tempestuous sword swings of Leon Hart, which created a terrifying pressure if forced Gray into a completely passive defensive position. Leon Hart's eyes shone with a sharp blue light full of excitement. He rushed forward with terrifying speed and force, leaving Gray with no choice but to grip the hilt tightly to avoid being knocked away. Why so weak? You need confidence to win. Amidst the harsh, clashing sound of metal, Leon Hart flashed an appreciative smile. "You're strong. It's hard to believe that someone like you couldn't pass the official entrance exam." He continued to press on with sharp sword lines, forcing Ray to focus highly to neutralize every oncoming attack raining down rapidly. Ray silently assessed in the midst of the tension. "I thought I would be defeated immediately, but it turns out I can still hold my ground. However, even when using both hands, I still can't match his raw strength. Wonder how many moves he can last." Looking at the way Leon Hart moved, Ray couldn't help but be terrified by the standard swordsmanship technique, which had been honed to a level of perfection and sheer dread. He bitterly realized that despite possessing experience from his past life along with the harsh training from his master, Leon Hart was truly a natural-born monster, right in his very first lifetime. The entire arena shook before the peak battle, causing other students to stop and exclaim in astonishment. Can he really keep up with Leon Hart? In contrast to Gray's fatigue, Leon Hart was frantically enjoying the match. "Wonderful. I could fight like this all day." Ray began to feel his breath faltering. He was shocked upon realizing that his physical strength was gradually reaching its absolute limit under the relentless pressure of his opponent. Ray told himself that if it weren't for the training with Professor Ariel, he would have collapsed long ago. Seeing his opponent still maintaining an easy composure, Ray shockingly wondered why this guy wasn't even out of breath, while his own stamina was draining very fast. He knew he was forced to end this match immediately. If this keeps dragging on, his life will be gone. Recalling the professor's instruction that they must treat this as a real battle, Gray's glowing red eyes showed clear determination. Leon Hart raised his sword high, unleashing a powerful slash aimed straight at his opponent. Quick as a flash, Gray swerved his body to evade. Gray's hand slammed hard on the floor to gain momentum, causing Leon Hart to gasp in astonishment. "What?" Taking advantage of the opening, Gray unleashed a powerful upward sword strike from below, creating a shocking clash right in the middle of the arena. Leon Hart panicked and blurted out, "What?" upon seeing Gray close to the ground and launching a surprise counterattack from underneath. Looking at Gray's glowing red eyes filled with killing intent, he shockingly realized his opponent was truly treating this as a real life or death battle. If he didn't treat it as life or death, his life would be crushed by you, Leon Hart. Leon Hart gritted his teeth, telling himself that he must not allow himself to lose. But everything was settled right after that. He collapsed onto the arena floor while Gray stood, tall, pointing the tip of his sword straight at his neck menacingly. Ray smiled friendly, sheathed his sword, and reached out his hand to help his opponent up along with a proposal. It's a draw, okay? However, Leon Hart silently denied it. No, that's not quite it. He bitterly recalled the final moment. He could only swing his sword in vain while Ray could have actually pierced his heart if he wanted to. Leon Hart asserted that because this was a practice match, Ray had actively redirected the sword, tipped to his neck to preserve his opponent's life. Ray scratched his head with an awkward smile, admitting he was caught. But he also thought that pointing a sword at a classmate's heart in a practice match was a bit too much. Leon Hart smiled, accepting his defeat, and expressed his gratitude to Gray for helping him understand the difference between practice and real combat, where swordsmanship skills are not the only factor determining victory or defeat. See, you never know who's going to come out on top, but now it's clear. Ray scratched his head sheepishly, admitting using that move in a swordsmanship class is a bit like cheating, isn't it? But Leon Hart smiled confidently and replied, the professor told us to treat this as a real battle, and in a life-or-death battle, there's no such thing as cheating. He stepped forward, pointing his sword tip straight at Ray, and excitedly proposed. So, how about another round? Ray broke into a cold sweat, silently worrying. Another round? I only won the last round because I caught him off guard. If we fight head-on, I could definitely stand no chance. Why is this guy so lacking in confidence? Just take a risk to win big. He shuddered, recalling the spark-flying clashes from earlier, admitting that this was no longer a matter of technique, as Leon Hart's physical stamina completely left him in the dust. Right at that moment, an annoying voice interrupted. Stop right there. A strange student stepped forward, tilting his chin up mockingly. Practical training or not, this is still a swordsmanship class. No one gave you permission to use anything other than a sword. He walked closer, getting right in Gray's face and sneering, how on earth did a loser who got in through special admission like you get paired with the top student in class, huh? Faced with Gray's silence, he added a threat. Don't act all high and mighty just because you have a bit of magic. Got it? Seeing Gray being insulted, Leon Hart immediately stepped in to intervene with a stern face. The professor decided that I am the only one worthy of fighting Gray, so please stay out of this. Exactly, get lost and clear the air. If you lose, just accept it. No need for so many excuses. The professor also leisurely walked over and confirmed. Yes, just as Leon said, I'm the one who made the matchups. I said I paired up students with similar overall strength, didn't I? He firmly asserted that Gray is the only one who can face Leon Hart. At this moment, looking at the disgruntled student, the professor coldly challenged him. If you're not convinced, then try it yourself. Defeat Ray, and you will become Leon's opponent. Fine, I agree. He smugly asserted that he had defeated the examiner to get in here, so never lump him together with those who only barely scraped through the exam with a draw. Or worse, those who couldn't even pass on their own. Leon Hart stood nearby, silently observing. He realized this guy was judging Gray based solely on his special admission title, completely unaware of his opponent's true strength. Seeing that arrogance, Leon Hart thought to himself, it feels like I am looking at my former self. Ray calmly accepted the challenge. He told himself, this is actually a good opportunity, because this guy's actual ability is also worth acknowledging. If it's a fight, then let's fight. Teach him a lesson in manners. However, Leon Hart suddenly radiated a terrifying pressure. An absolute rage erupted inside Leon Hart because that guy dared to interrupt his precious time with Lord Ray. Leon Hart gritted his teeth and roared in his mind. For that sin alone, you deserve to die. The other guy saw this and had a massive question mark. What did I even do to get such a scary look? Seeing the atmosphere getting too tense, the professor quickly spoke up to adjust the rules. If you guys don't like the practical combat rules, then fine. The two of you will only be allowed to use swords. He turned around to ask for Ray's opinion and received a nod of confirmation. Even so, Ray couldn't help but worry as he silently assessed his opponent. I don't know how strong this guy is, but if he got in here through the regular exam, he's definitely no slouch. He bitterly admitted that despite going through harsh training, he still could hardly match the strength and physical stamina of those who had been well-nourished and properly trained for many years. Just fight anyway. It ain't over till it's over. Ray gripped the sword hilt tightly, reassuring himself that although he wasn't too confident, this was just a practice session in class, and even if he lost, he wouldn't get expelled. The professor brushed his hair back, reminding them both absolutely not to hold back against the opponent. Ray loudly replied, "Fine," then took a defensive stance, his red eyes glowing with high focus as he faced the other student head-on. The signal to start had just rang out, and he immediately rushed forward like an arrow. It's time to let the special admission guy know his place. Remember your status well. A powerful slash came down, creating a fiery clash right as Ray managed to raise his sword to defend. Ray silently wondered as he felt the opponent's arm strength through the first clash, while the other guy also shockingly realized something unusual. His strike is so light. His strength is nothing special at all. He cried out in pain as Ray pressed him back, unable to help but wonder in his heart. Or is he holding back against me? You were so arrogant just now, and now you're getting startled. Without giving the opponent time to compose himself, Ray delivered a lightning-fast slash, sending the guy's sword flying far away. He screamed in pain as he was completely knocked down to the ground. The professor immediately declared, "The match is over." The entire arena went silent upon witnessing the one who was just bragging, now lying knocked out on the floor after just a few sword lines. Ray closely approached in confusion and asked, "My bad. Are you okay?" He remorsefully thought to himself, "I originally intended to aim at his sword, but I didn't expect to hit his body. I thought he would be able to dodge it." Utterly resentful and ashamed, the guy screamed, "That was just a fluke. You only caught me off guard. Let's do it again." The professor could only sigh in disappointment at his student's stubbornness. Fine. Just keep fighting until you're satisfied." The other guy frantically rushed forward with a piercing scream, swinging his sword straight at Gray to redeem his honor. However, the result did not change at all, as he was quickly knocked down once again. Standing in the middle of the arena, Ray calmly looked down at the guy who was lying knocked out and anxiously asked him, "Are you okay? Can you still fight, friend? You were talking so big earlier." At this time, his face had been beaten to deformation, swollen with bruises and puffiness all over his face to the point that his original appearance was unrecognizable. He tried to utter the assertion that he was still fine in a completely pathetic, slurred voice. Witnessing this scene, the professor could only cover his face in disappointment and ordered people to take him to the medical room immediately. After clearing up the mess, the professor loudly announced to the whole class, "And so, this year's representatives will be Gray and Leon. Does anyone have any objections?" Ray shockingly blurted out, "Representatives?" Leon Hart, standing next to him, still maintained his composure and smiled meaningfully. The professor nodded in confirmation and explained that the top students of the first year would have to face the champion of the second year in a highly intense inter-class battle. He lowered his voice to reveal a harsh truth, to warn them both that the first-year students had lost consecutively for 35 times in the Academy's history. The professor flashed a confident smile. He pointed his hand toward Gray and Leon Hart, then firmly asserted, "But perhaps this year will be different." He probably wants this group to change and write history. Hearing about the streak of 35 consecutive losses of the first years, Ray shockingly asked back, "Is the gap in strength between the first year and the second year really that big?" The professor nodded to confirm that 1 year of training at the Academy makes a massive difference. So the first year's defeat is almost a given and has been predicted beforehand. He emphasized that just holding your ground and delivering a proper match is already a remarkable achievement. And if they secure a victory, that will be a miracle that goes down in the Academy's history. For the students, just being chosen to step onto the field to fight is already considered a great honor. The battlefield was considered a great honor for Lau. Patting Gray's shoulder to reassure him, the professor advised him not to feel too pressured before declaring. The end of the class, looking at the professor's departing figure, Gray silently assessed, "The inter-class battle doesn't seem as intense as I had feared. However, as a Heavenly Eye special admission student," he told himself this was the perfect opportunity to prove to everyone that he actually had combat capabilities. Looking toward the majestic tower of the Academy, Ray made up his mind to practice even harder for the upcoming challenge. Keep it up. No pain, no gain. Meanwhile, in the high-level meeting room, The professor's council meeting was reaching its final agendas. The chairperson announced, "The final agenda of the day is the proposal from Professor Budra." Sitting on the opposite side, Professor Ariel silently observed as her colleague began to speak. Professor Budra from the magic department stood up with a serious expression. He loudly proposed, "Expel the Heavenly Eye special admission student named Army White from the academy." Professor Ariel immediately objected and questioned the reason, as she was the one responsible for managing this group of special admission students. However, Budra growled, asserting that very management was causing a major issue for the academy's fairness. He brought forward evidence that Amy White had failed the third-year promotion exam, but still blatantly remained at the school, solely under the title of a student receiving a special admission slot. Every other student who failed the exam has already been expelled. How on earth is that fair? Ariel remained firm in defending her student. As I have said, she is making steady progress to reach a world-class combat level. It's just that her body is currently suffering a severe backlash, so she hasn't been able to display her full power yet. If it weren't for that reason, she would have definitely passed the exam. However, this explanation only received harsh sarcasm. Oh please, that excuse again? Keep saying it's a backlash. And suddenly a useless student. Sounds like a hidden genius. How long do you plan to weave this illusion about her secret power, huh? Ariel fiercely asserted it was the truth that Ami could completely control her power at any moment, even as early as tomorrow. And if pushed too soon, the academy might lose that talent forever. The opposing professor narrowed his eyes in skepticism. You have used that excuse too many times. Is your plan to let someone who doesn't meet the academy's standards just stay here indefinitely? Ariel did not flinch. She looked straight at her opponent and declared, "The academy exists to nurture outstanding talents. Kicking someone out who is gifted just because they don't fit into this rigid system completely goes against our original purpose. This proves that the regulations of some old-fashioned leaders are making things difficult for the students, right?" A chubby professor, with a sinister smile, spoke up mockingly. "Genius, huh? Perhaps the special admissions were very impressive in the past, but the current batch is nothing but a bunch of failures." He listed the names one by one, like Army White, Bellon, Bright, and even Jacob Bloomfield with utter contempt. It seems the great pair of heavenly eyes is gradually losing its sharpness. Perhaps it is time we should consider abolishing this heavenly eye program completely. Ariel shockingly blurted out, "Abolishing it? What on earth are you guys talking about? It was established a very long time ago by the Academy's founding council." The other professor smirked triumphantly, reminding her that this program could absolutely be wiped out if more than half of the faculty agreed, and asked if she still remembered that rule. Whispers of agreement began to echo throughout the meeting room. Another professor added, "Phew, and to be honest, the Heavenly Eye students currently have nothing impressive to offer." "I have heard that, Bella. Albright has made progress, but that isn't any grand achievement either. Not to mention that the amount of her magic power is still a big question mark. Them ganging up to criticize the students like this is truly despicable, isn't it?" Ariel silently looked toward her colleagues who were showing a hostile attitude. She softly uttered, "This matter." A long-bearded professor let out a sigh full of disappointment. Although the previous batch of Heavenly Eye students was truly impressive, the recent bunch, however, another person immediately chimed in, "Exactly. They completely no longer create an impact like before." Mocking laughter, along with contemptuous looks, began to spread throughout the meeting room, causing Ariel to break into a cold sweat. She realized the situation was worse than she thought. The number of opinions opposing the Heavenly Eyes higher than I expected. At this rate, they will really shut down the program. The chubby professor triumphantly shouted, "It's already too outdated. Isn't it time we scrap it?" He smirked arrogantly. "Or do you still intend to assert that you yourself can spot talent better than all of us here?" Ariel clenched her fists on the table to suppress her anger. She silently told herself that she really wanted to say yes, but doing so would only provoke them further. If they go crazy, even a vaccine wouldn't handle it in time. Ariel bowed her head, trying to stay calm before the surrounding pressures. They already disliked me to begin with. However, there are still many other professors who care about whether this program truly brings benefits to the academy. If I want to draw them to my side, I must not say anything that would make them turn their backs. Seeing Ariel still silent and not responding, the other professor pushed further with a mocking face. What's wrong? Cat got you tongue. At least you know your golden age has passed. Another person with a beard, and a chin-strap beard, also added mockingly. Perhaps you had brilliant achievements in the past, but maybe it's time to retire before you ruin your own reputation with your own hands. Well said. Even a professor, with a sinister gaze, put forward a malicious suggestion. If you want to raise your favorite students your way, why don't you go open your own school? The entire meeting room exploded with hearty and contemptuous laughter, aimed straight at Ariel. Aha, abundarfuida. Good luck to you in finding students willing to follow a washed-up heavenly eye user. Ariel sat in silence amidst the criticisms. She told herself that she could still recognize true talents, but those kids needed more time to prove themselves. She was determined at all costs to prevent them from being expelled before they had a chance to shine. In the middle of her thoughts, a voice suddenly rang out. Speaking of the heavenly eye students, isn't there one named Gray? Another professor chimed in. I heard that kid is quite promising. Among the first years in the swordsmanship class, it seems he was even chosen to participate in an inter-class battle as well. An old professor with a sinister smile immediately seized the opportunity. Oh, that sounds promising. Then why not let him prove his ability in that very competition? We will decide the future of the Heavenly Eye program based on the result of his match. Ariel anxiously glanced toward the faculty side. She understood better than anyone that Gray's strength was not meant to serve harmless, trivial practice matches. She tried to explain if it were a real life-or-death situation, but before she could finish her sentence, a professor slammed his hand hard on the table in anger. Starting with those excuses again. Calm down. Why are you being so intense? The old man roared. If someone can't show anything during training, then he won't be able to do anything worthwhile in real combat either. Every professor here understands that well. Ariel stood up abruptly in frustration. She shouted out in despair. No, you guys don't understand at all. His ability is not ordinary swordsmanship, the chairperson decisively declared. Today's meeting ends here. Since this discussion is going nowhere, we will stop at this point. He concluded that seeing the Heavenly Eye student in action with their own eyes seemed reasonable, and they would make the final decision. After watching the performance of Gray in the inter-class battle, Ariel was shocked. She could only utter in helplessness, no. The dismissal announcement rang out coldly. The professors left the meeting room one by one. The chubby professor mocked as he walked. Well, now I'm really looking forward to the competition. It's definitely going to be an entertaining performance. While the faculty member walked away silently with a thoughtful face, Ariel still sat alone in the vast room. She buried her head on the table in utter loneliness and disappointment. What else could she do? She already argued with all her might. Ariel tightly gripped her own arms. She silently apologized in pain. I'm sorry. Everyone. She was too weak. The image of Ray returned to her mind, along with his courageous declarations between the line of life and death. Dying alone is still better than all three of us dying here. Just leave it to me. Ariel understood better than anyone that Ray's power was not something to be brought out for amusement in practice matches, and he still needed a lot of time to perfect himself. She bitterly admitted that what she was expecting from him right now was truly too unreasonable. Even so, please. Ariel so bet, tears rolling down her cheeks through her spectacles. She earnestly begged Gray in her thoughts. Please help them. Please help those children, the rough diamonds, who possess the world's greatest potential. She tightly clutched her chest, which was tightening in pain, choking out her final plea. Please protect the future of the children. The day of the inter-class battle has finally arrived. In the middle of the brightly lit arena, the loudspeaker announced loudly. All right, we will begin the inter-class battle right now. It's quite nerve-wracking. Let's see who fights better. To introduce the opponents, first is our top first-year student, Leonhard ABS. Facing him is the top second-year student, Luino Herman. Next up is the first-year challenger, Rayleigh, and his opponent, the second-year challenger, Debor Radado. Ray was shocked when he saw the familiar face. Wait a minute, isn't that the guy who suddenly attacked me in the hallway? Am I really going to have to face him? We will get to witness the strength of all of them. The announcement continued to echo. In the stands, rows upon rows of professors had gathered in large numbers to watch, including the old professor, Budra, with a sinister smile. Luino. Herman couldn't help but ask in surprise. Are there always this many professors watching this match? Does the inter-class battle usually happen like this? Leon Hart coldly replied, no, this is the first time. Last year, only 3 swordsmanship professors bothered to show up. This year, they are swarming like ants. Luino still wondered, why are there so many today? Leon Hart suddenly realized something. He softly uttered, ah, then flashed a completely satisfied smile. The professors must be curious about Gray. They truly have an excellent taste. Witnessing the strange attitude of his classmate, Luino could only ask himself in apprehension, is he always like this? Right at that moment, a powerful voice rang out from the stands, confirming Leon Hart's prediction was correct. We came here to witness the final battle of the students under the Heavenly Eye Special Admission. Surprise, surprise, it's the final battle, everyone. Amidst the buzzing atmosphere of the arena, Ray wondered in confusion. Finally, he shockingly turned around to question, what do you mean by that? The old Professor Boudra, with a triumphant smile, asked back, what? Did no one tell you? Right after that, he growled, declaring a cruel truth. The Heavenly Eye class is being abolished. Ray was shaken, stammering back, abolished? He immediately turned to look at his professor in total disbelief. Professor, is that true? Ariel remained silent, her eyes heavy with deep thoughts. Inside her heart, she was struggling intensely. If I tell him the truth, Ray will definitely overexert himself. He might even resort to using that power. The image of Ray erupting with a deadly dark aura flashed back, making Ariel fearful. But with his current body condition, it could kill him. Now either way is a dead end, so whatever. Ariel let out a soft breath to regain her composure. She forced an awkward smile and reassured him. Boudra is just trying to distract. Your focus. She instructed her student. Don't pay attention to those words, and just focus on the fight. However, Ariel's hand was trembling, clutching her ring tightly, showing that she was enduring an immense pressure having to lie to protect him. After a moment of silence, Ray closed his eyes and replied, if you say so, Professor. Seeing that his provocation hadn't achieved its goal, Boudra snorted coldly in contempt. Whatever. He thought to himself triumphantly, just let them humiliate themselves on the battlefield. Boudra was absolutely certain that once Gray lost miserably, all the other professors would realize that the heavenly eye of Ariel was no longer as sharp as before. Ray turned his back to the stands, his voice ringing out coldly. I cannot let that matter slide so easily. The old Professor Boudra shockingly blurted out, what? Ray's glowing red eyes flashed with intense, killing intent. He growled, you can insult me as much as you like, but don't you ever dare look down on Professor Ariel's judgment. Mess with me, and it's fine, but mess with my teacher, and you are dead meat. I am screwed. Ariel was stunned by her student's defense, while Boudra pointed his finger in a furious shout. Humph. Then what kind of power did her eyes see? In a brat like you, huh? Unlike your senile professor, those who are still sane here all firmly believe that you will lose miserably. Ray still maintained a terrifying composure. He coldly shot back, fine, then let me prove to you that you are wrong. Boudra roared in a fit of rage. What is up with this arrogant brat, huh? Forcing his colleagues to quickly step in and hold him back. What a foolish old man, going and arguing with kid. The announcement rang out, requesting the contestants to quickly move toward their teammates to begin the match. Adio looked at Gray's departing back, silently grateful for his trust, but unable to help but worry. What on earth is he planning? Adio silently assessed that if the opponent were a regular top student, Gray's practical swordsmanship skills might still have a slim glimmer of hope. However, he was paired up with an extremely terrifying opponent. That person was none other than Deborat, a monster who had brain surgery by Bradley to enhance his reflexes to an inhuman level, turning him into a living weapon in the truest sense. How classic. He's really no different from a robot. Adio shockingly realized that Deborat was the worst possible counter to Gray's combat style. She tremblingly wondered if he was planning to risk his life and resort to using that forbidden power or not. Her eyes clearly showed anxiety as she looked toward Gray, who was standing quietly in the middle of the arena. Ariel looked at Gray with deep concern. She placed her hand on her chest and instructed him, don't worry about me. Please don't overexert yourself. Gray smiled confidently, his glowing red eyes flashing as he replied briefly, I know. Right after that, the arena space exploded with the loud announcement from the speaker. We will begin the match of the top students right now. Representatives, please step forward. An examiner standing behind a protective barrier loudly declared the rules. The arena has been enchanted with defensive magic to prevent fatal injuries. Activating the opponent's protective amulet will be counted as a victory. Fight as if this were a real battle. Leon Hart stared intently at Luino Herman, thinking to himself, a real battle, huh? The shout to start had just rang out, and Leon Hart immediately rushed off like an arrow along with a shout. Here I come. Luino Herman calmly raised his sword to neutralize the first clash. Very well, let's see what you've got. Lightning-fast sword lines continuously broke out, creating bright sparks across the arena. Luino Herman proved to be extremely skillful, as he easily read every movement of his opponent. He swerved his body to evade Leon Hart's sword swing. Effortlessly, he bitterly thought to himself, it seems I can't fight like Lord Grey. You're quite good. To be honest, you are much stronger than I was in my first year. His gaze suddenly became sharp and filled with intense pressure as he declared, let's speed up a bit more. Can you keep up? Leon Hart could only widen his eyes in utter shock. Luino Herman continuously pressed on with lightning-fast sword lines, leaving Leon Hart with no choice but to brace himself to defend in vain. The pressure from the top second-year student was too immense. Leon Hart shockingly realized he was completely being read. He only had time to utter a curse in helplessness as he saw his opponent close in. In just a split second, Luino's blade was positioned neatly right against Leon Hart's neck. The referee's speaker echoed throughout the arena. That's enough. The winner of the match between the top students is Luino. Despite the miserable defeat, Leon Hart still maintained a respectful attitude. He sheathed his sword and bowed. Thank you for the match. Luino also politely replied, likewise. A very good match. Right after that, the announcement for the challengers match began to ring out. Leon Hart brushed past Gray and softly encouraged, good luck. Gray nodded in response. Thanks. Stepping onto the arena floor, Ray told himself that since he had already talked big, he now had to use actions to prove it. He recalled the brutal and hopeless monsters he used to face before turning back time, and was confident that compared to them, this challenge was entirely winnable. Ray gripped his sword hilt tightly, his red eyes glowing with determined killing intent. Being that confident is good, but when fighting, you must stay alert. On the opposite side, Dibor Redado's sword tip dragged along the floor, creating fierce sparks. He formidably advanced to the middle of the arena, silently calling out Professor Bradley's name in his heart. With a deep hatred, Dibwa's face distorted into utter madness with a creepy smile. He swore to send Gray to hell to keep his professor company. The selection match for the inter-class battle officially began amidst the cheers of the audience. The moment the signal ended, Gray and his opponent immediately rushed at each other with terrifying speed. A powerful slash came down, forcing Gray to brace himself to defend. Sparks flew wildly between the two blades. As he tried to hold his ground against the suffocating pressure, Gray was knocked back, far away, catching his breath tensely. Damn it, so heavy. Even though he had been warned by Professor Ariel about the opponent's lightning-fast reflexes, he didn't expect that even his arm strength would be enhanced to such an absurd degree. Ray realized that with such a massive gap in raw power, any tricks would be completely useless right now, leaving him at a loss, wondering how he could even stand against him. With a monster possessing such brutal strength, if he loses now, the humiliation would be unbearable, having already spoken out against that professor. A dangerous thought suddenly flashed in his mind. There is still that skill, but the memory of Ariel's strict warning before the match came back crystal clear in his mind. Listen to me, no matter what happens. Absolutely do not use that power. In the worst-case scenario, you could lose your life. At that time, Ray could only reply quietly and briefly. Ariel had emphasized that no matter how important this tournament was, it wasn't worth exchanging his own life for. Furthermore, the defensive barrier of the arena would definitely not be able to withstand that horrific, destructive power, and he might accidentally kill his opponent right on the spot. Returning to the harsh reality, Ray struggled to evade the deadly attacks while telling himself, if it's to protect the heavenly special admission slot, I'm willing to risk my life. But I cannot kill someone in a school tournament like this. Ray realized that Dibwa's movements were strangely simple. He thought to himself, with physical stats and reflexes that superior, taking me down should have been very easy for him. Ray quickly realized The opponent didn't lack technique, but was intentionally holding back. He wondered, what on earth is he plotting? Right after that, Dibor revealed a crazed smile full of fangs. Being continuously hit like this, I wonder if you can hold out. In a perilous moment, a sharp sword line rushed straight toward Gray, making him shockingly realize, I cannot dodge this strike. Gray was astonished when he found he still managed to raise his sword to defend. He asked himself why. I definitely shouldn't have made it in time. Looking toward Dibwa, who was collapsing, Gray wondered in doubt. Did he just intentionally weaken the attack? No. So daily professor, Ariel, with her bright red hair appeared. She pointed her finger toward the arena. With a sharp, furious gaze. What on earth is that power? She had realized that inside the guy's chest, a sinister, purple mana was smoldering. Oh dear, isn't this match going too one-sidedly? In the stands, the professors began to gossip about the cruelty of the second-year student as he intentionally prolonged the match even though he could end it at any moment. Is he playing cat and mouse with his opponent? Ray was bracing himself to defend against a barrage of wind-tearing sword lines pouring down like rain, creating consecutive, fiery clashes. One professor sarcastically remarked that the heavenly eye student was only struggling to defend, yet still refused to surrender. And that only proves he completely lacks sufficient capability. Old Budra laughed delightfully, suggesting that perhaps Gray was trying to imply that the Heavenly Eye program should be abolished early, because if we keep waiting, everything will only turn into a total mess. Budra continued to mock triumphantly. Ha ha ha, maybe you're right. What a thoughtful student, knowing how to consider the Academy's reputation. In the middle of the arena, Ray was being backed into a corner, trying to withstand a powerful downward strike from his opponent. Unable to sit still and watch her student being tortured, Ariel stood up abruptly and shouted out in extreme anxiety. Stop the match. End it right now. This is way too dangerous. However, Budra still maintained his sinister face and sarcastically asked Bako, and what exactly is dangerous? Do you mean this practice match? Another professor also spoke up to remind Ariel that the arena had been enveloped by an extremely powerful protective magic. Every strike that could cause fatal injuries would be blocked automatically. But that guy's just playing around. He's not even fighting properly. He asserted that was the reason the students could fight with all their might, without fear, then turn around to ask if she had any other special reason for wanting to stop this match or not. Right at that moment, Dibwa delivered a powerful kick aimed straight at the stomach, sending Gray flying far away. Ariel roared in extreme anxiety. Of course I know about the protective magic, but it won't be enough to protect Ray from. Before she could finish her sentence, an explosion of purplish-black energy erupted violently. In the middle of the arena, radiating a terrifying pressure, Ariel was shocked, her eyes widening behind her spectacles as she witnessed the dark aura swallowing everything. From within the eerie darkness, a face with a smile full of fangs appeared hauntingly. A vertical slash carrying destructive power struck down, his glowing red eyes flashing with intense tension amidst the energy that was spinning out of control. Well, it's completely over this time, Professor. The horrific attack extended far into the distance, destroying even the solid stone walls of the arena. Ray stood firmly amidst the ruins, his breathing heavy as he witnessed a deep trench dividing the arena in two. The ground shook violently as thick dust rose, enveloping his lonely figure before the speechless silence of everyone. The sword aura clashed powerfully against the magic barrier, creating brilliant blue lightning sparks that caused the shield to start cracking. The old professor, Budra, was so terrified that his face turned completely pale, only able to shriek in despair. Ariel screamed in horror. The barrier. I told you guys. She gritted her teeth in fury as she realized the cruel truth. That bastard Bradley. Unbelievable, he actually implanted that thing into a student. Ariel immediately reached her hand out. Glowing purple magic chains flared around her arm as she prepared to exert all her strength to intervene. Ariel frantically cast the binding magic, but the dark purple chains were instantly deflected back by the solid shield. She shockingly realized the barrier protecting the audience was too strong, leaving her completely helpless to intervene. From the outside, in a state of panic, Ariel screamed, demanding to deactivate the barrier immediately and cancel the tournament, because this is no longer swordsmanship. Up in the stands, old Budra along with the other professors were also trembling in fear. He could only grit his teeth and curse as he witnessed the situation go completely out of control. I saw you laughing triumphantly earlier. Go on and block that now. You were laughing so hard just now, but now go inside and help yourself. Adios, Lordly, Urging. Gray to run away quickly, as stopping the match from the outside would take a lot of time. Standing in the epicenter of the eerie dark aura, Gray gritted his teeth and thought to himself, run away? If I turn my back on him right now, he will die instantly. The panicked screams of the crowd echoed throughout the arena in utter chaos. Amidst all of that, Professor, head coach still observed silently. He assessed that the magic of the professors would take at least 30 seconds to reach the arena floor, an amount of time far too late to save his student's life. Realizing there was no other choice, head coach loudly transmitted his voice. Ray, consider your body to be a sword. Don't just swing your sword. Move your entire body along with that source of power. Ray struggled to withstand the surrounding energy. He silently complained about this sudden instruction. Consider my body a sword? Professor, you can't just throw such an absurd request at me right now. At a critical moment like this, I think if you can try it, just try it. Despite his skepticism, Ray still decided to take the gamble. But if the professor said, I can do it, then I will do it. No, I absolutely must be able to do it. He closed his eyes, focusing his entire mind onto a single point to awaken his true self. I'm the one and only blade. Focus entirely on it. Deebwa's dark purple aura frenziedly poured down as if to swallow Gray, yet he still stood formidably without flinching. Suddenly, Gray's eyes shone with a cold gaze. He entered a state of intense concentration, making all surrounding movements seem to freeze. Ray shockingly realized that every movement of his opponent seemed to be slowing down unusually. Has he always been this slow? But then he immediately understood the harsh truth. No, it's because I have become faster. The glowing red sword swung upward. Ray put all his strength into a lightning-fast slash. Sparks flew wildly in the suffocating clash, then a powerful blow caused the ground to shatter under the horrific pressure. The dust cleared to reveal a deep pit right in the middle of the arena, making the old professor Boudreaux widen his eyes in terror. He broke through even the defensive barrier. The people around were equally shocked. What kind of combat is this anyway? Urging screams echoed all over the stands. Is that student all right? Quick, call the medical team immediately. However, from within the ruins, an eerie dark shadow gradually appeared, making the professor stammer in extreme fear. What? He is still completely unharmed. Deebwa Radato by this time had completely transformed, his entire body covered by sinister, dark purple aura. He threw his head back, roaring frantically, his eyes glowing brightly like a true monster. Awakening in the middle of the battlefield. Is he experiencing a deviation in his cultivation right now? Realizing the danger was not yet over, Ariel shouted a warning from the stands. Ray, it's not over yet. Be careful. Ray gritted his teeth and replied, I know. But his pupils immediately contracted as he felt a spine-chilling, killing intent. A massive pillar of dark energy suddenly erupted, swallowing Gray in a horrific explosion. The entire stands fell into a state of panic. Terrified screams ringing out everywhere. Ariel gritted her teeth, shouting to ask about the barrier status. But the answer she received was only one of helplessness. 10 more seconds. Amidst the dark purple energy that was devastating the arena, Gray struggled to find a way to hold his ground, his glowing red eyes narrowing intently as he looked through the smoke and dust to search for the opponent's position. Suddenly, a dark shadow closed in with unimaginable speed, leaving Gray with only enough time to widen his eyes in horror before the attack. Lightning-fast attack of the enemy. Ray gathered his strength to block Deebwa's blade, feeling the violent tremors spreading through his entire body. Looking at the distorted, frenzied face and the glowing purple eyes of the enemy, he thought to himself in horror, this strength and speed, there's no way he's human. Ray's eyes shone with intense killing intent as he gritted his teeth and told himself, but I am no ordinary person either. He swung his sword, knocking the opponent back far away to relieve the pressure. Ray stared intently at the opponent and shockingly realized, after all those blows, he is still completely unharmed. Deebwa once again rushed forward to attack. However, right at the moment he intended to counterattack, Ray's body suddenly suffered a violent backlash. Ariel screamed in despair. Ray was now backed into a corner. He gritted his teeth, thinking that if he didn't counter right away, everything would end here. In utter agony, Ray roared, demanding more power to turn the tables. The dark power surged along with the haunting image of a glowing demon eye. Ray's eyes burned with killing intent. He defied everything to awaken. The terrifying entity within, a single sword, slash swung upwards so fast that no one could see anything in time. By the time they realized it, both of Dibwa's arms had been severed by him. The professors in the stands, including Ariel, were all shocked, frozen solid before the horrifying scene unfolding. The entire massive arena had now been completely leveled. The ground was riddled with countless cracks, under the horrific pressure radiating from Gray. The moment the protective barrier was deactivated, Ariel immediately shouted out, "The barrier has been released." She, along with the other professors, rushed down to the arena floor to stop the disaster before it was too late. Vibrant pink energy chains tightly bound Dibwa, both to stop the bleeding and to suppress the dark aura that was wildly pouring out from his body. Ray gasped heavily in pain, blood pouring from his mouth, as his body was suffering from a violent backlash from the power that just erupted. Ariel frantically rushed over, her hands glowing with a deep blue magic as she screamed, "Ray, are you all right?" The other professors also hurried over to help. Ariel immediately ordered, "Quick, use recovery magic on him." Ray lay motionless on the ground amidst the gentle healing light that was weaving into every fiber of his flesh. Seeing her students' breathing gradually stabilize, Ariel let out a soft sigh of relief. Thank goodness. In the end, you're troublesome. Life is saved, But right after that, she suddenly paused upon realizing something extremely unusual. To everyone's astonishment, Ray unexpectedly stood up firmly and softly said, "Thank you, Professor." The professor, standing nearby, was shocked, unable to believe his eyes. You can already stand up? Are you sure you're all right?" Instead of answering, Ray turned to look at Ariel and asked, "How do you see it?" Ariel remained silent. She raised her hand to the frame of her glasses and activated her glowing heavenly eye to peer deep inside him. She was stunned, uttering, "Unbelievable." Through her visual prowess, Ariel shockingly realized that despite just using a horrific source of power, Gray's soul remained completely intact, without even a single small scratch. Ray curiously asked about his body condition. Ariel replied, "The recovery magic has finished handling it. You won't feel any more pain." Ray smiled with satisfaction. It seems it worked. Hector walked closer to Ariel. He thoughtfully confirmed that they had succeeded in mitigating the backlash just as initially planned. Hector shockingly wondered if this truly was a state where the backlash had been mitigated or not. Ariel's entire body radiated a powerful, burning magic, warning that without the timely recovery magic, Ray might have lost his life. So you're also lucky, since the teachers helped you in time. She comforted herself that keeping the injury at a level that magic could heal was already a major success. Up to the current moment, Hector was lost in thought. He hoped that one day, Gray would be able to withstand this horrific pressure on his own, but he knew that would still require a lot more training time. Standing between the two professors, Gray was stunned to realize that the entire hellish training process he just went through was actually to prepare for this life-or-death moment. Ariel walked across the arena, admitting that everything had gone beyond the initially planned script. Looking at Dibwa, Rad Otto tightly bound on the stretcher and being carried away in a miserable state, she stepped closer to the examiner to confirm one final thing. Who won the match? The announcement rang out loudly across the stands. The protective barrier of the second-year representative, Dibwa Rad Otto, was activated by the attack of the first-year representative, Gray. Therefore, the winner of this election match is the first-year representative, Gray. The entire arena erupted in cheers and excited applause. The students couldn't help but talk in astonishment. No way. Did he really defeat a second-year student? Praises for the heavenly eye. Special admission class rang out endlessly. Some even worshipfully called him Lord Gray after that utterly insane performance just now. It was indeed too insane. They almost all experienced a deviation in cultivation. Witnessing this miracle, Hector thought to himself that the first year's 35 match losing streak had finally come to an end. Another professor admitted that after witnessing the battle just now, no one would dare doubt Ariel's judgment of character as a mistake anymore. They agreed that after what they had seen, the Academy had no other choice but to admit she was right. Now, no one would dare speak up in support of the proposal to abolish the heavenly special admission slot anymore. The professors completely changed their attitude. They believed the academy should feel ashamed for ever having the intention to abolish this program and almost expelling a natural talent. Ariel silently stood and watched, Gray being surrounded by the crowd congratulating him in the middle of the arena. Her eyes welled up with tears of emotion. She softly smiled with pure happiness and silently sent her most sincere thanks to her student. Meanwhile, the atmosphere around old Boudre became more suffocating than ever. The other professors turned to look at him with highly judgmental eyes, demanding that those who had vehemently called for the abolition of the heavenly program re-examine their own responsibility. Old Boudreaux was sweating profusely, his face completely pale, only able to freeze and stammer in sheer humiliation. Now that all his despicable schemes had vanished in a thin air. If it were me, I would laugh in his face for 3 days and 3 nights to make him feel less humiliated. Hi. Old Boudreaux was sweating profusely, awkwardly finding a way to escape before the judgmental gazes. Right. I still have a few other matters that need preparation. Ignoring his colleague's call from behind, he ran as fast as his legs could carry him to flee from this humiliation. Professor Boudreaux, wait for me, he hurriedly declared. Please excuse me, I shall go first. Looking at his pathetic departing back, an old professor thoughtfully recalled an old teaching. Never be foolish enough to provoke the heavenly eye. It seems that saying still holds true even now. He commented that compared to her youth, Ariel had truly become much gentler because times had changed. Standing from afar, observing the reverent fear the seniors had for his master, Ray couldn't help but feel doubtful. Did something happen to Professor Ariel in the past? As the noisy crowd dispersed, a gray-haired man, wearing glasses with a poised demeanor, approached Gray. All right, now that the troublemakers are gone, now that the distractions are gone, let's discuss a few issues that concern me, Gray. Gray warily looked at the opponent and asked back, What is the matter, sir? Well, if there was nothing, I wouldn't have called you over just to stare at each other. The principal directly brought up the incident that just occurred. In a match just now, the second-year representative, Dubois Radado, was clearly forced to harbor an anomalous source of power inside his body. We will definitely conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. He admitted a harsh truth, that a practice match, which was supposed to be completely safe, almost claimed a student's life. With a deeply apologetic look, he placed his hand on his chest and bowed. The Academy takes full responsibility for failing to detect this anomaly early on. First of all, please allow me to offer you my most sincere apologies. Ray scratched his head, humbly responding to the apology. Please don't worry about it. In the end, nothing serious happened after all. Thank you. In that case, he suddenly raised his hand to his glasses, his eyes glowing with a deep blue, probing magic. After Dubois lost control, you also released something. Gray broke into a cold sweat. Under the opponent's high-pressure gaze, the image of Gray covered in a blazing red fiery aura flashed in the official's mind. He assessed. That was not magic. It was something far more alien. A type of power that modern magic theory cannot even begin to analyze yet. He looked straight at Gray and pressed further. Could you tell me what that power really is? You are quite the curious one yourself, aren't you? Ray squeezed his eyes shut, his mind racing. What should I say? I can't reveal anything from before I turn back time, especially when I still don't know where the mastermind behind Liquid is hiding. In the end, he coldly replied, I don't know. You don't know? Even when you were the one who used it? Ray casually stated, Yes. I had no idea I possessed such a power. It was Professor Ariel who recognized and explained that to me. Standing nearby, Ariel looked at Ray with a sharp gaze, scolding him in her mind. What a liar. When he defeated the Goblin General, Ray had already used that power extremely proficiently. What on earth is he planning? Ray glanced at Ariel with an implicit smile, silently sending a request. Please just go along with this. To stop Liquid, I need you to continue to be the only person who handles that source of power. Understanding her student's intention, Ariel smiled softly and meaningfully. So that is your perspective. You've truly thought of everything. Honestly speaking, you don't look like someone living their first life at all. She walked leisurely, a feeling of gratitude rising in her heart. Thank you. If you trust me this much, then I have no choice but to step forward and protect you. They understand each other so well. Adio stepped toward the principal and confirmed, just as you said, Gray's power cannot be analyzed through conventional magic theory. However, she emphasized, I myself can see it clearly with my heavenly eye. Ariel explained that after observing that source of energy, she asked Professor Head Coach to help Gray train, and that very thing helped him achieve the level of control he has today. Though still researching how to evoke this power properly, Ariel earnestly requested the principal to hand over full management of Gray to her. The principal fell into deep thought, then admitted that after witnessing the match just now, he could not refuse. He decisively declared, not just Gray, but the entire handling of the Heavenly Eye Special Admission Group from now on will be at Ariel's sole discretion. He also promised that if there was anything the Academy could help with, Ariel only had to ask. Faced with this absolute trust, Ariel was deeply moved, heartily, and offered her most sincere thanks to the principal. Ray and Ariel looked at each other with perfect understanding. She flashed a bright, satisfied smile. Right after that, the principal announced that the entire group would move to the special underground medical bay to examine the condition of Diwa Radato. He requested Ariel to come along since her special visual prowess was needed, and Ariel immediately agreed. The two left together to begin a deeper investigation into the bizarre transformations on the opponent's body. In the quiet space of the office, Ariel thoughtfully took a sip of hot tea. Looking toward Gray, Ariel revealed a shocking truth, that the source of power used on Diwa's body was almost identical to the power of Liquidator, the Destroyer. The image of the eerie purple energy mass burning on Diwa's chest returned as a testament to the danger that was gradually manifesting right inside the Academy. Ariel asserted that the crystal blocks used on Diwa's body were exactly the type they had seen in the laboratory. Ray anxiously asked about the opponent's condition. Ariel thoughtfully took a sip of tea, then coldly replied, He's dead. Ray was shocked, clenching his fist as he asked himself, Is it because of me? Ariel immediately denied it and explained that from the very moment that power was activated, Diwa was no longer himself. Perhaps his soul had already vanished from the moment that thing was implanted into him. She asserted that this was clearly a retaliatory strike aimed directly at Gray for taking down Varian Bradley. So in short, he was waiting for a chance to take revenge on Gray, but failed miserably. Ray muttered thoughtfully, I see. He realized that if Diwa was modified after Varian died, then there must definitely be a third party involved in this matter. Ariel agreed that there was a much bigger mastermind pulling the strings, and she would continue the investigation, even though it would take quite some time. Taking a sip of tea, Ariel shared her hunch that the deepest levels of the Academy were connected to this conspiracy. Looking toward the grand architecture, Ray decisively said, I understand. If there is anything I can do to help, please let me know. Ariel looked at the ring on her hand and smiled gently. Thank you. Turning to the topic of Gray's power, she commented that he had begun to learn how to use it without damaging his soul. Gray confirmed it, though he admitted that the backlash on his body this time was even worse than before. But Ariel simply reassured him, don't worry. She revealed that Professor Head Coach had proposed taking his training to a new stage. Ray cheered excitedly. Really? Ariel smiled and confirmed, you will soon learn how to control that power much better than you do now. In the middle of the vast arena, hundreds of iron-armored dummies stood formidably like a motionless army. Ray stood surrounded by them, silently thinking to himself, needless to say, this training method is truly dangerous and painful. Professor Head Coach looked at him with a serious expression and offered a final choice. If you're willing to spend more time, there are still safer options available. Are you absolutely sure about this decision? Ray looked straight at the professor with his glowing red, resolute eyes and decisively replied, yes. Receiving the answer, Head Coach nodded. All right, then let us begin. Ray half closed his eyes, focusing his entire mind to find his true self. He chanted in his mind, I'm the one and only blade. Remember it, the feeling from that moment. A blazing red, fiery aura began to envelop the sword and Gray's entire body, radiating a terrifying pressure. He softly muttered, let's go. Then his red eyes, filled with killing intent, suddenly snapped open. Instantly, Gray dashed off like a red flash, slashing the iron dummies into scraps in just a heartbeat. That's impressive. If I were to slash, I'd probably only slash mud. Hi. blazing red sword lines intertwined densely across the arena. Ray moved with unimaginable speed, creating a destructive storm that crushed every obstacle. A shocking explosion erupted, blowing away a series of iron armors amidst the utter astonishment of the observing professors. One trembling voiced out, "He's too fast," while the other could only utter blankly, "Simply unbelievable." Hector silently observed every movement of his student with a highly thoughtful gaze. In the middle of the arena, Ray dashed off like a whirlwind, crushing the iron dummies into tiny fragments. However, that horrific power began to lash back violently. Immediately, the Academy's medical team appeared, simultaneously casting a grand magic to activate the recovery spell. Brilliant, deep blue spiritual energy flowed and enveloped Gray, weaving into every fiber of his flesh to soothe the pain torturing his physical body. Oh, everything was going so perfectly well until the backlash hit. Ray gradually regained his senses. He slightly forced himself up and sent his thanks to the people who had healed him. Hector approached with a highly satisfied smile. "Well done, you've held out a bit longer than last time." He asserted that as long as this process was repeated, Ray's body would gradually adapt and learn how to endure the backlash from that terrifying source of power. Ray looked down at his sword, shockingly realizing that earlier, due to being too focused, he had completely immersed himself in the combat state, without even noticing the horrific destruction he had caused. Ray spoke in a low voice, admitting, "But using this power is truly very painful." Hector casually replied, "That pain and endurance were the very testaments to him surpassing his own limits." Though admitting this training process was extremely harsh and beyond normal endurance, the professor still left. "Gray, deciding whether to continue or stop is up to you." Without a single moment of hesitation, Gray gripped the sword tightly, his red eyes burning with determination. "I will do it again. Let's go." A sharp, "Stop right there," rang out, cutting off Gray's intention. That was Professor Ariel. "This training session is strictly limited to once a day." "That's true. Pushing yourself too hard will kill you." Ray still wanted to continue, because he felt his body had fully recovered thanks to the magic. He pressed further, asking if this method truly guaranteed that his soul would not be damaged. Ariel thoughtfully explained that although recovery magic could heal physical wounds, if he continued to suffer severe damage before his nervous system stabilized, his sensation when swinging the sword would be completely disrupted. She looked deep into Ray's eyes and reminded him that he was the one who understood this better than anyone. Ray froze, remembering an old scar and the warning from a military doctor years back, stating that the very injuries left untreated from the time he was bullied by the builders had held back his progress in swordsmanship for a long time. Head coach standing nearby also let out a sigh of relief, admitting that even he would be wary of this crazy training method if it had to be repeated multiple times a day. This would be insane if it had to be repeated many times a day. Ray could only quietly reply, "I understand." Witnessing that extreme amount of effort, Leon Hart couldn't help but wonder why Ray had to be in such a hurry to become strong when his current capability was already more than enough to top the first year's. Facing her students' doubt, Ariel bitterly admitted, "It's all my fault." She regretted dragging Ray into the fight with Bradley, causing the dark forces behind him to now view him as an enemy that must be eliminated. That's why, without striving to get stronger, he might get slaughtered at any moment. Ariel asserted that the incident with Dubois was only the starting point for a series of dark conspiracies to come. Those who were hiding in the shadows of the Academy, and possibly even the notorious criminal organization Bloodrinker that had stolen the magic catalyst for Bradley, would definitely come looking for him soon to seek revenge. Ariel's gaze was heavy with guilt. She asserted that becoming stronger was the only way for Gray to survive before softly uttering a belated apology. Ray reassured his master not to worry, because stopping the liquid at experiment was his own choice, and he would carry out at all costs. Ariel looked at her student with immense pride. She admitted Gray was an exceptionally outstanding student, and the only thing she could do right now was to help him fully exploit that hidden source of power. Hector realized the underlying meaning in Ariel's words. He secretly guessed she was harboring a special plan, and Ariel only smiled, confirming it mysteriously. Hector turned to ask Ariel if she had forgotten the fastest and safest way for a swordsman to become stronger. In the middle of the ruined arena, Ray looked bewildered, not understanding what the professor was implying. Hector closed his eyes with great satisfaction and asserted, "Changing the sword is the fastest solution at this moment. Does changing to a sharper, fancier sword make you stronger, everyone?" Ray looked at the sword at his hip with great doubt. The sword, Adiel, explained that although the sword provided by the Academy was a premium, custom-made item, which was normally more than enough for a first-year student, unfortunately, it no longer had enough strength to withstand his terrifying source of power. Looking at the reflection through a broken sword fragment, she firmly asserted that no ordinary weapon could handle the horrific pressure Ray created. Adiel unexpectedly pulled out a brilliant gold key and announced that she would take Gray to her secret vault. Hector shockingly tried to stop her upon realizing her intention. "Are you really planning to give the boy one of the weapons in there? Gray is still just a student." However, Ariel decisively brushed it off and asserted that everything was fine. A deep blue magic erupted violently as Ariel activated the key. She declared that Gray absolutely deserved this privilege. A massive portal of light appeared amidst the ruins, broken, radiating a terrifying pressure that left Gray utterly stunned. Adiel proudly stepped before the brilliant aura and ordered, "Follow me." Are this master and student going treasure hunting together? Ray stepped through the portal of light, instantly overwhelmed by the magnificence inside. His eyes widened in astonishment before a massive treasury filled with gold, silver, and precious artifacts. Ray could only utter in amazement before the unimaginable scale of this place. Ariel mumbled as she walked, searching for the sword section, then quickly led the group toward the towering shelves. She explained to Gray that today's goal was to find a sword that truly fits to handle his power. Looking around the array of weapons, Gray silently expressed his admiration. As everywhere he looked, swords radiated a terrifying, killing intent. Hector proudly asserted that he wouldn't be able to find a collection of swords more massive than this place anywhere else in the world. Ariel admitted that choosing among thousands of these masterpieces was by no means easy, and because the nature of Gray's power was too immense, they could only test a maximum of one sword per day to ensure safety. She decided to select a few prominent ones for Gray to try out one by one. Adiel started by pointing out the sharpest sword in the collection. Gray exerted his strength to draw the large, glowing sword from its rack, clearly feeling its significant weight on his hands. Adiel smiled and asserted that despite being heavy, it cuts extremely smoothly. Then she signaled Gray to move toward the practice target and requested him to test its power immediately. Ray gathered his strength. He replied, "All right," then stomped his foot hard to gain momentum and dashed off. The large sword plunged deep into the ruins. Observing from behind, Ariel commented, "It is definitely very powerful, but perhaps a bit too heavy for actual combat." Hector also agreed, "Indeed, no matter how sharp a sword is, it is useless if you cannot hit anything with it." That's right, the user's swordsmanship technique is what matters, isn't it? However, Ariel believed that owning such a sword wouldn't hurt anyway, especially when facing large, tough, and slow opponents like divine beasts or fortified structures. She also thoughtfully offered, "I will also give you a magic storage pouch, so you won't have to carry it around clumsily if you place it inside." Ray looked bewildered and asked back, "Huh?" He looked at the masterpiece sword in his hand and couldn't help but feel doubtful. To this sword isn't something that can just be casually lent out to someone like this, right? Adiel half closed her eyes, smiled mysteriously, and asserted, "It's better to give it to someone who can use it than to let it gather dust in the vault." Her gaze became sharp and cold as she issued a final warning. "Furthermore, when you face the one behind Varian, the one behind the summoning of liquid ether, can you be sure that you won't regret not bringing it along?" Looking at the glowing sword in his hand, Ray involuntarily remembered the painful past, when he and his teammates were completely helpless against the enemy's strength. Whether he was present there or not, nothing would have changed, no matter how hard they had strived to train. Returning to reality, Ray quietly looked at the masterpiece weapon and sincerely said, "Thank you for lending me this sword. Awesome. Getting favored by your teacher while at school is truly the best feeling. Try to avoid letting others see this sword, unless you intend to use it." Ray looked bewildered and asked back, "Why is that, ma'am?" If brought to the market, it would cost at least 10 billion, not less than 10,000 gold coins. Hearing that massive figure, Ray was so shocked his eyes rolled back. sweating profusely as he cried out in terror. 10 billion. Ray frantically tried to back out. I can't keep something this expensive. However, Ariel decisively shut down that intention. I don't accept returns. And who said I was lending you this sword? I am gifting it to you. She explained that if it were just a borrowed item, Ray would definitely develop a psychological barrier and wouldn't dare go all out when using it. Ray was still completely shocked. He stammered and asked back, "You're joking, right?" Ariel coldly asserted, "No, I am not joking." Ariel stepped closely to him, her heavenly eye glowing brightly with heavy pressure as she declared, "If I can't protect the heavenly eye special admission slot with just 10 billion, then I am more than willing to do so. That sword is a belated reward for what you have done." Just as Gray was about to say but, Ariel instantly radiated a terrifying killing intent, bringing her face close to his and threateningly demanded, "Or are you trying to say that my heavenly eye special admission slot isn't even worth that pocket change of 10 billion? Faced with the terrifying majesty of the professor, Gray was so scared his face went completely pale, only able to answer while trembling, "No, professor, please don't scare me like that. Don't scare him like that. He's just being shy. Hi. Ray tightly gripped the hilt of the great sword and sincerely said, "Thank you very much. I will take very good care of this sword." Ariel smiled with satisfaction and replied, "Good." However, she immediately fell into deep thought. All right, aside from that, 1. We need to find something more ordinary, something that can be used in regular battles. Ray looked around the grand treasury and silently expressed his admiration too. "Hector, I never expected Professor Ariel's treasury to be this impressive." Hector casually explained, "Of course, in this world, no one possesses visual prowess as sharp as Ariel the Heavenly Eye. With those eyes, she can make as much money as she wants." Ariel's eyes glowed brightly with the powerful X symbol as she spoke up, calling out to Hector, as his instructor, "Which one do you think is best?" Hector scanned the area with his eyes, then pointed at a slender sword glowing on the rack. "Let's see, how about this one?" Ray picked up the new sword, asking curiously, "Can I try it out?" Ariel nodded in permission. "Go ahead." Instantly, Ray channeled his strength to execute lightning-fast slashes. "Watching it makes me so dizzy, wow." Ray silently assessed after the trial run. "It feels quite good, I guess." However, looking closely at the blade again, Ray felt a bit of hesitation. It's a well-crafted sword, but something feels off. Or is it just because I'm not used to it yet? Hector, observing from the side, also noticed the anomaly. "It seems it doesn't suit you very well." After thinking for a moment, Ariel spoke up, suggesting, in that case, it was originally made for testing, but might actually suit him." Ray looked up in the direction the professor pointed, his eyes widening in absolute amazement. Appearing before his eyes was an exquisitely beautiful sword, with diamond patterns, radiating a deep blue, mystical, spiritual energy. Hector smiled encouragingly. "Try holding it." Ray cautiously reached out his hand to grip the hilt, his red eyes showing clear curiosity toward this peculiar weapon. His eyes shone like headlights. He must really like it, huh? The moment he lifted it, Ray was astonished by its unexpected weight. It is so light. But upon closer inspection, he shockingly realized a major flaw in this weapon. But it doesn't have a blade. Hector explained that this was a sword designed to test new technology, not for actual combat. Although it's just a block of unsharpened steel, it possesses an incredibly astonishing durability. He assessed that this could be a highly suitable choice for Gray at this moment. Gray asked back in doubt, "You mean with my current strength, I don't need a sharp-edged sword?" Hector decisively confirmed, as he doubted any regular sword, no matter how strong, could handle his horrific source of power. He warned that if Gray kept getting stronger, even the masterpieces in this treasure vault won't be able to do anything other than making you slower. Therefore, instead of relying on sharpness, Gray needs to aim for a future of combat, where you no longer depend on a blade. If you can defeat opponents without needing a blade, you're truly no joke. Then he's no ordinary guy, he's a code hacker. Hector asserted that a sword like this is the most perfect puzzle piece for you. To demonstrate, the professor directly took the sword and unleashed a powerful swing aimed straight at the target. Instead of a clean cut, the sword dealt a heavy blow with brute force, causing the fortified iron pillar to be completely crushed and deformed. Under the suffocating pressure, Ray was stunned, uttering incredible. Witnessing Hector's strength, Ariel thought to herself, "Personally, I think Ray should stick to using swords. But she also clicked her tongue, but I guess. There's no harm in trying a little. Ariel. Turn to ask Ray if he wanted to try any other types of weapons besides swords, as she was willing to lead him to other areas if he wished. Ray resolutely replied, even if you say so, I still only want to check out the swords here. His gaze swept across a series of masterpieces on the racks and stopped at a sword with an impressive, brilliant red pattern. Ray silently assessed, like that one over there. It looks much lighter and stronger than the first one. To make a long story short, have you picked one yet? Ray walked over and thought to himself, let's try that one too and see how it goes. But as he approached another slender, silver sword, he suddenly froze. A strange sensation ran down his spine, leaving Ray shockingly wondering, what is this? This feeling. It feels like I have seen this sword somewhere before. Ray curiously asked Professor Ariel about this sword. Ariel glanced over and casually replied, oh, that one was left behind by a former student after graduation. It's not a famous sword, but is very well crafted. Ray fell into deep thought, then earnestly requested, can I try this one? Ariel happily agreed, of course. Ray held the silver sword in his hand and felt an incredibly astonishing fit. He thought to himself, it is so easy to hold, almost as if it was born just from my hand. Standing before the practice target, Ray took a deep breath, then swung the sword. The wooden target was cleanly cut in half, in an extremely effortless manner. Witnessing that smooth sword strike, Hector and Ariel couldn't help but express their admiration and astonishment. Ray looked at the sword in his hand, his red eyes glowing with pure joy. Wow, it fits so incredibly well. It feels as if I have been training with this sword since the day I was born. So you're locking in this one, kiddo? Ariel smiled and asked, do you like it? Ray decisively replied, yes, I do. In my entire life, I have never held a sword that is this easy to use. Ariel nodded. In that case, let's test it out a little more. We need to see if it is truly compatible with your source of power. However, Ray suddenly froze in worry, asking hesitantly, but isn't this the sword of your former student? If I accidentally break it, then... Ariel reassured him with a confident smile. She asserted that the sword would definitely be happier being used, rather than being left to gather dust in this treasury. Looking at his own reflection on the polished blade, Ray let out a soft sigh of relief, thinking to himself that perhaps she was right. Ray curiously asked Ariel about the identity of the former student who had created this masterpiece. She casually revealed, his name is MMMLover. Instantly, Ray's pupils contracted in shock. In his mind, the silhouette of a legend appeared. MMMLover, the greatest magic swordsmith in the world. So you picking his sword is no different from winning the lottery, right? Ray shockingly asked himself, is this sword really his creation? Returning to reality in the middle of the vast arena, Ariel loudly declared, starting from today, thou art officially. We will begin testing this sword. She demanded that Gray push it to its absolute limits, to comprehensively check both its power and durability. Gray decisively replied, I understand. Ariel picked up the sword with the diamond pattern and decided, let's start with this one first. Handing the weapon to her student, Ariel explained, I want to start with this strangest sword, to see how your power affects it. Ray took the sword and braced himself. Understood, Professor. Standing in the middle of the arena, he began compressing his entire will to evoke his true self. Sparks of brilliant red fiery aura began to leak out, but he suddenly froze with a bewildered look. Huh? Ray stared intently at the sword, then apologetically said to the professors, I'm sorry. Let me try that again. Ariel and Hector silently observed from behind as the brilliant red dark aura once again began to tightly wrap around the blade in an eerie manner. Ray focused his entire mind, telling himself that he was the one and only blade, and began compressing his power into the weapon. However, the brilliant red fiery aura that had just sparked suddenly vanished altogether to his absolute astonishment. Ray shockingly realized that his power completely failed to activate on this experimental sword. It seems the sword is refusing to cooperate with him. Seeing this, Ariel approached and anxiously asked, did you notice any difference from your normal physical condition? But Gray asserted that there was nothing unusual. Ariel hopefully deduced that if so, the sword itself might be the cause. She decided to set it aside to try another one, as it probably didn't work. Well, with Gray's special source of power, Ariel pulled out a magic storage device and decided to have him test the sword that seemed the most ordinary in the collection this time. She drew the slender, brilliant silver sword of her former student and handed it to Gray with the message. Give this one a try. Gray stood in the middle of the vast arena and took a deep breath to focus his entire will on his true self. He told himself, I am the one and only blade. Instantly, a brilliant red, fiery aura erupted violently, tightly wrapping around Metallum Norum's silver sword. Ray couldn't help but feel excited as he saw his power react uniformly with the weapon. I managed to activate it. Unexpectedly, a deep and mysterious voice echoed right inside Gray's mind. While there's still time, when the time comes, Gray froze, in shock, his red eyes showing clear doubt. What was that? Did I just hear a voice in my head? Observing from a distance, Hector nodded and confirmed to Ariel that activating Gray's power would no longer face any obstacles, with his compatible sword supporting him. Brushing aside his confusion, Ray shouted loudly, Here I come, then dashed into the middle of the Iron Dummy army, crushing the fortified armor in just a blink of an eye. Ray silently analyzed while fighting. The amount of power output remains the same as before, but he shockingly realized the crucial point. It swings incredibly smoothly. My entire body feels so light too. Ray continued to unleash consecutive slashes. With terrifying speed, Ray swung lines of blazing red sword strikes, crushing the iron armor in a heartbeat. The observing onlookers couldn't help but gasp in terror. He's too fast. But this time, he is completely different from before. A storm of brilliant red sword aura swept across the arena. Ray moved at an unimaginable speed, feeling as though he was flying, amidst the fragments of iron armor scattering everywhere. A final helmet fell to the ground, ending the frenzy of attacks. Ray's glowing red eyes flashed with a sharp, highly focused gaze. He stood firm with the sword in his hand, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but his killing intent did not diminish in the slightest. Ray panted, staring at his achievement in utter amazement. There are no targets left. He stared intently at the sword, silently calculating. The number of targets was exactly the same as last time. Ray recalled that during the previous training session, he could only take down about half of them. Yet now, the entire army of dummies had been completely wiped out by him. Observing from a distance, Ariel softly called her student's name with a highly complex look. Ray, Ariel, and the professors frantically rushed over. She asked in utter shock, How can you still be standing? Ray asked back in bewilderment, as his consciousness began to fade, revealing a deep, gaping wound that was bleeding profusely from the horrific backlash. And once again he passed out cold. Witnessing her student's terrible condition, Ariel shouted in a panic, Drop the sword. The silver sword thudded onto the floor the exact moment Gray collapsed. Ariel immediately ordered the medical team to deploy recovery magic. Under the effect of the deep blue spiritual energy, Ray struggled heavily to push himself up. He tremblingly placed his hands on the ground, shockingly asking himself, My power is... Hector quickly rushed over to support his student and advised, Don't push yourself too hard. Ray could only weakly reply, I'm sorry. Ariel anxiously reminded him that losing too much blood would completely drain Gray's physical strength, even with magic support, and demanded that he rest for a while. Hector assessed that Gray had just surpassed a limit he couldn't reach before, considering it a good sign. Ariel bent down to pick up the sword. She agreed, but also didn't forget to issue a warning. Moving without realizing your own condition is also extremely dangerous. In real combat without a professional healer nearby, you had better be careful. Exactly, you have to know your own limits and stop at the right time. Ariel raised the silver sword to examine it. She couldn't help but admire. After all that, there isn't even a single scratch. It truly is a wonderful sword. Looking at the polished blade reflecting her own image, Ariel secretly wondered, did the sword's aura grow a bit stronger? Or am I just imagining things? Suddenly, Ariel froze with a pale face. Noticing the anomaly, Hector asked in concern, What's wrong, Professor? Instantly, an earth-shattering explosion shook the entire academy. Ray and Hector were shocked, unable to believe their eyes, only managing to utter in astonishment. Massive boulders began falling from above, thick smoke and dust enveloping the collapsing tower. Below, the crowd of students fled in chaos, screaming in desperation. En explosion. Run fast. Debris is falling. What is going on? Is it an earthquake or a tsunami? Faced with the urgent situation, the commanding voices of the professors echoed loudly. All instructors, deploy the barrier magic. prioritized protecting lives. A massive, deep blue shield was erected to block the falling debris. Ray was breaking a sweat, asking himself in shock, what on earth just happened? Hector looked toward the scene. With an extremely serious expression, he assessed that the area just attacked was none other than the hazardous materials storage vault. Observing the eerie purple energy mass burning brightly, he firmly asserted, that is clearly a man-made explosion. Hector further revealed that right after the blast, he caught a glimpse of trace teleportation magic. In just a split second, Adios shockingly deduced. Don't tell me they have openly looted the Academy headquarters. Those nearby immediately denied it, as the vault's walls were protected by an extremely powerful anti-teleportation magic, and were capable of withstanding almost all types of explosive spells. However, Ariel looked into the pitch-black smoke and revealed a shocking truth. There is liquid ether energy mixed within that smoke. Ray was stunned, uttering, "What? Since when did those damn demons sneak in here? Without anyone noticing?" Ariel raised her hand to her glasses, assessing. They probably used the crystal pieces created in the underground lab to destroy the outer wall and the anti-teleportation force field. Ray shockingly realized that the mastermind behind this crazy attack, then those who caused that explosion, must be Varian's accomplices. They actually dared to attack the Academy's main headquarters right in broad daylight. Following practical investigations, a shocking truth has been confirmed. Many extremely valuable items in the Academy's vault have officially been stolen. The storage facility at the Academy has been officially robbed. Standing before the layout of the scene, Professor Ariel thoughtfully assessed that although the higher-ups intentionally hid the details, it was clear this was not a place where an outsider could easily cause an explosion of such a massive scale. The fact that the enemy could completely deactivate the anti-teleportation devices to successfully escape is the most concrete evidence. Audio digicifally assertet. This is definitely an inside job. They practically invited their own kind in to rob the place. Ray shockingly gasped upon realizing the corruption right inside the organization. No way. Ariel looked into the distance and bitterly admitted that the Academy may no longer be a place they could trust. Or perhaps the truth has always been this dark for a very long time. She analyzed that if the Academy were truly being manipulated by the enemy, they could completely use authority to take whatever they wanted. The only reason they had to resort to the extreme measure of blowing up the vault was because they had no legal way to seize those items. Adiel walked away in deep thought and asserted that the main culprit behind this incident is none other than the Blood Drinker organization. Outraged, she uttered, those vermin have even sneaked into the Academy. Ray suddenly recalled Bella's face filled with hatred when mentioning those who had murdered her parents, and now they were present right in this very place. Ariel sat down with an extremely serious expression. She warned Gray that after taking down Varian Bradley, he himself had also entered their deathly radar. They will find a way to send him to his grave soon. Ariel crossed her arms, her eyes glowing with deep anxiety as she gave her final advice. Always maintain a high level of vigilance, especially whenever you step outside the Academy. Ray looked directly at the professor, his red eyes showing clear determination as he decisively replied, "Understand." Ray stepped into the lecture hall with a casual look, but a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the students, making him wonder what happened that makes everyone look so miserable. Does it have something to do with the recent explosion? Seeing that everyone had expressions as if they were going to an execution ground, Ray curiously asked, "Did something happen?" A classmate nearby looked at him in surprise. "Didn't you read the notice about the field march exercise sent to the dormitory? Regarding the field training exercise, please sign here." Ray froze for a moment, then remembered. The notice paper? A field march? All right, I remember receiving something like that. Seeing his indifferent reaction, that classmate panicked even more. "What's with that expression? Don't tell me you still haven't read it." Ray decisively replied, "I read it." "You read it, but your face looks completely clueless, buddy." The classmate began listing out in despair. That's 16 hours of marching and camp training every day in an area full of low-level monsters. Low-level monsters. And there are even professors accompanying us. It's like that for a whole week straight. Plus additional combat training too. Seeing Gray remaining unfazed, he yelled out, "How can you stay so calm? That's 16 hours of walking every day, you know? On top of that, there's no guarantee that you'll get a decent night's sleep. The image of monsters. Monster, lurking in the dark night, appeared like a nightmare. I heard that more than half of the students drop out every year just because of this training. Period. Ray silently observed his classmates' fear and thought to himself. In actual marches, you will never know when the enemy will attack. At least here, there's a fixed time limit. Isn't that already too generous? The memory of the hellish training days in the liquid at suppression unit returned, fully haunting him. Back then, they had no time limits at all. Ray recalled the scene of him and his comrades being thrown into treacherous mountains and forests, having to march continuously for an entire week, amidst a pack of bloodthirsty monsters. Furthermore, many almost lost their lives when they were suddenly attacked by gargantuan entities in the pitch-black night. He has already experienced it. No wonder he stays so unfazed like that. Ray silently thought to himself that since the professors were accompanying them this time, those horrific scenarios wouldn't happen, leaving the classmate next to him utterly speechless, wondering if he was actually being serious. Leon Hart looked over with great admiration, thinking to himself, as expected of Gray, even hellish training sessions cannot make him waver. Once he has reached this level, Gray chuckled softly, but witnessing the absolute terror of everyone around him, he couldn't help but feel that some hidden danger was waiting ahead, reminding himself to always maintain his strength. The day of the annual field march exercise, extra annual, for first-year students finally arrived. Standing before the majestic city gates, the leading professor loudly announced the start of the challenging journey. He didn't forget to issue a stern warning that this would be an incredibly harsh training period, and most of those who failed to complete it had to stop right at the threshold of the second year. He urged the students to persevere to avoid that fate of elimination. In the distance, majestic mountain ranges and cascading waterfalls appear like a powerful challenge aimed straight at the rookies. True, passing the exam is one thing, but whether you can actually take home the degree is still a long, painful story. Right, brothers? Ray looked towards the horizon and recognized that it was the edge of the winter continent. He recalled that this area was almost entirely uninhabited and silently wondered why no one lived there. The troop of students, with full gear on their backs, began to leave the protection of the academy to march into the danger-filled lands. The entire troop trudged along through the grass fields, lush fields officially, embarking on a highly arduous journey of survival. As they advanced deep into the dense forest, a student looked around anxiously and wondered, "Professor, that place doesn't look like a path." The professor casually replied, "I know." Faced with the student's bewilderment, he coldly explained, "It wouldn't be training if we marched on a proper road." An atmosphere of exhaustion quickly enveloped the group of freshmen. Heavy pants began to echo in rapid succession. An exhausted student lamented, "Puff, puff, how much longer do we have to walk?" In response to that reliance, the professor coldly announced, "It has only been 8 hours since the march started. We are only halfway through today's journey." "What? Only halfway? Well, whoever wants to walk can walk. I'm tapping out. Hi." Loud complaints echoed throughout the forest. The students shockingly realized that this was only the first day, yet their physical strength had already hit rock bottom. Looking at the desperate students, the professor began to dish out deceitful words of encouragement. "Just keep going and you'll be fine. Your bodies will naturally get used to this pace. The difficulty is only at the beginning. Soon enough, you will walk purely on instinct, without having to think at all." Really? That old man is definitely lying. While everyone was falling apart, attention shifted toward Leon as a student marveled. Leon is truly something else. He doesn't look tired at all, as expected of the valedictorian of the swordsmanship department. However, Leon was currently focusing his full attention on someone else. Looking at the steady back ahead, Leon silently admired, as expected of Lord Gray. He has maintained the exact same pace since the very beginning without any change. Gray's glowing red eyes calmly observed the surroundings, showing that his physical condition remained extremely stable. "I'm so exhausted." A female student sluggishly walked near the edge of the forest. She suddenly froze upon sensing something unusual. Instantly, a giant spider plunged down from the tree to attack, leaving her only enough time to let out a blood-curdling shriek. "Did you step into a haunted house, young lady?" But before the monster could touch her, a sword suddenly flew in at a terrifying speed, pinning the spider tightly to the tree trunk in a split second. Ray quickly retrieved the sword that had just taken down the spider, leaving his classmate, still in shock and unable to compose herself. She tremblingly uttered, "Thank you." Ray only casually replied as he turned around to walk away. "Some of the bugs around here are poisonous. You should be careful." Witnessing that lightning-fast reaction, Leon Hart couldn't help but be amazed, silently assessing. He is not just simply walking, but is also keeping himself fully prepared for any surprise attacks. I can't see a single opening from him at all. Leon Hart looked at Ray's back with ultimate adoration, asking himself to be able to walk for 8 hours straight while still maintaining that level of vigilance. How much training effort does it take to reach his level? Meanwhile, Ray maintained his composure, thinking to himself that his physical strength was still stable, thanks to the harsh training sessions from before he traveled back in time. Compared to the hellish experiences in his past life, Ray felt that getting to sleep properly every night during this exercise was already an overly generous luxury, as expected of someone who has been through life and death situations, right? However, Gray's glowing red eyes suddenly narrowed in deep thought. But more than that, what I'm worried about is Professor Ariel's warning suddenly replayed in his mind. Always maintain your vigilance, especially when you're outside the academy. Gray realized this training exercise was the perfect opportunity for the enemies lurking in wait cover, as it brought them out into open areas with loose security, simmer loosely, and most importantly, the academy knew their exact location. His hand. Gray clenched his hand into a fist, silently praying, "I hope nothing bad happens." The entire troop trudged along under the guidance of the professor, venturing deeper into the ancient forest, filled with lurking dangers. The marching troop suddenly received the order to halt from the leading professor. All the students were exhausted, their breath heavy in utter fatigue. After the long period of traveling, the professor crossed his arms majestically and loudly declared, "From this moment on, we will begin the dining training exercise. Even eating requires training. Well, as long as there's food, I'm happy." The moment they heard the word dining, the gloomy atmosphere instantly vanished completely. The students rejoiced, cheering in absolute excitement. Their minds were immediately filled with images of piping hot dishes, from soup and grilled skewers to fragrant noodles. They were all jumping with joy, believing that they finally got to rest and have a proper meal. However, Ray looked on with a highly skeptical gaze, thinking to himself, "Dining training? That name is giving me a bad feeling." Just as expected, the professor immediately threw a wet blanket on the crowd's excitement with a clueless look. "Resting? What on earth are you guys talking about?" He coldly explained that when dining during a march, the students had to cook for themselves. The entire group of students collapsed to the ground in utter disappointment and exhaustion. Ignoring the dependency of the crowd, the professor loudly announced that he had divided everyone into squads to ensure that everyone's strength was as balanced as possible. He ordered each squad to pick up a cooking utensil set and start preparing their meal immediately. A magical list displayed in the middle of the forest. Squad D was announced with Gray as the squad leader, standing alongside him were the members Busk, Rumia, and Benes. Gray couldn't help but feel worried, thinking to himself, "Squad D, is it really okay for me to be the squad leader? Surely no one wants to take orders from someone who entered the academy through the heavenly ice special admission slot." While he was lost in thought, a pink-haired male student suddenly walked over warmly. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Ray shook his hand in surprise. "Huh? They are friendlier than I thought. I thought they would say something like, 'I don't want to take orders from someone who couldn't even pass the regular exam.'" He hesitantly asked back, "Are you guys really okay with having me as the squad leader?" The male student replied decisively, "What are you talking about? After witnessing that interdepartmental battle, no one deserves to be the squad leader more than you." The female squad mate also nodded in agreement. "That's right. You are definitely the most reliable person here." They quickly brought the tool crate over and asked for his input. "Anyway, we've brought the supplies over. What do you want us to do next?" Witnessing the absolute respect from his classmates, Ray smiled softly and thought to himself, their attitude changed so fast. Turns out that match really left a strong impression. This academy truly is a place that only respects strength, huh? Lucky for you that you showed your real strength to everyone, otherwise you'd definitely be sidelined. Suddenly, another student panicked and raised his hand to question, "Professor, there is no food at all in the supplies you gave us." I mean, all we have is just a pot and a fire starter set. Looking at the completely empty iron pot sitting alone, the professor coldly crushed the troops' hopes. In an actual march, you wouldn't even have food, let alone cooking utensils. Being provided with a pot is already overly generous. Don't you guys think so? The students froze at the news of having no food provisions. Leonhardt stepped forward to question, Professor, with all due respect, modern field operations logistics are supported by magic storage pouches, which must exist, right? Right? It's hard to imagine a long march without bringing along food. The professor admitted, you are right, but that only applies to marches planned in advance. He continued to explain that in emergency situations, such as when setting up camp mid-battle or if the supply officer is killed in action, they could absolutely be forced to march for days without any preparation. Furthermore, magic storage pouches are extremely valuable items. Unless part of a large-scale unit, everyone has to carry their own gear on their backs, just like now. His gaze grew sharp and cold as he questioned, and when that happens, do you want to die without being able to do anything? Well, just learn how to survive, buddy. Under that pressure, Leonhardt could only bow his head to apologize. I'm sorry. Meanwhile, Ray looked at the black pouch in his hand and shockingly realized, so magic storage pouches are actually that rare. I just accepted it, thinking it was basically just a sword bag. The professor suddenly changed his expression and announced, but don't worry, I also have good news for you. He revealed that this forest was crawling with monsters, and though he had used repellent magic on them throughout the marching path, he would now remove it. In other words, you won't have to worry about finding food anymore. Good luck to you all. He permitted the students to leave their luggage, then decisively snapped his fingers, releasing the monster repellent magic. The protective barrier shattered instantly, officially launching the survival hunt. Busk anxiously looked around the forest, then turned to ask Gray, Leader, what do you think we should do? Gray calmly replied, as if it were a matter of course. What do you mean? We hunt monsters and eat them. That's the only choice, right? He explained that he had observed closely along the way. Based on the footprints and droppings left behind, this forest only had small to medium-sized monsters, so the squad could completely handle them just with swords. I think this training, take it slow. This is basically leaving us to fend for ourselves. Rumia still couldn't hide her concern. Actual combat right away. Finding monsters in a forest this large is going to be exhausting. Ray proposed a tactic that made the whole squad shudder. If they are carnivorous monsters, it's easy. Let's just walk around until they spot us, and come look for us on their own. The whole squad gasped in shock. You mean using ourselves as bait? Ray decisively urged everyone to move, because if we stay in one place, we'll have to compete for prey with other squads. Seeing his teammates still hesitating, Ray smiled and suggested a terrifying alternative. If you really don't want to fight, we can find insects or snakes to eat. In forests where there are no monsters, learning to make use of this kind of food is also very important. The images of insects and snakes flashed, making Rumia scream in terror. I want to hunt monsters. Anyway, we are in a forest, full of monsters. The whole squad could only click their tongues and accept his leadership. Ray is the squad leader. I will follow his arrangements. Since Ray already said so, let's just go with it, guys. The whole squad began moving deeper into the forest. Under the fading sunset, Ray suddenly stopped beside an ancient tree trunk. He knelt down, touching the ground, to feel even the slightest vibration. Placing his finger on his lips to signal for silence, he softly announced, "It's here," while his teammates were still dazed. Not understanding what was happening, rustling sounds echoed threateningly from the bushes. Suddenly, a giant bear with glowing fiery eyes lunged out with an earth-shattering roar, aiming straight at a squad member who was frozen in fear. What's there to fear? Bear meat is delicious, especially bear paw. Hi. Facing the massive entity that blocked out the sun, Busk shockingly realized that this was a real monster, with a speed much faster than anything he had ever imagined. But just as the deathly claws were about to reach him, Busk managed to reflexively dodge to the side. He felt his body moving automatically thanks to the experience from the entrance, exam, and the harsh training sessions he had been through. Busk grit his teeth determinedly. Don't look down on the World Alliance Academy. A sharp sword strike was unleashed head-on, slashing deep into the monster's body and leaving a massive wound. Despite being struck, the wild beast still roared frantically in absolute rage. Busk panicked and yelled out, Ray, with the reflexes of a seasoned warrior, Ray managed to finish off the bear in time, before it could injure his teammate. Finally, it kicked the bucket. His sword stabbed into the ground after the lightning-fast finishing blow. Busk sat flat on the ground in utter shock, still processing his narrow escape from death. Rumia and Benis also just managed to rush to the scene, with deeply worried expressions. Gray silently sheathed his sword, softly remarking, "Its bones are indeed quite tough." He extended his hand to help his teammate up and asked, "Are you okay?" Busk tremblingly took Gray's hand with immense gratitude. "What? You saved me. Thanks." Ray looked at the wild beast carcass, then strictly gave some advice. Wild monsters will still keep moving, even after you have delivered a fatal blow. Instead of focusing on killing it, you should prioritize not getting hit. Busk bitterly admitted, "I learned that lesson the hard way." The squad dragged the giant bear carcass back to the campsite together, silently realizing that actual survival combat is completely different from the sparring sessions between humans. Night gradually fell, the flickering fire warming a corner of the ancient forest. The bear meat was skewered and grilled, sizzling and cooking in the pot, releasing a fragrant aroma. Busk devoured the food while marveling. "Bear meat is actually quite delicious, huh?" Ray silently enjoyed the meal and thoughtfully assessed. Monster meat has completely different tastes depending on the species. Some kinds taste terrible, and some even possess extremely high toxicity. Lucky for them that they hunted a delicacy, right? While ladling out the soup, Ray casually shared his survival experiences with his teammates. When going on expeditions, you should always look into the list of local monsters. If you have to find food in an unfamiliar place, I recommend hunting wild boars. They usually aren't very toxic and taste quite decent. Receiving the bowl of hot soup from Gray's hands, Rumia softly said her thanks, while Busk couldn't help but admire. "You really know everything, don't you? Were you also trained in survival, not just swordsmanship?" Gray chuckled softly and replied that he had learned a bit a long time ago. But in his heart, he secretly thought to himself that he would rather not remember those hellish training memories. Seeing Gray humbly claiming that he wasn't that knowledgeable, Busk looked at the grilled meat skewer in his hand and thought to himself that he didn't look like someone lacking knowledge at all. While Squad D was enjoying their dinner by the flickering fire, another group of students with miserable faces approached to ask for help. "Excuse me, if you guys have any leftover food, could you share a bit with us? Our hunt didn't go very smoothly." Looking at the tiny, charred black piece of meat in their hands, Ray turned to ask his teammates for their opinion. "You guys don't mind, right?" Looking at the full pot of bear meat boiling vigorously, everyone thought to themselves that this amount of food might actually be enough to feed the whole class. Always. Seriously, the bear was so big. How could they finish it? Sharing is caring, haha. A student joyfully went to receive the meat skewer. But before the thank you could be fully uttered, an imposing dark shadow suddenly enveloped them. The leading professor, with his eyes glowing behind his glasses, coldly announced, "The transfer of food between squads is strictly forbidden. If you want to eat, go find it yourself." Faced with the absolute authority of the professor, the students could only mumble, "Yes, professor," and then sullenly walked back to their watery soup, leaving behind Gray's fragrant meat skewer. Under the strict, watchful gaze of the professor, the entire troop continued to march through the forest under the glowing red sunset, until the loud shout of the professor echoed, "Everyone halt! We will set up camp here today." He loudly announced that from now on, this would be a true field camping exercise. Instantly, the exhausted students collapsed to the ground, dropping their luggage, and only managing to utter in absolute relief, "We finally get to rest." The meal from that bear earlier had helped the squad regain some of their strength. A student lying flat on the grass thought to himself, "At least we got to have a proper meal. We're still luckier than most of the other squads." Even so, exhaustion still overwhelmed him, making him groan. "Anyway, I'm totally wiped out. If I could crawl into bed right now, it would feel like absolute heaven, wouldn't it?" Ray silently carried his luggage along, listening to his teammate anxiously asking if this training would force them to forage for more food. He could only wryly joke that they might be lucky. Fortunately, the professor announced that the academy had prepared mobile rations and individual tents for everyone. He ordered the squads to maintain their formations, quickly pick up their supplies to pitch their tents, and light campfires at their designated spots. He didn't just stop at camping. The professor also announced that simulated surprise attacks would take place during the night. He demanded that the squads divide their own night shifts and asserted, as long as you repel the attack, any method is acceptable. Hearing that they had to move further to the designated spots, a blonde student lamented about having to walk even more, then sneakily discussed a slacking plan if they were near another squad. Instantly, the professor appeared with a cold face. I heard everything. I intentionally spaced the squads far apart so that you guys can't slack off. The professor decisively declared the training session officially begun and urged, you all should hurry up. The slower you prepare, the less sleep you will get. The whole group of students frantically rushed in to carry the supply crates to pitch their tents. Night quickly fell under the light of the full moon. Ray's squad gathered around the flickering campfire deep in the forest. Busk asked about dividing the night shifts. So, how many people should be on night watch? Ray thoughtfully looked at the fire and replied, I think one person is enough. Rumia sluggishly stretched her arms. She confessed that she just wanted to sleep for as long as possible. After a long day of marching, Ray analyzed that if 2 people stood watch each shift, then each member would only have half the night to sleep, which was impossible given their current physical condition. He decisively finalized the plan of having only one person per watch. Busk wondered how they would decide the order. Ray then explained that the first and last shifts were the easiest, because if someone had to stand watch in the middle, their sleep would be continuously interrupted. Ray decisively took the second watch. He looked around and asked, so for the rest, is anyone willing to take the third shift? Busk smiled and volunteered, I'll do it. Anyway, you saved me earlier. After Ray's thanks, Benes finalized the list. So that means Rumia will take the first watch. Rumia joyfully cheered. Thank you so much, Benes. Not forgetting to remind her that she must wake up the next person as soon as her watch ended. A silent night enveloped the ancient forest. Under the perfectly round, full moon, Rumia sat alone by the flickering fire, attentively carrying out her guard duty while everything around her had fallen asleep. Inside the tent, Ray was fast asleep, taking advantage of the precious resting time to recover his physical strength after a long day of strenuous marching. However, the lurking shadows began to make their move. Quiet footsteps stepped onto the grass. Approaching the group's campsite, a hand tightly gripped the hilt of a sharp knife, the blade gleaming, reflecting the flickering campfire as the stranger closed in on the fast-asleep target. While Rumia sat nodding off by the fire, a strange sound from the darkness made Gray suddenly opened his eyes. He bolted up, his hand tightly gripping his sword hilt, silently assessing. I just heard a strange noise. If it were a monster, it would be much louder and more chaotic. This is definitely a human, and someone who doesn't want to be detected is right nearby. Ray peeked through the tent opening and saw Rumia was still, completely unaware of the lurking danger. He wondered if it was just an illusion, but immediately dismissed the thought upon realizing an unusual sign. No way. There is definitely someone here. Ray asked himself if this was a professor checking on the night watch shifts, but he decided he must not let his guard down. Professor Ariel's warning replayed in his mind. Because you took down Varian, you might become a target. Be careful, especially when leaving the academy. Ray tightened his grip on his sword. He understood that it was best to treat the lurking entity as an assassin and act accordingly. You must stay vigilant. Only then can you preserve your life in these wildwoods. Realizing that staying inside the tent was too risky against long-range attacks, Ray quietly slipped out from the back to avoid detection. Under the full moon, which shone as bright as day, he thought to himself, a full moon. This makes it easy to spot the enemy, but concealing oneself also becomes much harder. Ray hid in the shadows of the tree canopies, his hand never leaving his sword, reminding himself to move with extreme caution. Ray carefully stepped forward. The dry leaves rustling beneath his feet made him suddenly recall the harsh training session with the divine archer, Jacob Bloomfield. Back then, the seniors strictly taught him that the usual way of walking, by using the back foot to push forward, would create too much unnecessary noise. To move in absolute silence, you must place your toes down first, starting from the pinky toe, then the big toe, and finally the heel to minimize the sound. Jacob further instructed that even if he accidentally stepped on dry twigs or fallen leaves, as long as the rhythm was irregular and unlike a human's footsteps, but similar to the natural sounds of wild beasts or the blowing wind, he would never be detected. To master this skill, Ray once had to walk barefoot across treacherous mountain ranges to learn how to blend into nature. Back to the present, amidst the quiet night, Ray thoroughly applied that technique to silently tail the dark shadow, sneakily approaching the camp. Just as the stranger stopped beside a boulder, Ray appeared right behind him, as quick as lightning. He coldly placed his sharp blade against the opponent's neck and growled, "Stay still and answer my question right now. Any slight movement will cost you your life." He decisively ordered, "Speak up. What organization do you belong to, and what is your name?" However, Ray suddenly froze upon seeing clearly the identity of the person he had subdued and could only utter in utter shock. The man with a panicked expression and covered in sweat turned out to be none other than the leading professor of the training. Ray quickly retracted his murderous intent and asked to confirm, "Is this a surprise attack? For training purposes, Professor?" The professor could only stammer in confirmation that he only wanted to test the student's level of vigilance. But he could never have expected Gray to be able to close in from behind without him realizing it at all, and even place a sword against his neck like a true assassin. Sweating profusely, the professor smiled awkwardly as the blade was still held close to his neck. At this rate, I don't even know who is teaching whom anymore. Even so, Ray didn't let his guard down. He silently calculated. There's also a possibility that he is just disguising as a professor to make me lose my vigilance. But if he really wanted to kill me, he should have brought a much more dangerous weapon instead. Gray's glowing red eyes narrowed slightly in a probing manner before he slowly lowered his sword. If he turns out to be a double agent, that's going to be a real pain. Perceiving that the opponent had no murderous intent, he silently sheathed his sword, while the professor was still in complete shock. The two walked back to the campsite together. Right at that moment, Rumia suddenly appeared with a sword in her hand. She panicked and yelled out, "Professor? And Gray too? What are you two doing here?" The professor scratched his head and explained that he only intended to check if the squad was guarding carefully. But unexpectedly, Gray detected me before I could even approach. He crossed his arms contentedly and gave high praise. "Your level of vigilance is absolutely perfect. I have never seen any first-year freshman set up camp this well." Rumia could only stammer vigilance, while silently wondering because Gray was supposed to be fast asleep. The professor also grew suspicious and asked whether Gray was assigned to this watch shift. Ray casually interrupted, "Professor, did you happen to step on a branch or something on your way here?" "Don't come here." The professor froze for a moment, then nodded in confirmation. Yes, I did step on one." Ray thought to himself that the sound gave off a human vibe, which is why he woke up. The professor couldn't help but be amazed. He pressed further, "Are you saying that you detected an attack just based on that sound while you were sleeping?" Ray only smiled softly and humbly replied, "It was just a coincidence, Professor. Perhaps it was because I wasn't in a deep sleep yet." Saying that leaves him completely speechless, doesn't it? The professor suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. "Ha! First the mock battle the other day, and now this. You just keep on surprising me." He thoughtfully looked at Gray and began to wonder if there was anything left that the academy could teach a genius like him. After a brief thought, he decisively announced, "From now on, you are banned from participating in night watch training. If you handle everything on your own, then the other students won't learn anything at all." Ray anxiously asked whether the absence of one person would affect the squad's overall score, but the professor quickly brushed it aside. He pulled out a glowing magical notebook and announced, "Your squad will not receive any simulated attacks. Simulation from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. I will by default consider that you are standing watch during that time." While writing down the notes, he asserted that Gray's night watch training score would reach the absolute maximum without any conditions attached. Then, decisively closing the notebook, the professor turned to leave, not forgetting to instruct the remaining members to continue their watch shifts. Except for Gray, walking through the dark night. He couldn't help but ask himself in utter shock. He closed in right behind my back, yet I didn't sense even a single trace of that presence. That is what you call being on a whole different level, isn't it? He wondered whether Gray used to belong to an elite assassination unit, but immediately dismissed it because his age was too young. However, the undeniable truth about his level of capability still left the professor deeply concerned. Back at the campsite, Rumia was also looking at Gray in absolute amazement. She couldn't help but wonder about the true identity of the young man standing before her. Ray could only scratch his head and smile awkwardly with a mysterious look, leaving a huge question mark in everyone's hearts about who he ultimately was. The next morning, the leading professor loudly ordered, "Everyone move out." The troop of freshmen continued to march heavily through the ancient forests, with heavy packs on their shoulders. After a night of being abruptly woken up by the drill, everyone clearly showed signs of absolute haggardness and exhaustion. Someone complained while rubbing their eyes, "I'm so sleepy." Another sluggishly chimed in, "I couldn't catch a wink of sleep at all because of that alarm drill last night." In stark contrast to the exhausted crowd, Ray maintained an astonishing level of alertness. He silently kept a steady pace amidst the sighs of his classmates. The troop passed through wildflower bushes and dense canopies as the sunlight gradually faded. Time flew by quickly, and the sky soon shifted into the vibrant orange hue of the late afternoon. The professor looked toward the horizon and remarked, "Turns out it's already almost dark, huh?" He stopped his pace and loudly announced some good news. "We will set up camp here for today. Finally get to unwind, huh?" Hearing the order to camp, a student joyfully cheered. "Wait, we're camping? Does that mean we finally get to rest, Professor?" However, another male student appeared extremely worried. He shuddered, speculating, "No way. If we set up camp this early in the evening, doesn't that mean some crazy training will be added afterward?" Faced with the students' bewilderment, the professor casually reassured them, "Relax, today's training session is over." He further revealed that the academy had already set up sleeping tents for everyone and told them to rest comfortably until the food was ready. The students were so touched that their eyes widened in astonishment. They wept in absolute relief because they finally got to truly rest. A quiet night enveloped the forest under the perfectly round full moon. Inside the tents, the students had fallen fast asleep after a long, grueling day. However, Ray lay wide awake. He looked up at the tent's ceiling and silently evaluated this unusual generosity from the academy. Ray thought to himself, "Hey, if they are really giving us this much rest." His glowing red eyes showed a clear sign of vigilance as he drew a definitive conclusion. That means tomorrow is definitely going to be hell. He sighed softly. "I knew it. But hey, the academy is playing a one step back, two steps forward trick on the students, guys." Leon Hart smiled and looked at Gray suggestively, saying, "I think you'll be fine." Gray felt a shiver down his spine, thinking to himself, "Why do I keep feeling like he's looking over this way?" That night, a loud shout echoed across the campsite. "Everyone, gather around." A professor in a chef's outfit brought out a large platter of food and announced, "The food is ready." Before the students' eyes were feast tables piled high, with appetizing dishes, from grilled meat and sandwiches to pots of piping hot soup. The crowd of students cheered in absolute excitement. The professors generously ladled out food from the large pots and said, "You guys can come back for seconds." The students cheered with immense joy, looking at the students eating so heartily that they burst into tears. Out of happiness, the bearded professor smiled kindly. "You all did a great job getting through the last 2 days of harsh training. Get some good rest tonight to wash away all your fatigue." The whole group thanked him in unison. But right after that, the professor's face suddenly turned gloomy, with a sinister smile hidden in the shadows. "Think it's that easy to get a free meal from the professors? You kids are still way too naive." After a night of eating and drinking to their heart's content, dawn broke over the peak of the majestic and treacherous Mount Gastia. The professor loudly declared, "From here on, we will begin the exercise of crossing the danger zone at the Gastia mountain range. Students, follow me." The troop of students hoisted the heavy packs onto their shoulders again, beginning to enter the deep mountain forests one after another. The squad marched heavily through the dense canopies under the guidance of the professor. A student softly confided to his friend, "When I first saw the mountain, I panicked. But at this pace, I think we can manage." The other friend agreed, "Yeah, I guess getting a good rest yesterday really worked wonders." Looking at the troop still advancing steadily, they remarked that no one had given up so far, as expected of those who passed the academy's entrance exam. The leading professor suddenly changed his expression. He firmly declared, "But the real training begins right now." He revealed that in just about 2 kilometers, the whole troop would enter the territory of the water lizards. The image of the fierce monster with tough scales appeared, along with a warning that they are much stronger than the creatures they hunted for food before. In fact, most students would be wiped out before they could do anything. These threats made the freshmen shudder. They anxiously wondered, what should we do to handle such scary monsters? I think running away is the best option. Ho ho. To answer their question, the professor explained that the goal of the 2-week training in this danger zone was to move without being detected. Without being detected, he stated that luckily, during the dry season, the water lizards rarely move to save their energy. So as long as they didn't make any loud noises, the creatures wouldn't notice the presence of humans. However, the professor also provided an important note that, during this rainless season, they are extremely desperate to drink anything that can quench their thirst. The professor leaned close to the students' faces, his eyes glowing threateningly as he revealed, what they are craving is our blood. He coldly asserted, if you are detected, consider yourself dead, and demanded everyone to move forward with extreme caution, strictly forbidding any loud noises. Ray silently moved along. The silent walking technique made him nostalgically recall his days of hunting training monsters with the divine archer, Jacob Bloomfield, in his past life. Seeing the way Ray moved smoothly and in absolute silence, the professor couldn't help but be impressed, and assessed that he definitely had prior experience hunting monsters. He reminded Ray that even if this exercise seemed too easy, he must absolutely not let his guard down. However, when turning to look at the remaining students, the professor could only sigh in frustration at the familiar annual sight, as the rookies were struggling clumsily and making countless noisy sounds in the ancient forest. Well, they've never experienced it before, so how could they know? The leading professor roared in anger. Too slow. Way too slow. He warned that as long as they didn't make loud noises, everything would be fine. Yet he continuously urged the exhausted students to maintain their pace. A sweating blonde student silently complained that the professor himself was the one making too much noise. The professor continued to shout, asking whether they really wanted to camp right in the middle of the water lizard territory or what. The whole troop began to walk, more stealthily and cautiously than ever before. Witnessing this sight, Grace silently found it confusing that the academy forced students to practice covert marching without giving any specific instructions beforehand. He thought to himself that they should have been taught this technique in a safe place before being thrown out into the field like this. From behind, another student appeared quite careless. He reassured himself that the current noise level was still under control, as long as no one made an overly loud sound. Night gradually fell, the troop of students marching heavily in the gloomy darkness of the ancient forest. The professor suddenly raised his hand to signal a halt and coldly announced, from now on, talking is strictly forbidden. He demanded that everyone must use sign language if they wanted to communicate with each other. He further instructed that anyone who made a loud noise or opened their mouth to talk would have their evaluation points deducted ruthlessly. The situation seems to be as tense as a guitar string now. Right after the command to start marching, the entire troop continued to venture into the darkness. A blue-haired student silently thought that though they were forbidden from making noise, this journey was no different from a regular mountain climbing trip. He noticed that the moving speed today was even slower than yesterday and began to develop a careless mindset, thinking that everything was actually quite easy. He even doubted whether monsters actually existed in this place or not, believing that the academy would never push students into a place with creatures that could kill them instantly just for practice. He convinced himself that the professors were just pretending there were monsters to force them to practice covert marching, though he decided to play along to avoid losing points. His complacency cost him dearly. In a moment of carelessness, his foot slipped off a boulder, causing his whole body to lose balance and tumble down. Ray instantly noticed the anomaly. His glowing red eyes flashed with complete vigilance as he sensed the impending danger. That male student sat flat on the ground, still feeling regretful in his heart about the points that were about to be deducted. Why worry about a point deduction? Worry about your life that's about to be deducted. While sighing and complaining about his score, he smugly thought that just as he expected, no monster showed up. However, before he could finish his thought, a roar echoed, shaking the entire forest. The professors and students instantly drew their swords, ready for a life-or-death battle. A pack of fierce water lizards with glowing red eyes lunged forward simultaneously. A student froze in terror as death closed in. But right in that suffocating moment, Professor Hector appeared like a savior, decisively thrusting his blade straight into the center of the monster's sharp teeth, pinning the wild beast to the ground until it completely stopped breathing. Instantly, Leonhardt proved to be just as impressive, rushing forward to unleash a powerful slash aimed straight at the next monster. Leonhardt's blue eyes gleamed with determination, but he shockingly realized that his blade only created harmless sparks on the tough scales. Leonhardt gasped in disbelief. Not even a scratch. The situation became chaotic, as even the professors began to get injured under the overwhelming force of the monster pack. A professor yelled in extreme anxiety. This is not something students can face. He decisively ordered, fall back quickly, while the other professors also drew their swords and charged into the fray simultaneously, asserting, we will handle this, witnessing that even the professors could only inflict shallow wounds on the tough scales of the monsters. A student shockingly wondered if they could actually bring down this terrifying creature. The bodies of the water lizards are usually very dehydrated, so just making them lose a little bit of body fluid is enough to take their lives. If you don't want to become prey for the water lizards, never come near here during the rainy season. He revealed that this drill was only organized after confirming for sure that it wouldn't rain. The instructor's gaze gleamed with intense pressure as he declared that the entire troop was still alive to stand here and talk, only because the professors had cleared out all the monsters around them. Otherwise, everyone would have perished a long time ago. This march of the student troop is truly more like a torture session. Corpse, that's more accurate. The march continued. The students had to struggle to climb up steep cliffs amidst the dense forest. Even though they were exhausted and drenched in sweat under the weight of their luggage, they still had to march heavily forward under the guidance of the professor. Just as the troop climbed to the top of the mountain, Hector loudly announced the end of the grueling mountain climbing stage, right next to the carcass of a recently defeated monster. Meanwhile, the students collapsed onto the ground simultaneously, breathing heavily due to absolute exhaustion. Looking at the students lying there without a shred of energy left, Hector smirked and asked mockingly, tired already? Leonhardt thought to himself tiredly, my body is still fine, but this is really draining my spirit, just because we aren't allowed to make a loud noise during such a grueling march. Ray calmly added, if you're not used to it, it really is very tough. And that is precisely the core purpose of this training session. Professor Hector also spoke up to confirm that the number of times the troop had been detected by the water lizards so far was only 4 times, a quite favorable number compared to most previous years. Favorable, my foot. So it was even higher in previous years, standing by the carcass of the monster. Hector loudly asked, all right, does anyone have any questions before we continue? Once we cross the territory of this creature, we won't be able to talk anymore. Ray, with his vigilant, glowing red eyes, suddenly spoke up. Professor, there's one thing bothering me. When asked what it was, Ray pointed toward the horizon and remarked, the cloud over there seems to be growing slightly larger, and it's located upwind from us. The crowd of students looked along blankly while Hector silently praised. Good observation. He turned to ask for the opinion of his colleague traveling with the troop. Professor Rin, do clouds ever form in this season, Rin? Hey, decisively asserted that normally that would be impossible. Looking at the lone white cloud growing larger and larger in the deep blue sky, Hector sensed an unnamed danger gradually taking shape. With a bad feeling, Hector decisively ordered the troop. We are turning back. The training session is canceled. Move out quickly. We must swiftly leave the water lizard territory. However, but the professor, Rin suddenly spoke up to object with a suggestive smile. No, we should keep going. He mockingly asked whether Hector intended to stop the entire training session just because of small cloud. Hector's gaze hardened. He asserted that the presence of the cloud at this time was already an anomaly, and the safety of the students must always come first. Exactly. Human lives are top priority. It's best not to toy with death. Professor Rin brushed aside Hector's concerns, asserting that he had led this training session for many years and demanded everyone to trust his judgment. Even though Hector intended to counter about the cloud's anomaly, Rin still decisively accelerated the marching speed, viewing it as a good training opportunity for the students. He shouted, demanding everyone to follow along as if their lives depended on it, believing that with the recent training results, the freshmen would definitely keep up with this pace. Ren ordered that no one was allowed to fall behind, and there was no time to linger around with the lizards, while also demanding that absolutely no loud noises be made. However, the sky began to pour down cold rain droplets right in the middle of the dry season, while the students still marched heavily forward in fatigue and anxiety. Hector reached out his hand to catch the raindrops. He felt a distinct abnormality as he thought to himself, "This is so unnatural. Rain falling in this season is strange enough. Not to mention the air here isn't humid enough to create such a large cloud." Hector shockingly raised a suspicion whether this rain was an artificial creation. Meanwhile, the troop was still trekking through the rain across the gloomy, perilous forest. Poor things, they were told to turn back, but didn't. That old man is so stubborn. The rain became heavier, causing Ren to lose his patience and shout in extreme annoyance. "Damn it, it's really raining. Why on earth is it raining in this season?" Ray silently stepped up right behind him and softly called, "Professor." When Ren turned around, snapped, "What?" Ray looked at him with his warning, glowing red eyes. "Is it really safe to speak loudly in a place like this?" A giant water lizard with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth was closing in. Blazing and sharp teeth pressed close. The water lizard suddenly lunged with terrifying speed. Professor Goman was painfully struck by the blow. Instantly, he drew his sword to execute a fierce counterslash, leaving a long wound on the monster's body. Despite being injured, the wild beast did not back down at all. It swung its powerful tail, sending him flying into the cliff. Behind, the students panicked and screamed, "Professor Goman! Don't tell me that the lizard has already swallowed the old man." Goman knelt down, breathing heavily in absolute pain. "Ugh," Ray observed from a distance, silently evaluating. A professor's reflexes should have been fast enough to dodge that attack. Yet, he was quite severely injured. Was it because he focused too much on counterattacking? The surrounding students also began to panic at the terrifying speed of the monsters. It's too fast. Are water lizards always this fast?" Ray looked into the pouring rain and realized the brutal truth. Even though I knew this beforehand, they are clearly moving much faster than when it's dry. Faced with the chaotic situation, Professor Hector loudly ordered, "Focus." Ray decisively replied, "Yes." The professors immediately rushed forward, their powerful slashes knocking down the wild beasts one after another. One professor lunged forward to attack, but was instantly knocked down by the water lizard's powerful tail, as the wild beast frantically charged to strike a vital spot and finish off its prey. Right at that moment, a flash of a sword blade finished off the monster. Instantly, it was none other than Hector. He stood firm in the middle of the battlefield, his eyes gleaming with intense power after the brutal finishing blow. A student muttered text tremblingly in relief. "We somehow managed to kill it." Another professor bitterly admitted, "Even at the instructor rank, we couldn't escape getting injured by the ferocity of these monsters." Hector thoughtfully sheathed his sword and decisively declared, "We cannot continue the drill in this state any longer." He loudly gave the order to cancel the training session and demanded to immediately activate the emergency teleportation magic to take the entire troop out of the danger zone. The professor turned to his female colleague and pressed her on whether she had the magic ready, only to receive a terrified reply. "About that, I've been trying to activate it for a while now, but it's completely useless." He roared in shock. "What?" He grit his teeth in frustration, scratching his head and pulling his hair, wondering if anyone else here was capable of casting this type of magic. Another professor also struggled to try it out, but the result was still just weak sparks of magical electricity. He admitted that he was also having great trouble casting it. Hector shockingly realized the brutal truth. "It's clear that our teleportation is being blocked." His gaze became sharp and cold as he pieced everything together, from the unusual rain to being completely isolated. He asserted, "Someone is definitely intentionally targeting this field trip of the academy." Ray stood in the pouring rain. He silently agreed that the probability of being ambushed was very high. Hector grit his teeth, anxiously asking himself what he should do to salvage the current situation. At this rate, a whole bunch of them will perish. Who could be playing such a malicious trick? Hector looked anxiously at the downpour. He assessed that breaking through the water lizard territory right now would be nothing short of suicide. He believed the only option right now was to set up camp on the spot and hope the rain would stop. Another professor doubted whether this was artificial rain, and whether it would actually stop. Hector admitted he wasn't sure, but he believed that staying would give the troop a higher chance of survival than constantly fighting the monsters in their current state of exhaustion. While Professor was using a bright blue recovery magic to treat a colleague's wounds, he reminded Hector that it was only by chance they had no casualties. In the last battle, Hector nodded in agreement, but he worried the active range of the water lizards would expand when it rained, and there was no guarantee this position wouldn't be attacked again. Standing in the middle of the rain, Hector was drenched in sweat, silently telling himself that he must find a path, some way to get everyone out of this perilous situation. Ray approached from behind and softly called, "Professor." Hector startled and turned around to look at his student. With a look of surprise, Ray decisively proposed, "As long as there is recovery magic, I can fight too. Is there really no other way for us to break through?" Hector thoughtfully pondered. He admitted that with Ray's terrifying dark power, the possibility of crossing the monster territory was very high, but he worried whether his body could withstand the backlash. Seriously, after winning a battle, you emulate Shiro again. With so many lizards around, where are you going to get enough Shiro to emulate all the time? Ray tightly gripped his sword, his determined, glowing red eyes looking at his master, as he asserted that even if they stayed here, no help would come. He believed that taking action was better than sitting around waiting to die in this place. Hector sternly reminded him that even with recovery magic, Ray would have to use that power multiple times a day, something that Professor Ariel had strictly forbidden him from ever doing. Ray clutched his aching chest. He casually viewed this as a training opportunity and believed that, as long as they could return to the academy, we just need to get back to the academy, there would be top-tier recovery mages waiting for him. Hector angrily countered. He asserted, Ariel wouldn't stop you if it were a wound that could be easily healed with ordinary magic, and pressed on whether he truly understood the severity of the matter. Ray looked directly at the professor and questioned, "Do you have any other way to bring the students back safely?" Looking at the troop of freshmen trembling and exhausted under the pouring rain, "Are you going to let everyone perish here just to protect me alone?" Oh, this student is asking such a tough question. Even my dad wouldn't be able to answer that. Hector froze, sweat pouring down at his student's direct question. In his mind, Professor Ariel's advice came back to haunt him. Ray will willingly sacrifice himself if it is necessary. That is exactly what makes up his strength. Ariel looked into the distance and earnestly pleaded, "Therefore, please don't let him do anything unreasonable that cannot be undone." Hector back then could only silently reply, "Understand." Back to reality amidst the heavy rain. He looked at the students huddling. Because of the cold and fear, he softly exclaimed, "That's right." Hector lowered his head. He spoke with difficulty, "I'm sorry. It is truly painful to have to say this. But could you lend us your strength?" Ray smiled softly. He was about to reply, "Just leave it to," when a powerful voice suddenly cut him off. "Can't you make decisions on your own?" An old professor with a mustache appeared from behind. He coldly criticized. He might have performed well in the competition, but entrusting the lives of everyone to a single student, keep that joke to yourself. Hector immediately shot back. He asserted that with Gray's strength, he could completely handle the water lizards by himself, out of cold and fear, and then softly muttered, "That's right," during the training sessions. Hector looked toward the troop and pleaded earnestly, "That is why don't we try betting on his strength just this once? It's better to be safe than sorry. Besides, there are no other options right now." Ray stood tall in the middle of the rain, a glowing red, fiery aura beginning to envelop his body with an overwhelming murderous intent. "Professor." The professor was overwhelmed by the atmosphere. "Galec coldly brushed azid dictores intention." "I will not allow that." He decisively demanded a lower ranking professor to use communication magic to send an emergency rescue request back to the academy headquarters, believing that waiting for reinforcements would be much safer than taking matters into their own hands. That professor quickly confirmed he had sent the request, stating that although the magic was heavily jammed, the message was definitely transmitted. Galek praised contentedly, "Just as I expected of you. Always so agile." Looking at the troop of students huddling under the rain, Galek continued to press. "Now do you understand? If we move on our own, the risk will only increase further." He demanded to know whether Hector really wanted to push these children to their deaths. Looking at the carcass of a water lizard lying on the ground, Hector could only stay silent in utter helplessness. "Galek, coldly questioned him back. How many more times will we be attacked before the reinforcements can arrive if we stubbornly keep moving? One wrong move now, and a whole bunch of students will perish. Who? Hector intended to counter, but Galek immediately cut him off, asserting that staying in a safe zone was still better than wandering around outside. He demanded everyone to maintain absolute silence because the monsters could catch the scent of their voices. Galek turned and walked away with a mysterious smile, leaving Hector with a gaze full of suspicion and tension. Behind the ancient tree trunk, the entire troop of students was still trembling, waiting hopelessly in the middle of the quiet night. Ray silently observed the scene, his glowing red eyes showing clear suspicion, directed straight at Galek's back. That professor still stood casually with his arms crossed, a triumphant smile, faintly visible in the dark. But right in that quiet moment, a terrifying incident suddenly struck, causing all the students to widen their eyes in utter shock. Hector sensed the danger closing in and gasped. They're here. Ray stood right behind him, his determined, glowing red eyes asserting, we are ready at any moment. Hector looked at his student and instructed, Ray, if the situation gets bad, jump in immediately. Go and beat them until they have no scales or armor left for me. A giant water lizard suddenly lunged out from the pouring rain. Hector instantly swung his sword to meet the challenge. Hector's razor-sharp sword strikes continuously rained down on the wild beast. Hector and his colleague put all their effort into repelling the monsters. To protect the injured, the monster collapsed with a pathetic scream. From within the darkness, countless glowing red eyes appeared again. The water lizards had been drawn in by the noise of the battle. Hector grit his teeth, realizing that the situation was getting worse and worse. Ray silently reached out to grab the hilt of his silver sword, ready to throw himself into the fray. Hector looked at the students and loudly declared, Our duty is to protect the students. He flashed a highly courageous smile and ordered, Watch closely. This is exactly how the professors of the World Alliance Academy fight. Hector's eyes gleamed with a deep blue electrical energy. He and the other professors rushed forward simultaneously to attack the monster pack. Witnessing the pinnacle display of power, a student shockingly gasped, They're so strong. Despite having to face two monsters at the same time, the professors still handled everything perfectly, leaving the spectating students utterly dazed. So this is the true strength of the professors. Hector loudly commanded, First, let's thin out their numbers. Focus on taking them down one by one. His colleague immediately replied with resolve, Understood. Hector, with sharp and intensely focused eyes, channeled all his strength into a decisive attack aimed straight at the opponent's opening. A fatal thrust pierced straight through the water lizard's neck. Seeing the monsters collapse one after another, the students couldn't hide their excitement and cheered. We did it! Standing in the middle of the devastated battlefield, Hector silently noted that only one last creature remained. Leonhard observed silently and couldn't help but be amazed as he realized the professors were almost completely unscathed. After the fierce clash just now, being a teacher is on a completely different level. While the injured professor was still being actively treated with the bright blue magic, Hector and his colleague rushed forward simultaneously, aiming at the final target. With absolute confidence, we can really finish this right here. Hector, with his eyes flashing with deep blue electrical energy, led the lightning-fast attack. At a terrifying speed, the two professors coordinated seamlessly like a deadly pincer movement. But they didn't know that. Two pairs of malicious eyes were glaring from behind. It was Galek and his accomplice, intending to blindside the two of them. Unbeknownst to them, Gray had already realized their intent. Without a moment of hesitation, he coldly swung his sword, severing both of their arms. Well, that's it. Your arms are gone without a final goodbye. The one struck writhed in agonizing pain on the ground. Screaming pitifully, my arm, my arm. Amidst the pouring rain, Hector maintained an eerily calm composure. He swung a bright blue slash to take down the lunging water lizard and softly said, Thanks, Gray. The other professors also quickly got into a defensive stance. They decisively declared, We will hold back the lizards. The carcasses of the monsters lay scattered all over the ground, their blood mixing with the rainwater, drenching the entire area. Hector pointed his sword at the traitor, who was clutching his wound, coldly demanding, Now explain yourself. The culprits could only grit their teeth, sweat pouring down in absolute humiliation and fear. Hector looked down with a razor-sharp gaze and demanded, "Exactly what were you planning to do?" The traitor was kneeling on the ground, clutching his severed arm, screaming in pain. "I was just trying to fight the water lizards. Yet he dared to cut off my arm. That's right. Arrest this criminal immediately." Faced with that clumsy act, Hector only felt silent contempt. How pathetic. They're trying to throw dirt back at us. If I were there, I'd chop off the other arm to stop the arguing. Hector looked straight at the two culprits and asserted, "Most people here have already realized your murderous intent." He turned to the students standing silently in the rain and continued, "These students of the swordsmanship, of course, are not so blind as to miss such an obvious truth." Hector coldly remarked that plots of assassination or kidnapping targeting academy personnel were not uncommon, because this is an organization with far too many enemies and full of high-value individuals. Hector exposed the entire malicious plot. You intended to exploit the chaos of the lizard battle to kill a professor, and then after the guards were eliminated, you would slaughter all the students or kidnap them to serve your dark purposes. Isn't that right? Hearing this, the students couldn't help but be shocked and tremble with fear. Hector turned to look at Gray with great appreciation and asserted, "We survived thanks to you. Gray, you really reacted incredibly fast." Gray smiled softly and replied, "What are you saying, Professor? Didn't you realize it from the very beginning, anyway? That these people were trying to kill us?" His glowing red eyes flashed suggestively, leaving Hector with no choice but to smirk and admit something like that. The traitor's eyes widened in sheer shock. He trembled and asked himself in absolute horror, "You already noticed? That's impossible. Could our plan have been leaked from somewhere? Oh, how funny. If it wasn't leaked, how could they know? What a foolish question." Faced with the traitor's denials, Ray coldly cut him off. "I didn't need to know anything beforehand. But if you observe closely the movements or the gaze of a person, everything becomes very clear. The way you moved was absolutely not the actions of someone who was trying to protect the students or the other professors." Ray admitted that up until the first half of the journey, he simply thought that the man was just too incompetent. However, ever since the rain started, Gaelic steps became far too unusual. Ray pointed out the absurdities. For example, the fact that you intentionally took hits that you should have been able to dodge easily just to play the victim. Seeing his plot exposed, Gaelic could only click his tongue in frustration as he knelt at Hector's feet. The professor anxiously turned to check on him. "Ray, is your body okay?" Ray sheathed his sword and calmly replied, "I only used that power for a split second, so the damage isn't too severe. Right now, it just feels like a severe case of muscle soreness." "Sir." Hearing that, Hector breathed a sigh of relief. "Well, that's good then. Otherwise, if you emulated Shiro right now, it would be troublesome. Hi. Suddenly, Gaelic let out a sinister chuckle, making both of them suspicious. Immediately after, he burst into a fit of mad laughter, echoing throughout the gloomy forest. Hector angrily questioned, "What the hell is wrong with you? Have you finally gone mad?" Gaelic looked up with an evil gaze, smirked, and declared, "It seems you guys still haven't realized it yet. It's already too late." Ray frowned impressed. "What are you trying to say?" Gaelic leisurely analyzed the current situation to drive them into despair. "Let's look at reality. We are trapped right in the middle of the water lizard territory under this pouring Zen, a wind. Teleportation barrier has completely cut off any escape route, and reinforcements will definitely not be able to arrive in time." He leaned in close, revealing a brutal smile, and concluded, "Therefore, even if you have seen through our plan at this point, everything is already too late. All of you will have to perish here." Gaelic growled, threateningly, making the surrounding students tremble in absolute terror. However, he suddenly changed his attitude, looking toward the carcasses of the monsters, and declared, "But our goal has never been to kill you. If you come with us, you will understand." He asserted that he had prepared an escape route for everyone. Hector coldly replied, "Then let's hear it. Gaelic smirked sinisterly, fine. But on one condition." His gaze swept across Professor Run, Hector, and Gray one by one before making a brutal demand. "Stab yourselves in the heart. Right here and right now." He strained his neck, shouting that they couldn't bring along anyone capable of interfering with the organization's plan. Gaelic made a completely fake promise. "If you do that, Everyone else will live. Standing on the line between life and death, Gray and Hector remained silent in a suffocatingly tense atmosphere. Galek mocked them in sheer contempt at their silence. What's wrong? Don't tell me you are hesitating. Because your own lives are too precious. Before he could even finish his sentence, a glowing red dark aura suddenly erupted. His sword was already positioned right next to the opponent's neck, accompanied by a sharp command, "Don't move." It turned out he had discovered that within the group, there was another traitor who was trying to slip away. The crowd of students screamed in shock. Zulfast. He closed in from behind in just a split second. Even though he was being suppressed, Galek, he still smirked arrogantly. Do you think taking a hostage will be useful? Even if you do that, Ray looked straight at the old man with his red eyes, gleaming with murderous intent, and decisively exposed him. You can actually use teleportation magic, right? Secretly setting up, jamming, and teleportation blocking devices in the academy without getting caught is an extremely difficult thing to do. Ray coldly exposed the plot. But if the professor in charge of magic stands on your side, then making communication and teleportation unusable becomes far too easy, doesn't it? Right at that moment, Hector also appeared from behind. You are honestly too sharp for a student. Hector emitted a bone-chilling, murderous intent. He loudly ordered the traitor, activate the teleportation magic immediately, and take all the students and professors here back to the foot of the mountain. If you refuse, I will gouge out one of your eyes. And if you remain stubborn, after that, I will finish off the remaining eye. Next, I will start cutting your fingers joint by joint, 1 centimeter at a time. Ray, standing behind, also added a sharp threat. Please don't have any thoughts of taking them anywhere else. And absolutely no one is to be left behind. With just one slight suspicious movement, I will take your head immediately. Seeing the opponent still hesitating, Hector moved the tip of his sword even closer to his eye and coldly declared, "Still planning to refuse? Then you leave me with no other choice." Hector's eyes gleamed with a deep blue electrical energy. He channeled all his strength into the sword to prepare to carry out his brutal torture. Utterly terrified by Hector's decisiveness, he screamed at the top of his lungs in absolute panic. He tremblingly placed his hands on the ground and frantically shouted, "Teleport immediately." A giant, bright yellow magical aura erupted violently, enveloping the entire troop and taking everyone away from the danger zone in a blinding pillar of light. A bright yellow magical aura erupted in the middle of the schoolyard, bringing the entire first-year swordsmanship course expedition team back to the utter shock of the guards. The chaotic crowd ran over, shouting, "What on earth happened? Is that the first-year expedition team? What is going on, Hector? Immediately report the emergency situation to the officials while training in the water lizard habitat. We encountered an extremely dangerous anomaly and had to conduct an emergency evacuation." The shocking news left the guards stunned. An emergency evacuation? Hector growled, revealing the brutal truth. The cause was an assassination plot orchestrated by members of the teaching staff. The students also simultaneously spoke up to confirm an outrage. "That's right. They tried to kill us." The whole team was almost completely wiped out, but Gray and Professor Hector saw through their plot and saved all of our lives. Faced with the unprecedented scandal, the Academy officials could only stammer in sheer horror. "This is unbelievable. What should we do now?" An elderly professor hurriedly calmed the crowd, asking everyone to stay in position, and earnestly inquired if anyone was severely injured and needed immediate treatment. Looking at the scene of his comrades collapsing in pain and the sorrowful atmosphere enveloping the area, Ray silently observed the scene and softly assessed the situation. It seems things are temporarily under control. To serve the investigation, the officials were forced to take strict measures against everyone present. "I'm sorry, but I will have to temporarily detain everyone." The cold sound of magical handcuffs echoed as they explained, "This is to prevent any informants from destroying evidence or escaping," while also declaring that they would thoroughly interrogate each and every person after this. Immediately after, Gray's personal file was placed on the agenda table, and he found himself sitting in a dark interrogation room, opposite a high-ranking official under a dim light, to begin the questioning about what had truly happened in the forest. Inside the suffocating interrogation room, the traitors were drenched in sweat, their faces clearly revealing absolute panic before the razor-sharp questions. no longer able to maintain their usual calm composure as the naked truth was gradually exposed. Outside, hundreds of students gathered in large numbers to witness the most shocking event in the Academy's history. Ray and Leon Hart stood with their arms crossed, their sharp eyes following every single development. The wooden gavel struck with a loud, resounding bang. A powerful voice roared, demanding everyone to maintain order, enveloping the entire massive hall in a suffocatingly tense atmosphere. The principal sternly declared, "From this moment on, we will officially announce the disciplinary verdict regarding the plot to assassinate and kidnap the first-year swordsmanship course expedition team." He exposed the identities of the culprits one by one. This incident was orchestrated with Professor Goman, who supervised the expedition, as the ringleader. It didn't stop there. The list of culprits grew even longer. They were also assisted by two other accomplices who were also teachers at the academy. In a closed, simulated environment created by themselves, these individuals plotted to murder and kidnap the students. Given the exceptionally grave nature of the case, they decisively declared that absolutely no mitigating circumstances would be considered. Therefore, according to the laws of the academy, all three of them are sentenced to the wooden gavel once again, struck forcefully, accompanied by the death sentence echoing across the hall, leaving everyone present completely shocked and stunned. However, death was still not the end for these criminals. To thoroughly investigate their connections and other accomplices still hiding in the shadows, the council declared the interrogator will be granted unlimited authority to employ the harshest investigative measures. The principal revealed a bone-chilling, threatening smile. "Don't think that you'll be allowed to die easily." Utterly terrified by the prospect of punishment, one professor screamed and begged in despair, "Wait, I've already confessed everything I know. Please save me from the interrogator." Right in the middle of the hall, a terrifying pressure erupted from the principal, transforming him into a giant phantom, looming over the criminals. This aura is totally Final Boss style. His pathetic screams echoed as he was smashed onto the floor by an invisible force, causing the onlookers to shudder in sheer horror. The principal coldly ordered the guards, "Take them away." Then he turned to look at Galek with a sharp, cold gaze, asserting that even though this man was equally guilty, his act of abandoning the plan at the last minute to help the students escape had opened up his only path to survival. Luckily, he turned his car around in time. Otherwise, he would have been toast too. The principal declared that was why Galek received a reduced sentence. And after the interrogation process concludes, he will have to spend the rest of his life in the penal legion. Galek lowered his head and accepted his fate. "Yes, sir." Observing from a distance, Leon Hart wondered if Galek was the only one to escape the death penalty. But looking at Galek's back, as he was escorted away by men in black cloaks, he coldly remarked, "Even so, survival is not always a better outcome." Under the vibrant red sunset outside the academy, Leon Hart let out a tired sigh. "Good grief, you've only just enrolled, and you already had to go through something like this." Ray softly smirked. He admitted that he was gradually getting used to being dragged into endless troubles. Ray is the classic main character. Every day he logs in, drama automatically finds him. Drama seems to find its way to you every day. He looked towards the building, architecture of the academy, and bitterly uttered, "But I never imagined there would be so many criminals hiding within the ranks of the academy's professors." He lamented the irony that a place considered the greatest educational institution in the world harbored such dark realities. Ray confessed that, in truth, this place was nothing like what he had imagined before coming here. Hector clicked his tongue and admitted that it was understandable. After hearing that description, anyone would think this was a villain server in disguise. He revealed, "Some people even say that the World Alliance Academy is not actually an educational institution, but more like a screening ground. They believe that the students were already strong before coming here, and those who graduate with honors do so simply because they were always that way. As for the professors themselves, they actually don't have that much power either." Hector turned and asked, "What do you think?" Ray thoughtfully admitted that he sometimes wondered about that too. Seeing the atmosphere turn heavy, Hector softly muttered an apology. However, Ray asserted that there was one thing he was completely sure of. "I have become stronger since coming here. Much stronger than when I was still in the village. To the point where they can't even be compared." He looked at a fallen leaf in the palm of his hand with clear confidence. Ray clenched his fist. He believed that although he couldn't trust the academy as an organization, there were still teachers here who were worth trusting. The images of Professor Ariel and Hector appeared as a testament to those words. Ray smiled at the professor and asked, "And that's enough, isn't it?" Hector looked at his student and silently thought, "He really doesn't seem like a student at all." He reminded him that the academy's training program would only truly become brutal from now on, while everything Gray had done so far was basically just light exercise, merely a warm-up phase. Hector asserted firmly, "You will become much stronger from now on." Ray softly smirked, his glowing red eyes flashing with an ambitious gaze as he concluded, "That is exactly my plan." A moment later, the silver-haired professor gathered all the students together and praised their efforts during the recent event-filled field march. He declared that with that trip, the entire class has officially completed the course of basic physical training, and now it's time to step into a completely new phase. However, before explaining the details, I want to show the freshmen the exact target they are required to achieve. Ray stood silently amidst the crowd, his glowing red eyes showing clear, high concentration. The professor walked toward a giant steel pillar with a diameter of up to 145 millimeters. Suddenly, he stomped his foot hard to gain momentum and swung his sword in a flash with terrifying power. In just a split second, the rigid steel block was cleanly sliced in half, as smooth as butter, leaving behind a perfectly flat cut to the absolute amazement of everyone. Looking at the steel block rolling on the ground, he loudly declared, "Slice this thing cleanly with just a single strike, and you will be qualified to advance to the second year." He coldly warned, "If you fail to achieve this target before the end of the semester, everyone will be expelled." The students asked back in utter shock. "Expelled?" The professor casually revealed. "Every year, about half of the students are weeded out because they cannot pass this challenge." Faced with a female student's anxiety about her future after being expelled, he reassured her. In reality, very few people actually manage to graduate from the World Alliance Academy, so that is not something you should be overly concerned about. He explained that the path after being expelled would depend on the academic year in which they left. If you were expelled right in your first year, you will usually transfer to a regular academy back in your hometown. There, those deemed failures here will immediately become absolute monsters, easily skipping grades and always ranking top of the school. He presented a highly pragmatic hierarchy chart. Those expelled from this place still stand at the pinnacle of the elite royal academies, far exceeding the level of ordinary students, or the general populace. The professor explained that if they chose to work instead of transferring schools, they would usually join the Royal Guard as elite swordsmen. A student shockingly gasped, "We can join the Royal Guard right after being expelled," he asserted. "From the very moment you were accepted into the World Alliance Academy, you are no longer ordinary people in the eyes of the public. Although you might be considered incompetent compared to the other monsters here, you are still top-tier geniuses." Hearing that, the students suddenly felt like their CVs were as bright as headlights. Ray silently lamented, "Just like what Master Ariel said, the place that fits me is this academy. The gap between this place and the rest of the world is crazy." Instead of worrying about being expelled, he demanded the students to focus on slicing the steel pillar before them. A student suspiciously asked if it was truly possible to slice this thing, and was encouraged, "Just try it and you'll see." He tremblingly took the standard sword and channeled his strength to prepare for the strike. He used every ounce of his strength to deliver a powerful slash. However, the moment the sword touched the steel pillar, it created a terrifying recoil. The blade bounced backward, causing him to fall backward and scream in pain, because his hands were so violently shaken that they went numb. The professor looked down coldly. He reminded him that failing to slice it was expected, but dropping your sword is unacceptable, because a swordsman must always hold onto their weapon tightly, even when close to death. Looking at the steel pillar, Ray silently wondered if there were any regulations regarding the type of sword used. He was confident that if he used the sword Professor Ariel gave him, he could slice it with just a simple swing of his arm. As if reading those thoughts, the professor asserted, "Only the standard swords of the academy are allowed to be used." At the same time, he looked at Gray and remarked, "However, in your case, perhaps you could pass this challenge right now." Ray thought to himself, if I use that dark power, he could easily pass this challenge right away. But if this is a requirement to advance, that means it must be achievable without having to use that source of power. Ray looked at his hand, a bold idea sparking in his mind. If I can combine that technique with my own ability, an image of liquid ether, the terrifying destroyer, surfaced in his mind. He believed he could even reach his level. Ray clenched his fist with absolute determination. He reminded himself, I need to become even stronger. Meanwhile, Professor Hector continued his lecture. He guessed that the students were probably wondering if a steel pillar like this could truly be sliced with a sword, or if they were forced to possess a superhuman strength like Ray's just to advance to the second year. The students, hearing this, began to suspect they had chosen the wrong game difficulty. Leon Hart and the other students listened intently as the professor posed a question. Have you ever wondered why the professors and second-year students are so much stronger than you? Even though there isn't much difference in physical build, the main reason is the conduction of life force. It's about whether you can channel the life force that every human being possesses into your sword or not. Ray was shocked upon hearing this concept. He recalled hearing about it in his past life. Life force, also known as ether, was originally used to refine supercompressed ether. Ray realized that the World Alliance Academy had definitely developed a technique to apply that into swordsmanship. He anxiously wondered if they would be taught how to use it right now. The professor casually announced, Fortunately for you, in this day and age, you don't need to understand those complex theories to be able to use it. He held his sword up high and explained, This life-draining magic sword will forcibly drain your life force and channel it directly into the blade. Once you get used to this feeling, you'll also be able to channel life force into a regular sword. He casually asked if anyone wanted to come up and try it, but the terrifying name of the weapon left the students below trembling. A male student fearfully blurted out that he would never touch something with such a horrific name, while the girl next to him was also hesitant and wanted someone else to try it first to see how it went. Ray looked at the sword with skepticism about its bizarre name, but he thought to himself, if this thing helps me become stronger, then it's worth the risk. Ray looks at forbidden items, and his eyes shine brighter than a game with maxed-out graphics. Just as Ray was about to raise his hand, someone else quickly stepped forward, leaving him stunned to realize it was Leon. Leon Hart carried an intense determination. He bitterly recalled his own helplessness when being attacked by the water lizards. Leon Hart told himself that, as the top student, being so pathetic meant he would never be able to catch up to Ray. The professor silently assessed that Ray would definitely endure this challenge without any issues, but that wouldn't help serve as a demonstration for the other students. Therefore, he decided to call Leon's name. Give it a try, Leon. Leon Hart decisively replied, Yes, sir. The moment he touched the weapon, Leon Hart shockingly felt the distinct source of energy inside his body being frantically drained away. The professor immediately gave a serious warning. You must not hold that sword for too long. The moment you take it, perform a practice / immediately. After that, sheath the sword and let go. Leon Hart grit his teeth, gathering his strength, and replied, Yes, sir. Then he stomped his foot hard to gain momentum and delivered a thunderous slash, accompanied by a resounding cry straight at the steel pillar. The sword embedded itself deeply into the steel pillar, creating massive cracks. Leon Hart panted heavily in utter amazement at the terrifying power he had just unleashed. Although he still couldn't completely slice the steel block in half, he couldn't believe that such a powerful slash had come from himself. However, right when Leon Hart just harbored the intention of conquering this power, his expression suddenly changed and he collapsed onto the arena floor to the absolute shock of everyone. Amidst the quiet space, a high-pitched scream echoed with deep worry. Leon Hart. He groaned in pain as he fell right onto the floor, his hands still trembling while clutching the sword hilt. The surrounding students frantically rushed over, calling his name in utter anxiety. The professor calmly walked over to reassure everyone. Don't push yourselves too hard. In the beginning, everyone will end up in this condition. Just let him rest. A student looked at the professor fearfully and asked, Professor Run, what is this really about? He explained that the depletion of life force was only temporary. With just a short rest, Leon Hart will be able to stand up again. He looked down at his student, who was gradually regaining consciousness, and couldn't help but praise him. You didn't even let go of your sword. The level of the top student is truly something else. Immediately after, the professor turned to look at Gray. Effectively, by the way, Gray Do you want to give it a try? Without a single moment of hesitation, Gray decisively replied, yes. That determination left the surrounding students utterly shocked. He saw that scene and still didn't hesitate at all. It's not just his skills, but his resolve is truly on a completely different level. Ray stepped forward and took hold of the magic sword. He instantly felt a strange surge of energy. Drawing the gleaming blade out of its scabbard, Ray silently assessed, right? It really feels like something is draining away my strength. This is definitely not something a person can endure for too long. Standing before the giant steel pillar, Ray focused with high concentration and softly uttered, let's begin. A shocking explosion occurred as the blade collided head-on with the solid steel block, creating bright sparks all over the arena. The blade sank deep into the steel pillar, leaving large cracks around the point of impact. Ray gripped the sword hilt tightly, sweat pouring down as he shockingly realized the brutal truth. This feeling is completely different from drawing a regular sword. It feels as though all the blood in my body is freezing solid. Is this what it truly means to be drained of life force? The professor couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Unbelievable. This is the first time I've seen a freshman who didn't immediately collapse to their knees. It seems the quality among students really does differ. Ray silently felt that he was still doing quite well compared to his expectations. He wondered if it was thanks to the harsh training sessions with the professor, memories of his body being destroyed, fear of physical disfigurement, and enduring constant injuries surfaced. Ray told himself that perhaps he was far too used to being tormented, which was why his endurance was so resilient. Seeing his student still standing firm, the professor excitedly suggested, Ray, do you think you could do it one more time? Ray decisively replied, I'll try. He channeled his strength, his glowing red eyes focusing intensely to deliver the next slash. However, right as he began to move, Ray shockingly realized his limits had already hit rock bottom. It's no use. This is impossible. Pain and exhaustion rushed in like a storm. Ray clearly felt his consciousness fading. He tremblingly gripped the sword hilt, sweat pouring down in absolute helplessness as his body no longer obeyed his commands. Ray grit his teeth and told himself, at least let me sheathe this sword first. He tried to force himself up, gathering the very last of his strength to complete the final act of a swordsman. With his hands trembling violently, Ray managed with great difficulty to guide the blade back into its scabbard. The click of the sword locking into the sheath echoed, which was also the exact moment he was completely exhausted and collapsed face first onto the arena floor. The professor walked over, scratching his head with a look of awkward regret. I was only half joking. I didn't expect you to actually push yourself that far. Looking at the student lying motionless, the professor thoughtfully admitted, but now I understand why you could achieve that level of strength at this age. While Gray and Leon Hart were still lying motionless to recover their strength, the professor casually suggested, the rest of the class can take this time to chat for a bit. He pointed toward the split steel pillar and asserted, as you can see, swordsmanship that utilizes life force possesses an incredibly terrifying power. Even someone holding this sword for the first time can damage the steel pillar to that extent. He emphasized that the World Alliance Academy was the only institution teaching this technique, something that you will never find at any other dojo or national academy. The professor suddenly posed a question. Does anyone know why? A female student hesitantly guessed. Is it because if we misuse our life force, we will lose our lives? He immediately denied it and revealed an unexpected fact. No one has ever been killed by this sword, because once you no longer have the strength to swing it, the sword will automatically stop draining your life force. Lying flat on the floor, Leon Hart silently speculated, is this sword really that rare? Hearing that, the professor paced leisurely and continued, it is indeed a rare sword, but that is not the main reason. There are about 30 swords like this in the academy, and there are similar ones outside as well. When humans used to use them for training, it led to countless tragic deaths, which forced outside organizations to stop using them. The professor looked toward the two struggling students and explained thoroughly, if you cannot move on the battlefield, then even if the sword doesn't completely drain your life force, the enemy will still take your life. If you stand still during combat, you automatically become a free punching bag. He asserted, to utilize this power in actual combat, the prerequisite decision is that you must maintain the ability to move after swinging the sword. Ray forced himself to sit up, his glowing red eyes looking straight at the professor as he concluded. And basically, no one outside the academy can actually achieve that, right? Looking at his student's sharp expression, he slightly smirked in total satisfaction. A perfect answer. He sternly reminded the entire class that being able to activate the power only a single time is completely meaningless. Using a skill once and then lying down makes you no different from firework. He asserted, you can only truly master it when utilizing the magic sword becomes your second nature. He warned that if they failed to do so, the students would be dominated by this very power instead of controlling it. And that is exactly how countless swordsmen lost their lives in the past. The students began to buzz with anxiety. Do we really have to use something so dangerous? So it turns out all the second-year students can use this. Sheathing the sword, the professor loudly declared, that is why you will have to learn how to use this source of power as a matter of course. He announced that the class would begin practicing with these swords in the next lesson and allowed them to freely practice after hours. The professor didn't forget to leave a highly sarcastic reminder. Just don't pass out and end up late for your other classes. The students gradually dispersed from the massive arena, leaving Gray still sprawled on the floor. Ray lay stretched out on the ground, his breathing rapid and full of exhaustion. Just as I thought, he told himself that he had to find a way to use that source of power in the most normal way possible. Because if I keep collapsing after just a single swing, then I will become completely useless. Ray put his hand over his eyes, in his mind. The image of the chain gate leaking, a glowing red, dark aura resurfaced. And the same thing applies to that as well. My own ability, memories, of unleashing his power only to collapse, immediately returned to haunt Gray's mind. He bitterly realized that if things continued like this, he would always need a recovery mage on constant duty by his side. Gray clenched his fist, making a firm resolution to at least make his body endure one of those two sources of power. Looking toward the majestic towers of the academy under the blue sky, he silently asserted, coming to this academy was truly a right decision. There is no better place to become stronger than this. An ambitious smile played on Gray's lips, his glowing red eyes flashing with absolute intent. He proposed a completely crazy hypothesis in his head. If I can combine this source of life force with my own inherent power. Gray narrowed his eyes calculatedly, silently wondering, what kind of terrifying strength will that thing eventually transform into? At training ground number 2, under the vibrant red sunset, Ray was diligently practicing alone among the towering stone pillars. Ray let out a sigh of relief after the strike, silently calculating, resting for 3 minutes for each swing of the sword. With this method, his life force recovery speed was only barely enough to compensate for the consumption, making the training extremely inefficient. Farming like this would make even a mana bar cry out in agony. However, Ray slightly narrowed his glowing red eyes, clearly feeling the progress. But I feel that I have finally begun to grasp that feeling. He stared at the sword in his hand, wondering if it was time to experiment with a regular sword yet. Ray knew full well that if he kept going without resting, his body would definitely collapse again from exhaustion. But I don't want to lose this feeling while it still lingers in my body. Ray gripped the sword hilt tightly with absolute determination. Suddenly, a voice shouting, "Wait up!" echoed from behind, causing him to turn around in surprise. A male student ran over in a hurry. Ray asked blankly, "Is something the matter?" He quickly explained that Professor Ariel. He requested to be present when he used it himself, the life-draining magic sword on his own for the first time. The student suggested, "Gray, please wait a moment while I go call the professor." Gray softly nodded, "All right." However, he couldn't help but wonder, but isn't she very busy right now? The image of Ariel, swamped with paperwork, appeared, looking completely exhausted, making Gray doubt whether they could just casually call her over right away like that. The student then revealed, Professor Ariel already predicted that today you would grasp the feeling, so she proactively cleared her schedule in advance. Hearing that, Ray just wanted to whisper, "Are you hacking the game or something?" Ray shockingly realized his master's terrifying ability to see into the future, so she even predicted the exact moment I would grasp the feeling, just as expected from the heavenly eye. Ariel walked over with a completely cloaked stranger. She softly said, "Sorry for keeping you waiting. Please continue your training session." Gray cast a suspicious gaze at the mysterious figure behind her. Who is that? Ariel casually explained that because Gray had accumulated quite a bit of fatigue. She brought this person along to be ready, to heal him if any accident were to happen. Ray nodded. I understand. I will rely on them if needed. He stepped toward the stone pillar and requested to warm up with a life-draining magic, stirred one more time to find the feeling again. Ariel smiled and agreed. Of course. I will just stand here and observe. So just do as you please. Ray softly thanked her, then gripped the sword hilt tightly, stomping his foot hard to gain momentum with absolute decisiveness. A powerful sword swing came crashing down, creating a shocking explosion that shattered the stone pillar into pieces. Gray silently marveled. This is it. This feeling. He understood that he only needed to recreate that exact same feeling when using a regular sword. Standing under Ariel's sharp gaze, Ray drew his standard sword, his glowing red eyes, focusing intensely on channeling the source of life force from deep within his body. Suddenly, a deep blue spiritual energy erupted violently from his heart, coursing through every vein and flowing down Gray's arm. The source of energy was so powerful that it made his muscle fibers tense up and seem on the verge of exploding. Before Gray could even process what was happening, his body went into red alert mode. His eyes rolled back in shock as he felt the abnormal mutation spiraling out of control. He could only gasp in sheer horror. Ray shockingly realized that the surging energy was not ordinary life force. This isn't life force. Is it another power inside me? His glowing red eyes constricted as he felt his life force and that mysterious power blending into each other. From deep within his mind, the chained gate shook violently along with a roar. Give me more. Strands of dark aura began to leak through the cracks of the door. An explosion of glowing red dark aura erupted, swallowing Gray's body in the chaos. He grit his teeth and screamed, Damn it. My life force is automatically being pulled out. Gray's face distorted in pain, his veins bulging as he completely lost control. I can't control it anymore. Witnessing the scene that surpassed all limits, Ariel coldly ordered the assistant standing beside her. I'm sorry, but you know what you have to do. The person decisively replied, Understood. A giant demonic arm, composed of dark aura, stretched out menacingly, but was instantly shattered into pieces by the assistant's slash. The demonic entity began to crumble and gradually vanish into thin air under the pressure of the impact. The dark aura finally dissolved completely. Ariel crossed her arms thoughtfully. Yes, I predicted this would happen. She remarked that unique powers inherently could not harmonize well with ordinary life force. The white-robed professor softly agreed. It seems so. Ariel revealed. Even many students with the heavenly I special status in the past used to struggle to harmonize life force with their own unique abilities. At this moment, the professor slowly removed the hood, revealing the face of exquisite elegance, with long green hair and pointed ears. That was none other than Rafa. Alicia, the professor specializing in recovery magic. Rafa Alicia began to cast her magic, but she couldn't help but wonder because Ray's power just now was truly too abnormal. The deep blue spiritual energy enveloped the wound, causing the blood to immediately stop flowing. Rafa focused with high concentration to activate the special recovery magic called forced regeneration, forcing the destroyed cells and bones to recover immediately. Under the effect of the grand magic, Gray's arm quickly returned to its intact state. Rafa let out a soft sigh and announced that the process was complete. Witnessing that profound medical capability, Ariel couldn't help but marvel. Your forced regeneration magic is always impressive. Every time I see it. Rafa smiled modestly. She admitted that she was very glad she had switched to the recovery specialty, and it was all thanks to Ariel recognizing her talent early on. Before leaving, Rafa told Ariel to call her if any incidents occurred, and predicted that Gray would wake up in a few hours. Ariel softly expressed her gratitude. A while later, Gray slowly opened his eyes amidst the quiet space of the infirmary and shockingly wondered, Where on earth am I? Ariel gently confirmed, Are you awake? Ray looked toward his master and softly called, Professor Ariel. Ariel was sitting by the bed, leisurely peeling fruit. She calmly asked whether he remembered what had happened or not. Ray thoughtfully recalled that terrifying moment. He, shockingly, realized that when trying to activate the life force sword, the source of power inside his arm had completely spiraled out of control and drained his very own life force. After that, the assistant severed my arm to stop it. He tremblingly admitted that after that moment, he could no longer remember anything. But the miraculous thing is that my arm is completely healed now. Ariel casually peeled the fruit and remarked, "Your memory seems to still be fully intact." She sighed and revealed that the exact scenario she worried about had ultimately come true. "What do you mean by that?" Ray asked as he chewed, looking at his master suspiciously. "Did you already know this would happen?" Ariel slightly shook her head. She explained that she didn't know for certain, but a similar incident had already occurred in the past. Ray asked back in astonishment, "In the past?" Ariel nodded in confirmation. "Yes, that was when Ami White tried to use life force." She revealed, "That is exactly why I decided I had to be present when Gray started practicing this technique." Hearing the familiar name, Gray's eyes widened in shock. Ami White. The image of Sword Saint Ami White, looking majestic in her silver armor, surfaced in his mind. Even the Sword Saint had to go through this. Ray asked back, "Then what happened in Ami White's case?" The teacher revealed the shocking truth. Because she couldn't endure this combined source of power, her arm exploded. Hearing that, his face turned completely pale. "Luckily, when my arm got cut off, someone was there to help regrow it, otherwise I would have ended up as a one-armed swordsman." The teacher continued. "Later on, I used a type of contract magic to suppress Ami's power. I gradually loosened the contract magic during training, and eventually Ami was able to awaken her life force without needing the contract anymore. However, Gray's case is completely different. Contract magic is not suitable for suppressing his foreign type of power." The teacher held her head and let out a helpless sigh. For the time being, she still hadn't found a way for Gray to utilize life force. "Your power is too unique. Currently, there is no precedent or formula to reference yet. Maybe naming this specific condition after Gray would actually be a great idea, guys." Who would have thought? Gray suddenly made a highly shocking proposition. "So what if I ask someone to sever my arm every time it spins out of control, and then having them cast recovery magic on me? Would that work?" The teacher asked back with a worried expression. "Do you really want to do that?" Faced with his teacher's skeptical attitude, Ray made a highly confident declaration. He wanted to become even stronger. No matter the risk, as long as it was effective, he would definitely do it. Knowing she couldn't stop a daredevil like him, the teacher could only agree, "I understand. I also predicted that you would say something like that. I will arrange the recovery magic and find someone to operate on your arm." The teacher even gave a careful, thorough instruction. "I will instruct the monitors here to immediately sever your arm if anything goes wrong. The regeneration of your arm might extend until the next day or even longer, but you will certainly not lose your life. It will be a training process, so painful that it's difficult to even imagine." Even so, her eyes looked at Gray, filled with absolute trust. "I will cheer for you until the very end." The next day, once his injury had recovered, Gray went out to the field again to practice swordsmanship. But after practicing for just a short while, he realized there was something unusual about the sword in his hand. Ray shockingly looked at the steel block sliced cleanly in half, stammering to himself, "Teach, this isn't some kind of mistake, is it?" He stared intently at the sword in his hand, sweat pouring down in utter amazement. Not letting himself hesitate, Ray channeled his strength and delivered another lightning-fast slash, easily slicing through another steel block, sending it flying, suspended in midair. After the strike, Ray fell completely exhausted onto the floor, his hands still gripping the weapon to support himself in the empty arena. Ray let out a forced smile, silently marveling. "It was much easier than I thought." He realized that instead of trying to focus on that feeling, he simply needed to repeat it until his body performed it as a natural reflex. However, Ray understood that everything was not over yet. He told himself he had to keep swinging this life-draining magic sword even more. He made a firm resolution that he must train until this technique became his second nature, rather than just simply being a special move. Ray jumped to his feet, held his sword up high, and shouted loudly with determination, "Let's do this!" Witnessing that scene, two students standing nearby couldn't help but feel skeptical. One softly wondered, "Hey, didn't that slash just now look a bit off?" The other also thoughtfully agreed, "It feels a bit different from the professor's version." As night fell upon the academy, a table full of Sumptuous dishes ranging from steak, sunny-side-up eggs, to sandwiches was already set up, glowing brightly under the lights. Stacks of empty plates began to tower high on the dining table. Ray was devouring the food like a ravenous beast, leaving his classmates completely frozen. A male student stammered out, "How can he eat that much?" Leon Hart crossed his arms, observing with a satisfied smile. He silently assessed, "That's truly Ray's style. He seems to have completely mastered the life-draining magic sword." The classmate curiously pressed for the meaning behind those words. Leon Hart leisurely explained that recovering life force consumes a massive amount of energy from a body. The fact that Gray could ingest such a giant amount of food proved he had successfully performed the life force extraction technique countless times during his training. Looking at Gray devouring a large bone with meat, a female classmate suddenly hit upon a shocking discovery. She tremblingly asked herself, "So that means if we just keep swinging that magic sword?" Her eyes lit up with absolute excitement. She eagerly asked Leon Hart, "We can eat as much as we like, without ever getting fat?" Leon Hart could only sweat profusely and confirm, yeah, basically that's how it is." However, he also didn't forget to remind her that practicing with life force is extremely harsh and much more brutal than any regular physical exercise, which is normal, since it can easily drain all your energy and cause a swordsman to collapse instantly. Ray quietly finished his meal in silence. An announcement from Professor Ariel suddenly echoed throughout the cafeteria. "First-year student Rayleigh of the Swordsmanship Department. Please report to Professor Ariel's office immediately." Ray paused in suspicion. He thought to himself that being called out by name over the loudspeaker like this was extremely rare. Something important must have just happened. The moment Gray stepped into the office, Ariel was already waiting with a serious expression. "Thank you for coming. I called you here because of an extremely urgent matter regarding your training." Ray asked back anxiously. "An urgent matter?" Ariel handed him a mysterious document. Ray shockingly read the words inside. "Student Grayley, you have been selected to participate in the prestigious Heavenly Eye Special Training course. The detailed schedule will be provided 12 hours before it begins. Please always be in a state of readiness to enter actual combat immediately. I pray for your survival and growth. Signed, an anonymous professor of the Heavenly Eye." Ray muttered in astonishment. "Special training?" Ray hesitantly asked his master, "If they require me to be ready for actual combat at any time, is it really as dangerous as a real battle?" Ariel laced her fingers together, her eyes glowing intensely as she asserted, "Yes. In reality, it is only training in name. They will throw the top students into death-defying situations without any support whatsoever, then force them to fight on their own to survive. It is an extremely brutal event." Ariel revealed that in the past, participants were teleported directly into the dens of criminals, places crawling with corrupt mages. They were absolutely not allowed to return until they had completely wiped out the enemy, without any reinforcements or assistance whatsoever. Ray asked back in shock, "Teleporting directly into a criminal hideout? Have people actually lost their lives doing this?" Ariel looked at him coldly and confirmed a brutal truth. "Of course. In fact, less than half of the participating students managed to return alive." Ariel lowered her voice, revealing a horrifying fact. There were years when not a single person survived to return. Even among the higher-ups, this training carried such a notorious reputation that it had been suspended for the past 15 years. Yet, for some unknown reason, Gray had been chosen. Looking at Gray's shocked expression, Ariel made an unexpected offer. "Do you want to decline this training?" She explained that normally, once you are selected, there is no backing out. But as the guardian of a Heavenly Eye Special status student, she had enough authority to decline it on his behalf. Ray softly spoke up, "Please wait a moment." Despite knowing full well the danger, he thoughtfully calculated, if something so risky still exists, doesn't that prove it is truly effective? He clenched his fist tightly, his glowing red eyes looking straight at his master as he pressed. "If I overcome it, will I get stronger?" Ariel half closed her eyes, coldly advising him, "You should give up on it." Ray did not flinch. He posed a counter-question from her perspective. "Do you think I won't be able to survive?" He decisively declared that if Ariel believed he would die, he would immediately withdraw from the training. Ariel's heavenly eye glowed intensely, with a deep blue magic aura as she saw through everything, and casually admitted, "No, My judgment tells me that you will survive. She walked with grand majesty and asserted, anyone can clearly see the truth that, in the history of the Academy, there has rarely been a freshman who achieved the level of strength that Gray possesses right now. Ariel lowered her voice. Even so, there were still those who lost their lives. No, it wasn't just death. They actually sacrificed. Her heavenly eye glowed hauntingly behind her monocle. Ray broke into a cold sweat. He asked anxiously, did something happen in the past? Ariel looked off into the distance and began to recount. A very long time ago, about 400 years ago, 2 Heavenly Eye special status students were selected to participate in this training. She continued, they were also in the swordsmanship department, just like you, and both were outstanding geniuses of the first year. Hearing the number 400 years, Ray froze, sweat pouring down from the shock. 400 years ago, he looked at his master in front of him in shock, silently wondering, just how old is she? Ariel lowered her head, her voice heavy with sorrow. I believed that they would be fine, so I sent them off with absolute confidence. However, the result was catastrophic. She revealed the heartbreaking truth. One person died, and their body was never even found, although the other person luckily survived to return. He lost an arm. With the recovery magic of that era, there was nothing anyone could do. Ray shockingly repeated, lost an arm. For a swordsman, that is no different from a death sentence. He clenched his fist tightly, recalling when his own arm was immobilized during the entrance exam, and silently shuddered. I can't imagine having to live like that forever. Ariel crossed her arms. She looked at Gray and continued, that is the usual end for most. But he was different. Faced with her student's blank look, Ariel suddenly asked, do you know about the one-armed swordsman, Waduro Duran? Ray thought for a moment and then blurted out, Waduro Duran. He's an extremely famous swordsman. From the past, right? Ariel nodded in confirmation. Yes. In that era, he was one of the strongest people in the world. And he was also one of the rare individuals who survived that training. She looked down at her hand resting on the document list and let out a soft, regretful sigh. If he still had both of his arms, there's no telling just how much stronger he could have become. Ariel looked directly at Gray with a deeply worried gaze. Now do you understand just how dangerous that training is? I don't want the same thing to happen to you. She firmly asserted. I cannot let your talent be compromised, not even in the slightest. Ray remained silent for a moment, and then softly replied, I understand how dangerous it is. I don't want to participate in this training. Just as Ariel was about to let out a sigh of relief, Ray suddenly hesitated. But there's one thing that's bothering me. Ariel curiously asked, what is it? Gray's glowing red eyes flashed with absolute coldness as he lowered his voice to reveal. According to what I've heard, after losing his arm, Duran became much stronger, compared to when he still had both of his arms. Ray looked piercingly into Ariel's eyes, proposing a highly bold hypothesis. So, what would happen if the real reason he got stronger was actually thanks to that very special training? It is actually thanks to that special training. His question left Ariel stunned, her eyes widening in astonishment at her student's unexpected deduction of a student. In her heart, she secretly regretted her terrible actions. I shouldn't have mentioned the fact that Duran was the only survivor. Seeing his master's changing expression, Ray smugly concluded, it seems like I guessed right. Ariel fell silent. Then she revealed, Stasia is a highly notorious professor, someone who has pushed countless students to their deaths. Participating in his training course is basically no different from agreeing to undergo Professor Varian's body modification surgery. Variance. He recalled that before he traveled back in time, Bella Onbright was the strongest mage in the world. And if we only look at the results, Varian's surgery truly did create an unparalleled entity. Standing before the death list, Ray told himself, if there's a safe path to get stronger, of course I will choose it. However, if wagering my life can help me achieve a level of strength that is far superior, then perhaps this isn't such a bad deal after all. Ray clenched his fist tightly. Even so, he silently reminded himself that everything will be meaningless if I lose my life. So at all costs, he had to survive and return from that hell. Ariel softly called Gray's name in worry, but the conversation was interrupted by a rapid knock on the door. A mailman stepped in and announced, you have a letter sent from the Central Command. Adil Explinet, that is the designation used for the most powerful figures who are actually running this entire academy. The content of the letter began to dive straight into the matter. This is regarding Gray's special training. I have a feeling you will try to request its cancellation. So, I'm sending this supplementary document. There are two types of training. One only helps people achieve a decent level of strength, but many will survive. The other type, out of 10 participants, 8 will die. However, the 2 survivors will be stronger than all 10 combined. Before participating in the training, which one would you choose? I choose the latter. The letter continued to deal a decisive blow. Therefore, under my authority, I am elevating this special training order into a special directive from the Central Command. The independent management authority you hold over the Heavenly Eye special status only comes from the principal, the head of the Education Department. You do not possess the power to object to a special directive from the Central Command. Consequently, you cannot prevent Gray from participating in this training. But I look forward to seeing how Gray will grow after this, for the further awakening of the students, and for the future of this world. Anonymous Professor, Stasia. Ariel looked at the piece of paper in shock, sweat pouring down as she gasped in her mind. A special directive from the Central Command? What on earth is going on here? I have never heard of the Central Command issuing a special directive for a single freshman before. Why would Stasia go this far just to force Ray into that training course? Ray stood nearby, and seeing his master's unusual expression, he couldn't help but feel worried. Ray spoke up and asked, "Is something wrong?" Ariel looked at her student with eyes full of sorrow and despair. She softly uttered, "I'm sorry. It seems the only way to avoid this training is for you to drop out." Ray quietly took the letter, his glowing red eyes showing clear contemplation as he looked at the fateful words. He silently told himself, if considering graduation results alone, this is indeed the best academy in the world. Ariel looked out at the academy landscape under the night sky, her heart heavy with thought as she told herself, even though this is the best place, it is also the exact place that has crushed countless geniuses. She questioned herself whether bringing Gray here under the special status was a mistake, because with that talent, he could absolutely succeed anywhere. Ariel had even considered using her connections to find him another master, if he decided to drop out right now. However, Gray decisively cut her off. "I won't drop out." Looking straight at the directive in his hand, Ray asserted, "If I die because of this training, then I wouldn't be able to survive. In this world, anyway." Ariel let out a soft sigh. She realized that any effort to persuade him at this point was useless, so she decided to reveal a piece of good news to reassure him. She asserted that although Stasia's training was dangerous, the truth was that the survivors all became extraordinarily strong, and most of the legendary figures of previous generations all walked out from this very hell. Hearing that, Ray smiled slightly and replied, "You should have said that right from the beginning." Ariel glanced at him with a pouty look. She admitted that if she had said it sooner, then he would have definitely rushed into it without a second thought, whereas she genuinely just wanted to stop him. Seeing Gray's unwavering determination, Ariel understood that any effort to dissuade him now had become completely meaningless. She could only let out a soft, long sigh of resignation. Ariel looked at Gray with a gentle gaze along with her final instruction. "Just return safely, that's all that matters." Gray clenched his fist tightly, his glowing red eyes flashing with confidence as he concluded, "That is exactly my plan." The list of students participating in the special training course was officially announced, including Grayson and Leon, Haps from the first year, the top second-year student Lewis, Hutchinson, and Ponsbad, the student ranking at the bottom of the third year, standing before the 4 students who were filled with doubt. The official coldly announced that Professor Stasia would not show up in person, and all of his orders will be conveyed through a mysterious representative. The representative, wearing a tightly pulled hood, began to reveal the brutal mission details. The objective of this training session is to raid a human trafficking base operated by the Black Drinker organization, since the supply lines have already been destroyed by other units. This base currently has no stock left, which means there is no risk of causing civilian casualties. However, the representative emphasized that the opponents this time were not soulless training dummies, but a real criminal organization. Naturally, they will rush at you with the most frantic, murderous intent. The representative's chilling assertion made the atmosphere in the room suffocatingly tense. The mission requirement is to eliminate, down to the very last person, and completely wipe out this facility. Concluding the briefing, when asked if there were any questions, Lewis, Hurtman, spoke up skeptically. I have a question. Doesn't this look more like an actual military campaign than a training exercise? The representative casually admitted the academy could completely hand this matter over to professional soldiers. But the opportunity to fight and execute enemies of flesh and blood is extremely rare, and this will be an incredibly valuable experience. This person also added a harsh truth, that even for seasoned military personnel, throwing a mere 4 people into a combat zone like this would mean the chance of returning alive is extremely low. Ponsbad tremblingly raised his hand, anxiously asking if there would be any professor accompanying them to ensure their safety. Facing death in an environment without any guarantees is precisely the core objective of this training session. The hooded representative coldly declared that there would be no safety measures provided for the students. He glanced at a student's necklace and stated decisively, "The necklace you are wearing has defense magic on it, right? That item is also banned." He leaned down and looked at Ponsbad with heavy pressure, asserting the fact that third-year students far surpass professors in combat capability is by no means rare. So absolutely never look at professors as tools for combat support. The entire survival protection system has been shut down using absolute admin privileges. Ray shockingly questioned himself. Students stronger than professors. Are there any other questions? The representative asked amidst the suffocating silence of the entire group. When seeing that no one spoke up, his eyes glowed with a mysterious star symbol. As he announced, "It seems not. In that case, you will be transferred to the combat zone in 2 hours." He ordered everyone, make use of this brief amount of time to formulate a plan and prepare thoroughly. Lewis, Ponsbad, and the other members all showed clear signs of tension, while Gray clenched his fist, his glowing red eyes flashing with absolute focus, preparing to step into hell. Ponsbad flipped through the document stack and announced, "This is the data about our destination. Having just reviewed it," he anxiously cursed, "Damn it. We are about to dive right into the middle of enemy territory." Ray looked at the map and wondered, "That's a criminal gang's hideout, right? Isn't there an anti-teleportation barrier?" The mysterious representative smirked slightly in approval. "You catch on quick. The truth is, that place is usually sealed off by a powerful anti-teleportation force field," he revealed. The Academy found a loophole and destroyed it from a long distance, while also asserting that a barrier of that level would take more than 10 hours to re-establish. With a sinister smile that clearly showed a long scar on his cheek, he posed a counter-question. "Sounds like a good training session, right?" Ponsbad sweated profusely from attention. He hesitantly suggested, to increase our survival chances even by a little bit, should we discuss tactics beforehand?" Lewis, Hurtman, immediately objected. He argued that first of all, the entire group needed to confirm each other's capabilities. Lewis explained that although he, Leon, and Gray already had a basic understanding of each other through sparring matches, Pons still didn't know at all what his junior's actual strength was like. And yet, Ponsbad casually kept reading the document and replied, "Oh, it's fine. I only need to glance over to know." The highly confident answer left Lewis Hutchinson staring in utter astonishment, gasping, "Huh?" Ponsbad coldly asserted that he himself was the strongest person in the team and claimed that it would take as many as 2 people like Lewis to stand a chance of defeating him. Ponsbad turned his back and walked away, not forgetting to drop a highly arrogant evaluation. As for Leon and Gray, well, I guess they're also on the same level as Lewis. Ponsbad continued to arrogantly assert that although Lewis had a slight advantage in a 1v1 duel, that difference was negligible. Meanwhile, Gray silently assessed, "This confidence is insane. If he ranks at the bottom of the 3rd year, his grades must definitely be terrible." Paying no mind to his junior's skepticism, Ponsbad coldly challenged, "Want to try?" He casually declared that he didn't need any protection measures when facing the 1st and 2nd years, and told them they could rush him at any time. However, Lewis could no longer suppress his pride. He decisively said, "If you're already that confident, then let's just see." Lewis drew his sword and rushed forward like a flash, delivering a highly powerful attack aimed straight at his opponent. Even so, Ponsbad still stood dead silent, his eyes hidden behind his hair, showing a terrifying composure. Before executing a lightning-fast parry, Lewis shockingly blurted out, "What?" As he felt the pressure from the opponent's sword, Ponsbad coldly remarked, "Too light." He thought to himself that even the top ranks of his class Back when they were second year, students only achieved this level of strength. Immediately, Ponsbad delivered a sword, strike carrying a giant, deep blue force field. Lewis only had time to let out an agonizing scream before being completely defeated by the overwhelming strength. Lewis collapsed onto the floor, his entire body covered in injuries and smoke. After the terrifying attack, witnessing the display of strength, the hooded representative gave a slight smile, full of hidden meaning and amusement. Ponsbad leisurely sheathed his sword. He turned to look at Gray and Leon Hart with a highly world-weary gaze. Now do you understand? Even someone who is the weakest in the third year like me will never lose to you. Second years. Ray looked at Ponsbad with absolute amazement. He silently questioned himself. This guy is the weakest in the third year? Is the gap between the second and third years really this vast? Ponsbad casually twirled the pen in his hand and continued, well, what I just said only applies if we are talking about ordinary life, force, swordsmanship. He looked at Gray intensely and asserted that if Gray went all out, I would definitely be defeated in a single blow. Ray asked back in astonishment, so you already know about my power? Ponsbad firmly asserted, at this point, there probably isn't anyone in this academy who doesn't know. You ended the 1st year's consecutive 36-match losing streak in inter-class battles. You didn't think people would forget that quickly, did you? Recalling the image of himself, unleashing his power to the point of destroying his own body. In the past, Ray silently told himself in shock. Has that story already spread to the other grades? While Ray's combat highlights had already climbed to the top of the entire academy's news board, Ponsbad warned in a serious tone, even so, I heard your power has a very severe backlash, so we probably shouldn't rely on it too much. Ray looked down at his hand and admitted, if I use it at its maximum, just assume that I won't be able to fight at all after that. Hearing that, Ponsbad instructed that it's best not to use it, unless it's absolutely necessary. If something appears that even I cannot defeat, while you have already collapsed beforehand, that will be a massive problem. Ray replied decisively, I understand. The whole group stood silently in the room, bracing themselves for the upcoming life-or-death mission. 30 minutes before the teleportation process began, the desk was still, cluttered with maps and pre-drawn combat plans. The battle plan was already drawn up for. Ponsbad leaned his hands on the table intently, observing the pile of maps and documents, and spoke up, all right, we have a rough grasp of the enemy's positions. He pointed his finger at the area with the darkest red circle, and stated decisively, this direction seems to have the largest concentration, so I will handle it. Lewis looked at the remaining symbols on the map and wondered. The other 3 directions seemed to have a similar number of enemy troops. Do we just choose randomly? Ponsbad shook his head in denial. No, not exactly. Based on each person's fighting style, he began to assign specific tasks. Lewis, you take this side. As for Leon, you handle this direction. Despite a bit of hesitation, Lewis still nodded in approval. If that's what you think, Senior, I will follow it. Leon Hart also decisively confirmed, understood. Then suddenly Leon Hart leaned close to Ponsbad and questioned him about the final route on the map. By the way, does that mean Gray will follow this route, right? Leon Hart's eyes shone intensely with seriousness as he pressed. Is there a specific reason you're sending him there? Ponsbad thoughtfully explained that the terrain there is best suited for Gray's style. But then he revealed a shocking truth. Specially wanted criminals. The gaze in Ponsbad's eyes turned sharp and cold. He admitted, they are extremely dangerous individuals. There are even those who were once properly trained at this very academy. Leon Hart shockingly realized the true intention. You plan to send Gray to the exact place where they're most likely to appear, right? Ponsbad let out a helpless sigh. It seems I can't hide it from you. Ponsbad admitted, you read me like a book. I believe there's a specially wanted criminal hiding within this training zone. Lewis anxiously assessed, if that is true, then even if you, Leon Hart and I, joined forces, we wouldn't stand a single chance of winning. Leon Hart looked towards Gray and firmly asserted, the only person who can face them is Gray. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Ray stood dead silent, his glowing red eyes filled with murderous intent. The final assertion echoed like fate. You are the only one who can do it. Specially wanted criminals? He understood that in this world, there existed individuals possessing monstrous power, the kind of strength that could wipe out thousands of elite soldiers with their bare hands. And once that terrifying power was used for criminal purposes, the results left behind would be horrific tragedies. That is precisely the origin of those specially wanted criminals, individuals who walk upon the ruins, and fresh blood of countless victims. But Ponsbad lowered his voice to explain that even among their ranks, the gap in power is incredibly vast. However, he firmly asserted that at the very least they are still much stronger than the professors who are directly managing the first and second-year students. Ray shockingly questioned himself in sheer horror. Even those professors cannot deal with them. If we actually have to face one of them head-on, we stand absolutely zero chance of winning. Ponsbad turned to look at Gray with absolute seriousness and warned him that in the past, not a single special training session had ever gone smoothly, and this was definitely not something he could overcome if he still intended to hold back his true power. I disagree with this. He was concerned that if specially wanted criminals were truly involved, then splitting up the team formation was an incredibly mistaken move. When facing a stronger opponent, the entire team must gather in numbers to create an advantage. Ponsbad let out a weary sigh and pressed, "Listen, even assuming you were to witness Ray fighting one of those criminals, what exactly do you think you could achieve?" Ponsbad asserted that when the power gap is too vast, numerical superiority no longer holds any meaning whatsoever. He smirked and declared a harsh truth. Monsters must be left to face monsters. Humans had best focus on fighting other humans. Leon thoughtfully pondered and then offered a different perspective. He reminded them that the power of Ray always came with an extremely heavy backlash. Even if Gray defeats the enemy, he will fall into a state of total exhaustion and be unable to defend himself afterward. Leon looked towards Gray and asserted that even though we leave facing the criminal to him, once that guy is defeated, wouldn't that be the exact moment we can truly become useful? Ponsbad raised his voice to remind them that everyone was underestimating the Blood Clan organization, while the enemies are countless and they only have a mere 4 people. He asserted, if we gather in one place, the whole group will be surrounded and wiped out in an instant. So the only way to avoid being cornered is to split up and take action. Another person appeared anxious. He argued that fighting completely alone would make it very easy to get blindsided from behind and suggested dividing into teams of 2 to support each other. However, Ponsbad coldly cut him off. "Oh, my apologies. To be honest, I wasn't asking for your opinions." He reminded them of the gap in capability between the grades that they had just witnessed and asserted that applies not only to combat, but to tactical planning as well. Faced with that overwhelming power and dictatorial attitude, Leonhardt and Lewis could only sweat profusely in silence, completely subdued and forced to follow their senior's plan. Ray silently observed and felt this was not a good plan. He questioned himself whether Ponsbad was actually scheming something much deeper or not. The announcement rang out. There are only 10 minutes left until the teleportation magic activates. The hooded representative requested everyone to quickly check their equipment and final plans right now in this room. Ray narrowed his eyes with deep caution. He understood that internal arguing right before deployment was the worst possible move. So, suppressing his doubts, Ray told himself, right now, there is no other choice but to go along with this arrangement. He spoke up decisively. "I understand." Seeing that Ray had agreed, Leonhardt no longer had any further objections. The whole group quietly braced their minds, while the perfectly round moon outside the window seemed to signal a night full of blood, and the fire is about to begin. Leonhardt looked at Ray with deep worry and asked, "Ray, are you sure about this?" Ray smiled softly and replied, "It's not like we have any other choice anyway." He suddenly remembered his teammate's assignment and instructed, "Hey, Leon, your area includes the medicine storage, right?" When Leon confirmed it, Ray earnestly requested, "If there is recovery medicine, could you steal a few bottles? I want to be able to immediately return to combat after using my power." Faced with his friend's request, Leonhardt clenched his fist tightly, his eyes blazing with determination. "Just leave it to me. I will bring them to you, even if it costs me my life." Right after that, the scene shifted to the inside of the human trafficking organization's base. 2 guards were lazily cleaning the gloomy corridor. One groaned, "Oh God, this is awful." The other snapped at him to stop grumbling because guarding the corridor was still much better than having to clean up. In the cargo storage area, the skinny soldier whined and suggested they should make the slaves clean it themselves then curiously asked if there was any remaining stock left since the shipments had stopped arriving. His comrade casually explained that all the remaining stock had already been used as test subjects, or magic materials, since feeding and raising them cost too much money and food. He added that keeping those products alive was a huge hassle because they were always looking for ways to escape. The other guard let out a sick smile, confessing that catching and torturing them halfway was the most entertaining part. He revealed that normally they were only allowed to use whips, but if the slaves dared to run away, they could brutally torture them without anyone giving a damn. To be completely honest, isn't that the sole reason we work here? He smirked smugly, while wiping away the scattered bloodstains on the floor. The comrade standing next to him also burst out laughing in agreement. Yeah, I think so too. Their brutal laughter echoed throughout the gloomy corridor, under the swaying, eerie lantern light. Suddenly, one of them froze in high alert. Huh? Did you just hear a strange noise? The other guy also began to feel that something was wrong. Yeah, I heard it too. What is that sound? But before he could finish his sentence, in a split second, the guard's head was severed from his neck. The remaining guard was completely shocked, staring wide-eyed as his comrade's headless corpse collapsed. Huh? Before he could even comprehend what was happening, he was also quickly sent to the afterlife right along with his buddy. That was Leon Hart. He had swiftly closed the distance and finished off the enemies in absolute silence. Leon Hart opened the combat with a flawless one shot, true to a speed-type assassin. Lewis Hurtman looked at the corpses of his sinners with eyes full of utter contempt. The blood drinkers, they truly are as vile as the rumors say. Ponsbad coldly continued, good. That means we don't need to show any mercy when wiping out these vermin. Based on what the soldiers just said, he asserted, there are definitely no civilians left inside. Ponsbad decisively swung his sword to finish off a barely breathing soldier and ordered, kill anyone in sight. Ponsbad spoke in a serious tone to remind the team. Just like what I said before we left. Stick to the plan. Lewis responded firmly, understood. Ray, with his glowing red eyes, also gave a slight nod. Understood. Leon Hart gripped his sword hilt tightly, bracing himself for the upcoming life-or-death battle. Ponsbad loudly commanded, commence the operation immediately. Ray dashed off like a ghost, rushing straight into the enemy's hideout with overwhelming, murderous intent. Ray dashed rapidly through the gloomy corridor, his glowing red eyes flashing with spine-chilling murderous intent. The guards immediately detected his presence and yelled out, found him! There's an intruder! One of them narrowed his eyes in utter contempt. Sneaking in here, all alone? You must really have a death wish. A thug with a sinister smile stepped forward. Let me handle this brat. I've been under so much stress lately, and I haven't even had a chance to kill anyone yet. However, before he could even swing his knife, the sinner had already had his head cleanly taken by Gray, right before the terrified eyes of his cronies. His cronies froze in utter shock, watching the previous guy's corpse collapse onto the floor. Huh, what the hell just happened? Another guy, trembling and dripping with sweat, stammered, how? I couldn't even see his sword strike with the naked eye. Standing right in the middle of the encirclement, Ray still maintained his cold expression. He silently assessed with deep skepticism. They're disappointingly weak. Could this be a trap to make me lower my guard? Hearing the commotion, another large group of criminals came rushing over. The leader bellowed, where's the intruder? When seeing that only Ray stood alone, they began to mock him arrogantly. Huh, it's just one brat? Ha ha ha. However, one thug, standing in the back, suddenly noticed something unusual. Turning pale, he pointed his finger toward Gray and screamed in absolute terror. He's right over there. He's singing over there. But before this guy could even finish his sentence, he was already instantly finished off by Gray's sword. A red-haired criminal shockingly recognized the outfit he was wearing and tremblingly blurted out, that's a uniform. The red-haired captain stared with wide, terrified eyes as he realized his true identity. He yelled to stop his subordinates. It's him. Wait, don't approach him. He warned that if they just rushed in one by one, everyone would be slaughtered in a split second. A subordinate wearing a head wrap asked in bewilderment, what's wrong, Captain? But the only response was the look of pure horror on the leader's face as he realized. That guy is, right at that moment, a criminal from behind. Frenziedly rushed forward with a scream. Even so, Ray remained as calm as if nothing was happening. And in a lightning-fast flash, Ray executed an extremely brutal counterattack. He spun around and finished off the attacker with a single, fatal sword strike, leaving him unable to utter a single word. The entire gang of criminals was shocked upon confirming that he was a student of the prestigious World Alliance Academy. Despite the fear, the guy with the head wrap still tried to reassure his comrades that no matter how strong he was, Gray was still just a lone swordsman. He confidently declared that with such a massive advantage in numbers, they could completely surround and eliminate him. The remaining thugs also joined in aggressively, simultaneously drawing their weapons and screaming frantically, "Charge! Kill that brat!" Ray stood silently in the center of the encirclement, ready to face the oncoming storm of weapons. The criminals rushed forward like moths to a flame. A mage bellowed, "Get out of my way!" He unleashed consecutive Aegir bullet blasts aimed directly at Gray. Gray agilely dodged the attacks, his glowing red eyes narrowing in suspicion. This Aegir ammunition, it was completely different from super-compressed Aegir. He silently questioned himself whether it was true that only 3 people, himself, Professor Ariel, and Bella, knew about that magic theory. Witnessing the unfamiliar attack technique of the enemy, he silently assessed, "They're still too weak, not even worth worrying about." But it doesn't feel like they are holding back. Looking into the wildly glowing eyes of his enemies, Ray realized a chilling truth. Those eyes, they were truly determined to take his life at all costs. The next wave of attacks poured down, but Gray calmly neutralized them all. He recognized the brutality in every single movement of his opponents. They didn't hesitate for a second when executing moves to take a life. This way of moving is clearly that of people who are far too accustomed to slaughter. Based on the radiating murderous intent, Gray estimated that each thug here had taken at least 10 lives. A criminal, with a white wrap on his head, rushed forward with a savage smile, swinging his sword straight at Gray. However, in a mere split second, Ray finished off the attacker. The criminal was taken down instantly, before he could even realize what was happening. Ray stood silently in the corridor, unable to help but wonder, however, why on earth are they this weak? Ray closed his eyes as he suddenly realized his mistake. Every student in the academy had passed an extremely fierce entrance examination, so comparing these criminals to them was a catastrophic error. In fact, even the weakest student in class could wipe out this trash in an instant. Despite being outnumbered, he confidently asserted to himself, "I really can complete this mission completely on my own." In just a short time, all the sinners have been taken down by him, leaving only the red-haired boss. He shrieked in a panic, "Wait, I have a proposal." Ray looked at him with a cold, contemptuous gaze. He thought to himself that he didn't care about anything this guy was about to say, as it was bound to be nothing but nonsense. However, Ray suddenly changed his mind, thinking that perhaps he could pry some information about the specially wanted criminal from his mouth. The villain. NPC immediately activated emergency survival negotiation mode. The red-haired man hurriedly tried to persuade him. "Yes, it's not a bad deal. Believe me, someone like you could become one of the elite executioners of the Blood Clan." Ray thoughtfully repeated, "Elite executioner? I've never heard of that before. Is it a good job?" The criminal excitedly asserted, "It's the absolute best job. It's even the top position in the entire Blood Clan organization." He explained that most of the time there would be nothing to do at all. Only when intruders who are too strong appear will you need to step in and eliminate them. Other than that, there is absolutely nothing to do. He even added that the elite executioners received even better treatment than the base leaders. Based on the strength just shown, he guessed, "You must definitely be a second-year student." And he asserted that a second-year student from the World Alliance Academy could easily secure this position at any base. Sighs. He narrowed his eyes with pure madness, promising fine wine and women whenever he wanted, asserting that life here was much better than having to endure those endless, hellish training sessions at that damn academy. He urged Gray to abandon that place and join them immediately. He smirked temptingly. "There's no point in trying to climb to the top if your goal is just to torment nameless weaklings. Even my strength is already more than enough. But with power like yours, you can live like a king in the Blood Clan organization. What more could you possibly need? It's a lot of fun here. You know," he smiled sinisterly, asserting that this place offered thrills that he would never find in the world above. Ray coldly asked back, "So what if I refuse?" The red-haired man's expression instantly darkened as he threatened, If you wanted, killing us would be too easy, but you will also die along with us. Ray narrowed his eyes in high alert upon hearing him reveal, the elite executioner in this hideout is much stronger than you. After all, he was originally a former third-year student of the World Alliance Academy. Back when he was there, people said he was even stronger than the professors. The criminal smirked, offering a brutal final choice. Which one will you choose? Choose a royal life in the Blood Clan, or kill me and then die by his hand. Ray stood dead silent in the gloomy corridor, facing the high-pressure challenge from the enemy. The video ends here. If you guys enjoyed it, don't forget to hit like so Bear can release even more great stories. Thank you and goodbye, everyone.